I think we're ready to begin. First of all and foremost, my name is Dan Johnson. I will stop being rude and take off my hat. I lead Oracle's federal public sector business for the construction engineering business unit. And we'll get to what that is in a minute. It sounds like a really big job, but it's kind of like being in that on an elephant's behind in terms of the scope of Oracle overall. First and foremost, welcome. Glad that you're able to be here. I hope that you enjoy the facilities, the lab, the experience. And if there's anything that I can do to make your 4 days here better, just ask. I will be around in order to facilitate and help. A couple of things I will point out. The restrooms are in that corner. Both men's and women's, feel free to go. If there's an emergency and we need to leave the facility, there's a gathering spot just down here on the burn. You would exit and go there. When it comes to lunchtime, the door across this cafeteria, most of you walked through, you probably saw it. You came through on your left. That door will be unlocked so we can go back and forth between 12 and 1 to be able to accomplish that. Leisio's in the back over here. If you have another issue and we are unable to solve it, we're going there. Sometimes I just go there first. So we kind of lay it out overall. But in essence, we're here to serve and to hopefully provide an experience for you that you get the value out of your time here in the way that you want to use this. I wanted to take just a second. I don't know, how many of you are really familiar with Oracle? So Oracle, I'm just going to kind of give you a little bit of history to get us to where we are right now. Oracle began, right, with Larry Ellison creating a relational database for the CIA based on security. And at that point in time, the mission of Oracle was data. It was about empowering individuals to use data in new ways. And Oracle has gone through multiple transformations since that point in time over the last 40 years. And when we think about those transformations, whether it's Y2K, the introduction of real application clustering, we start thinking about the acquisition elements. We move ourselves into high-performance hardware and cloud, and today AI. And the one thing that I would say is overly consistent in all of those transformations is the fact that the truth remains that Oracle still is focused on empowering our customers, our community, to be able to utilize data in new ways. And that's whether or not, we are in the banking industry, the retail industry, the medical industries, or we are in the construction industry and construction engineering industries and building roadways, as it were. At Oracle, we have, significant technology groups, Oracle applications, but we also have individual business units. Construction engineering is an individual business unit, which is a component of Oracle. If I were to think about it revenue-wise, you think of Oracle as a $50 billion company, we're a $1 billion component to that 50 billion. Think about it industry-wise. But what we do is we focus only on construction engineering. Our entire existence is how we, enable our consumers and customers to drive that. So in the 41 years, we've done over $9 trillion in projects managed. Right, so we look at this, and there's been over $550 billion in payment to process tools that enable our customers. We have over 1,500 developers, and we serve a international or a worldwide theater of over 130 countries. And I think what's really important about that is the fact that when you think about where the industry is going today and why we're here, or why I am here, it's the fact of how do we take and enable the individuals that need the right material at the right place with the right resources at the right time. And if we're able to do that, what we find is within industry segments, we have the best way to serve. And I just wanted you to see the fact that we serve DOTs, whether that's New York DOT, Washington State DOT, Texas DOT. We serve DOTs, we serve transportation industries at a fairly high level. I think the other thing that I wanted to do is, this is a video of an airport, but what you're really seeing is the fact of, in any kind of project, number of organizations, number of people, the amount of data, the amount of processes, the amount of tasks, the amount of organizations that actually impact the building of, whether that's a roadway, whether that's an airport, whether that's a hospital, whether that's a building or facility, and the significance that goes with that. So as you gather today, and you are working through your industry particulars and needs, this is something that you experience on a daily basis. And I just think it's good to establish a foundation of what the impact is of what we do. So I want to say welcome to Oracle. When we think about this industry lab, what it is about, what we do here, what our teams do, is they are about bringing industry together to come up with solutions that are not about Oracle. These are solutions, and I will give you one example. The Department of Energy and Oracle partnered together to focus on solving a singular problem. How do we minimize the amount of fires that are started via transformers, through woods and things like that? So we got together. There was about a $50 million investment up front. And between these two entities and a couple of others in the industry, we came up with a solution that was deployed approximately a year ago. And what we know as a result is transformers impacting forest fires have been reduced by about 75%. That's the power of this lab. That's the power of why this lab was built. And it's really part of the exciting journey that Oracle looks at in terms of its overall mission, which is enabling, right? Enabling the use of data. And if we didn't have that data, we'd never been able to come up with that particular solution. So really, I just want to say welcome. I hope you have the best time that you can possibly have engaging together. If you need anything, please let me know.
No, thanks, Dan. We really appreciate Oracle's support of this event. And, we couldn't do it without you guys providing the innovation labs. We really appreciate that. I'm Will Sharp. I'm with HDR. I'm co-chair of the Roads and Bridges Industry Committee with buildingSMART USA, and really excited to have you involved in this openBIM Transportation Regional Summit focused on roads and bridges.
Sorry, we just need to share the screen. So,
sorry.
Okay, there we go. Now you can see the screen too. But no, we're really excited to have you here for the Roads and Bridges day of the openBIM Transportation Regional Summit. And I wanted to start with this slide. And this is a slide that I've used a lot of DOTs have used this, but it's all about connecting the data across the project life cycle. And that's from design through fabrication and construction and into asset management. And the way we connect that data is open data standards. Things like OGC, things like IFC. But that's what a lot of us are driving toward. We've seen the issues in transportation where we generate all this great data in design, but it doesn't go to construction. We convert it to 2D plans. There's great information on construction. It doesn't go to a digital as-built. So this is what a lot of us are trying to do with open data standards and openBIM, is really connect that data throughout the life cycle of the project. I want to touch a little bit about buildingSMART International as well. And I've been involved for many years with buildingSMART International. They're the ones that really maintain these open data standards like IFC. So they're foundational to our efforts. And buildingSMART International, they're open, they're neutral, they're nonprofit, they're international, of course, and also that's an ISO standard. Recently, the IFC 4.3 was adopted by ISO. So that's very important to us, that when you generate a file in IFC, you're going to be able to read that file 10 or 20 years from now. So with today's agenda, I'm really excited about the agenda we put together today. There's three main parts of this agenda. The first part is national updates. We are going to hear updates from Federal Highway Administration, get updates from the major AASHTO committees that are tied to open data standards. Also get updates from the AASHTO transportation pooled funds. There's one for BIM for bridges and structures, one for BIM for infrastructure. Also, Roger Grant is going to give an update of NIBS and how they're supporting this. And then I'll talk a little bit about the TRB AD80 group. Then we're going to turn to what we call openBIM in action. And this is really, we want to give you specific project examples, how openBIM is being applied, what are those lessons learned, what are the obstacles. So we have a variety of presentations. We're going to wrap up the morning with presentations from Pennsylvania and Iowa on their ADCMS efforts, Advanced Digital Construction Management Systems grant efforts. Trisha is going to talk about asset management and openBIM. Infotech is going to talk about how they're integrating openBIM with their online bidding. Kiewit's going to give a contractor perspective. And then Mark Goldman's going to talk about some of the work that Esri's doing. There's a partnership with OGC and buildingSMART International that he's going to share an update on that. In the afternoon, we're going to continue these openBIM industry updates. Jeff Oled is going to help facilitate a session with Autodesk, Melley, and Trimble on how they're using openBIM in their tools today. We're going to hear from many of the national industry groups on what they're doing. AGC, ARPTA, and ACEC. Calvin Cam, the president of buildingSMART USA, is going to give an update on what's going on at the international side as well as with buildingSMART USA. And then Trisha and I are going to wrap up the day. So that's what we've got. We've got a very full agenda today. I did want to thank our sponsors today. We could not put on this event without them. Of course, Oracle providing this great venue that we're in today. We've also got Autodesk and LeapThought, which are gold level sponsors for us. Contenda is our lunch sponsor, and then Deluxe and Celebri are our coffee sponsors. So really appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to James Gray to give the FHWA update.
Zero one, sorry, 01. James. Okay, good. We got rid of the extra.
Perfect. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm gonna dive into the federal highway update here, and it wouldn't be a federal highway presentation if I did not start out with a legal disclaimer that none of this is policy, none of this is intended to be guidance. This is just my own personal opinions and great information, but none of it is legally binding in any way, shape, or form. All right, with that, a little bit about me. I sit on the construction team in our Office of Infrastructure, and my program is Construction Technology Program Manager. That's drones, that's open data standards, that's somehow autonomous vehicles in there. That's all the things that use technology because, hey, LiDAR is LiDAR, photogrammetry is photogrammetry, and data is data, right? But it's fun to get to learn a little bit about all of those things. If you ever need to get in touch with me, that's pretty much every way to get in touch with me as we go through here and I raise more questions than answers for you. But I thought today we'd run through some of the big national programs so you can see how some of this all fits together, ties together, areas for collaboration, where federal highways headed. So we have a lot of innovation programs at Federal Highway. I'm going to touch on some of the key ones that at least I have some influence over or know what's happening within them. It's not an exhaustive list here. So one of the big national level ones we have is the Everyday Counts program. Just for some perspective on that, the next round of Everyday Counts is scheduled to kick off fall next year, which means the short list of technologies will probably be finalized spring, which means pretty much any week now, the Federal Register notice on, hey, let us know what technology you think is ready for national deployment will be going out into the world. you've never been a part of the Everyday Counts program, it's where Federal Highway looks at something that's ready to go but hasn't been adopted by state DOTs yet, right? Years ago, we did 3D modeling, we did e-construction, we've done e-ticketing, digital as-builts, UAS, drones. Those are all technologies where states came to us and said, we know people are using these things and we know there's huge value if we can deploy it. Help us do it, but it makes sense to do it at a national level. Using the drone example, we started that, there was about 12 DOTs that had some kind of a drone program. Now every state DOT has at least a drone program. Looks very different state DOT to state DOT, but that's the goal of the Everyday Counts program. And again, we do a public notice out there. We want feedback from everybody. So, you know, a lot of the names on the agenda are the organizations that we want feedback from. How do we move things forward? And sort of the feedback I'll give to is a lot of times we have that desire to solve all the problems with just one big program, right? If we just do digital delivery as the thing we're going to do. But then we get a lot gets lost in the weeds, right? So I think digital as-built was more successful. E-ticketing, where you can look at those discrete connections, and how do we move that forward, right? Maybe model as a legal document for bridge construction is something that's ready to go, and we can prove out and get every state onto the same standards for how we're going to model bridges for model as a legal document. And then that gives us the digital as-built as a function of that process building in, right? So looking at those individual connections, maybe those are ready to go at a national deployment. Doesn't necessarily need to be, we're going to take that whole data lifecycle and in 2 years, we're going to be nationalized on it and everybody's going to be ready to go. So that's a larger programmatic. Federal Highway does most of the heavy lifting within that one. I'm going to kind of start small and build towards big from here. A smaller program that state DOTs have available to them. Every state has Transportation Innovation Council. You don't know who's in your Transportation Innovation Council within your state, or you don't have a connection there, make friends there, right? Because it's a non-competitive funding. The states get this money every year to do something innovative. It doesn't have to hit their state DOT fund. So that's an area where you can take a little bit more risk when you can say, okay, the Federal Highway Administration is going to cover our advancement on whatever technology we're going to choose. But you have to know the people on the council and get people to have agreement on that. So does that look like? It looks like $125,000 a year again. So it's starting with the smaller ones, but you can do a lot with $125,000 on a pilot project with some new technology. And the other part I always put out there is Federal Highway Administration puts 80% in. We're not really that picky where the other 20% comes in. And that's, I think, will be important on some of these other larger grant programs. There's definitely been public-private partnerships where 20% to provide or to be a partner on a grant program is not a huge lift for perhaps some of the private sector. So we've seen that partnership a lot stronger, especially in this data space where state DOTs don't have the historical, traditional, institutional knowledge on data architecture and things of that nature. And we need the private sector support there. So again, moving up from the small, this is the medium. This is projects up to $1 million. Specific demonstration of technology on a project. So say we wanted to just do one bridge where we're going to model it as a legal document, or we're going to do one project where we try to make all the lifecycle data connections throughout a project. And we're going to hire a consultant to help us get through this because we don't have the in-house knowledge at a state DOT. State DOT can apply for an aid grant for, again, up to $1 million to showcase on a project. Now they have to have a game plan. Okay, now if it's successful on that project, how are you going to roll that out into your entire practice? It can't just be a one-off and we move on with our lives. We want to actually learn something and deploy it from there. So again, looking at this kind of the medium-sized grants in this space, up to $1 million. And with so far, again, $90 million have gone out, 127 projects have taken advantage of that to put new technology on project deployment. So that one, the next time frame, so February is when that'll come out. So again, same thing, 20% match, but that doesn't mean that the 20% needs to come from state DOTs, and a lot of state DOTs are looking for help. But just start putting the game plan together. This is what the time frame looks like for when the announcement will come out. the deadlines and all of that. So if you know any state DOTs that are wanting to deploy technology and trying to figure out how to fund it on a specific project, this is a great way to get that proof of concept done. Now we're going to the large sort of grant program, and this is the Advanced Digital Construction Management Systems. And you saw on the agenda, there's gonna be a lot of discussion on that because these are up to $5 million. You can get a lot done with $5 million. And the goal for this is to actually start nationalizing some practice around digital delivery. We took an extremely broad definition for what digital delivery is, right? If we are better optimizing things in design so that eventually when we get to construction, we're ready to ingest that digital information, that's digital construction. All right, if we're doing things in construction that can help out in asset management, that's digital construction, right? We were taking a very broad definition from the data collection tools to the data management tools to the software to the analytics. Very broad definition. And again, projects up to $5 million with the idea of we need to start putting some serious capital behind making all those data linkages. You don't have to make all the data linkages, right? But we really want to get some national consensus around what those should look like. So we don't have to invent the entire data lifecycle wheel for every single state. That's not in anybody's best interest. If we can find some national best practices and help deploy it, that's our plan. So as those go out, we're also going to have peer exchanges, publish tech briefs, help people see what the states are doing. None of these are going to be secret projects where they just get solved at some state and no one gets to find out what Caltrans did. Whatever Caltrans does, I'm going to make sure they publish it. Whatever Minnesota does, Minnesota is going to publish it. It's going to be out there for everybody. We're going to learn what works, what doesn't work, where we need more investment. So of interest as we go through the latest round of applications, what states are trying to solve, right? At Federal Highway, we're very responsive to what the states are trying to solve. Number one, by far and away, common data environment, data standards. I've got designers who live in this software. I've got construction that lives in this software. Even if I can tell them they have to talk to each other, they physically can't. Do we retrain our construction staff? Do we retrain our design staff? Do we build some API connection to hopefully translate the data correctly? Do we develop an open data standard where we can move things through? Our highways of the mindset is we need open data standards. Underpinning the entire ADCMS program is open data standards. If you propose something with a proprietary solution, your grant stands a very, very low chance of being accepted because we've required that to be an open data solution. We don't want to fund proprietary solutions because that's not scalable. That's not something every state can jump in. I need Bentley states and Trimble states and Autodesk states. They all need to be able to use the same fundamental processes, right? The user interface can be different, that's fine, but on the back end, we needed it to work. Also, let's show this data capture is second on there, and I'll talk a little bit about the data capture, right? Because it's not just managing the data, it's the data we're generating, right? Our iPhone imagery versus our survey grade LiDAR. If we just start funneling all of this into our data management systems without a way to normalize and standardize our actual data collection, we come into problems in our data management, right? We have to make assumptions about the quality of data coming in. And we don't want to make assumptions about the data of quality coming in. We want to understand exactly, does it all need to be survey quality? Probably not, but what level is good enough for each application? So there's some work going on around data collection so that the data management can actually work, and some assumptions we make in data management will be validated because we've collected the data correctly. So these were the first round of awards. I know nobody can read that, but it is on the ADCMS website. So if you Google FHWA, ADCMS, you can find all these. So these states all have their money. They've all had about a year, give or take, to get started, which means they've got contracts awarded and have at least piloted some stuff. They're getting their feet underneath them. The latest and greatest is, these are of about 10 days ago. These are the awards that were announced. So this is the next batch of states and what they're trying to solve. I won't read through all of them. It is, again, solving the high level issues that I talked about. But again, if you go to Federal Highway ADCMS, you don't have to strain your eyes and try to read this. A little bit about pooled funds. Federal Highway is engaged in all the pooled funds. but this is about the limit of what I'll talk on pool funds, because I know there's much more in-depth discussion coming. But you can see there's critical mass in the country. Nationally, there's a desire for it. Federal Highway is fully committed to the pooled funds. Another pooled fund is that we're getting started is around UAS again, trying to tackle that data collection. We found that drones are great for that and not great for that because they all have different camera sensors, different LiDAR packages, different elevations they're flying at. So we're flooding servers with terabytes worth of data without really having data collection standards around it. So that's a huge tackle, something huge we're looking to tackle as states rely on drone-based imagery, LiDAR, and everything else to start populating these data sets. And the list goes on for the many things that we're working on federal highways. So again, we're looking at, your iPhone Pros come with LiDAR, your iPad Pros come with LiDAR on it. What's the quality of that LiDAR? Is it usable? It's probably as good as a wheel if you're measuring curb as an inspector, right? But not going to be perhaps good enough for ADA compliance if you're looking at your slope for a curb cut. So we're looking at what can you actually do with technology that's in everybody's pocket out in the field. We're looking at BIM library prototypes. Edge computing is becoming very important because even with the amount of fiber we have in the ground, we can't necessarily send all of our information to a data center somewhere and process it back, especially as we get into operational type considerations. We need to process more information on the edge and send back only critical information. So I'll kind of end with the last one there is we're going to stand up a digital delivery stakeholder group to have these types of meetings on a more recurrent basis, get the key players together. So we have more of a national strategic framework for where we're going. What are those use cases we need to tackle today? What are still the year or two out, or how do they build on each other? How do we incrementally step through this data lifecycle management? So that'll be hopefully standing up in the next several months here so that we can, again, get together on a regular basis.
We'll go now to Trisha Stefanski giving us an update on JSTAN.
Thank you. All right, thanks everybody for having me. Really excited to see some familiar faces, other new people. Please come and say hi to me. I love it when everyone has name tags. So I am somewhat new to this, not new to asset management, and I'll have a presentation on that later, but somewhat new to AASHTO and very new to JSTAN. What that means is I'm ready. I want to do some things. I want to work hard. Let's get some things done. Let's work together. I also, you can see co-chair buildingSMART USA, building roads today. That's why I'm here, roads and bridges, as well as I'm a member of TRB AJE 30, AKT 70, and I need to say no more often. So I just want to do a little bit of discussion on JSTAN. What is the background of JSTAN? Who are our members? What's our mission statement? We're working on, we almost have our operational work plan complete. Our strategic plan, I wish that was complete. It's not, but we're continuing to work on that and what it looks like. And then lots of engagement happening. So what is the background? This is pretty cool. Administrative resolution, AR 1-19, was basically adopting from AASHTO IFC schema as the standard data schema for the exchange of electronic engineering data. So there was a lack of consensus for single data standard schema recognized by the industry. Building information modeling, BIM, was replacing standard transportation planning. And it was critical to manage assets throughout the entire life cycle, as our infrastructure is obviously aging, and you look at those AFCE report cards. So valuable construction project models and data being used across multiple software platforms, vendors, and equipment. So what did we need? We needed a seamless data transfer that necessitates a single data schema that was recognized as the industry standard. So they lacked sustained support. We couldn't get, all the support across the industry. And buildingSMART International extended the existing industry foundation class standard for IFC Bridge and IFC Road. And AASHTO COB's efforts underway were to adopt IFC Bridge. So additional AASHTO committees had interest in this. They said, hey, let's come together. Let's figure something out. Let's support this. And so you can see what happened. It was quite a long time ago. It's surprising. October of 2019, You can see the actual language here that I kind of liked, resolved, that means it's official, right? They recommend the adoption of IC schema. This internal cross-committee multidisciplinary discipline group with AASHTO should be formed. So that would be JSTAN, and you can see kind of some of those goals for JSTAN. And then the AASHTO membership in buildingSMART, which also has happened. So these are our committee members. This is a great slide because you can see it's cross-cutting committee. There's people from all different DOTs. I know some of my friends are probably watching today from Minnesota. Thank you. So I just want to show this kind of the support of the committee is again cross-cutting. We have our parent committees. We're trying to still figure out exactly how things will be adopted. But again, bringing back to the committees, getting information, really engaging with those committees from the top down, bottom up approach. And we do have some vacancies too. So if there's anyone else that's interested in being on JSTAN, let me know. And I want to say too, Will Holmes is our vice chair. So that's important. I can't do this alone. So what is the mission? Not surprising. Again, I made up this slide. I put asset management right in the middle, the biggest. But our mission is, again, you kind of heard this already, but champion and coordinate efficient information flow throughout the life cycle of all assets, related information that comprise our transportation systems. This will be achieved through open data standards, data governance, schema development, and collaborative public and private partnerships. And I promise the longer I do this, the less I will read from the slide. But I just want to make sure, very obvious, this is what we're doing with JSTAN. So how to find us, a little bit hard to find, but we're under data management and analytics. And I do expect that our website will be beefed up. I think AASHTO's redoing some of the websites too. But I think there's going to be lots of good material. And so this is the way to find us. This is the links to it. So we did finish the JSTAN operational guidelines. We met on the committee in construction. If you have never been to Portland, Oregon, please go. It's an amazing city. So we were there, I got to present, and then we had an all-day meeting, like a half a day where we came together and we wrote up our operational guidelines. So that is complete. It's not a governance document, it's more operational guidelines because we are a subcommittee, but I also stand behind it. We need to document, where we are, how all of it was formed, what we can be doing. So you can kind of see this is a part of our operational guidelines that we will be talking more about in the future. As well as we did this JSTAN strategic plan. So it's under development. It's a 3-year plan. We have alignment with the national AASHTO plan. We have that vision of AR 1-19. It's really communication focused. So how do we focus on the other parent committees? What do we do? Who's going to do it? The action plan, the messages, who are those people we're talking to, as well as education. I think Will and I just talked about this yesterday. I think we have to continue to educate. What is IFC? How do we use it? How do we go through the steps of implementation within the DOTs? And then collaboration focus, of course. And then we'll do a 1-year action plan. And I think, again, the big part here, you guys, is making sure how do we get the open data standards and get them adopted? And it's really tricky because those standards are always changing. There's versioning, things to be considered there. So what's cool here is we're going to go to BIM week in December 3rd. So I'll see a lot of you there. And we're going to talk more about this and JSTAN's role, I think, in getting some of these standards out adopted through AASHTO. So the goals of JSTAN, kind of already talked about these, but I just want to go through them again. We want to make sure to identify, connect, and coordinate, engage stakeholders, encourage state DOT representation and participation, align interests among stakeholders, facilitate the exchange of knowledge, establish channels for timely feedback and update. So I think this is kind of the same, but just foster that implementation of operable standards, clear conflict resolution. I don't think anyone will disagree with each other, but it could happen. We want to forge consensus, lay foundational groundwork. What are the roles and responsibilities? What are those workflows? How do we make decisions? There are a lot of data standards out there already. I think Matt Miller put together a really cool diagram that I can share with some of you if you'd like. Talks about standards in each piece of the circle and what exists today. So what do we put through, the AASHTO JSTAN committee and how do we do it? Prioritize data, We want to make sure that quality, that's so important. James was saying, you know, when we get location data, is it survey grade? Is it mapping grade? We know the attribution of that data. We know the datum, making sure we have all that, I would say, metadata. All right, so what's our strategy? I think I've already talked about this. Just make sure we're communication. We have a communication plan with AASHTO, other committees and partners of education references. We have the process for standardization. Excuse me. And lastly, we have roles and responsibilities. All right, we do monthly meetings. It will be at BIM, also be at TRB. So reach out to me anytime.
Go from there.
Yeah.
And Mike, I did want to say, I've had the pleasure of working with the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards, I think of the last 7 years. And all that's been under Mike's leadership. And Mike's group has been critical to these efforts. They're the ones that wrote that administrative resolution that Trisha talked about. You know, they really set in motion AASHTO joining buildingSMART, AASHTO adopting IFC as the national standard. So they've been a very influential group in kind of moving digital delivery ahead with the state DOTs. But go ahead, Mike.
Okay. Can you see the slideshow?
We can, Mike, but if you want to swap your display settings, we see your presenter mode.
Yeah, okay. Hang on. Nobody said I was good at this, and I've only got 15 minutes, so you're gonna have to bear with me.
Go to display settings at the top. You see that? Oh, I don't know.
It keeps, okay.
Or share a different screen.
Gotta go back. When I shared all the stuff went. Now, which one do you have?
Looks good.
All right. Don't ask me how, but I'm just going to give you a brief update on, the efforts of the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. Like Will indicated, I've had the pleasure of leading this group since its inception, and there's been a lot of great people who have participated in this group that's got us to where we are. There are a number of things that we've done that that I'm really proud of. And, you can go on the website, the AASHTO website, and you can go to our webpage and you can see some of the documents that have been, developed over the years and some of the resources that are available. And I would encourage you, to do so. But, for this morning, I just want to touch on a couple of things that we're working on right now. The first one is, we've got a fairly active program of webinar series, and we've been doing that now for several years. And we suspended it last summer just because it's just hard to give a range for speakers and that kind of thing. But we're going to be kicking that back off again next month, and then trying to have another series of monthly webinars, basically just to help people maybe understand more, see more, introduce new things. Just continue that dialogue of education and information sharing. And so we're really encouraged about the participation that we've had. We've had really good numbers, when you look at the number of people who signed up for the webinars, and we've had really good presentations. And so, we hope to continue that and, and to kind of keep that ball rolling. And so if anybody out there has an idea, for a webinar or a topic that they think that we should cover. My co-chair is Jennifer Lloyd out of Tennessee DOT, and you can contact her directly with any ideas that you have, or myself. But we're looking for input, for thoughts as to what we might do and other things that we might focus on, because we really want this to be something that's valuable for the end user. The other idea or the other task that we're working on, and this has been something, there's already an NCHRP panel looking at this, but this was something that I thought we should take a look at as well because of its importance in the overall adoption of this approach. We realize that our ability to communicate with the contractor is key. We have been since the beginning, we have been using paper plans to convey design intent to contractors. And, we have been extremely successful, as state agencies doing that. And the contracting industry has, become rather reliant on that, understandably so. And so now all of a sudden we're looking at digital delivery and providing them with information, in a different format. And we need tools that will be, operational, functional, intuitive for them to use. Some of the states who have participated in model as a legal document, one of the comments that you hear is that, and when we've done it in Iowa, we had a panel discussion. I participated at our ACEC meeting here in Iowa. And one of the things that you hear from contractors is a lot of the things that we have today require them to have some familiarity with CAD. And, they will tell you up front, that's not where they are. That's not where their staff is, and so our ability to implement digital delivery, I think is going to be highly dependent on our ability to provide, or at least to influence the development of tools that are more intuitive for the contractor to use, more intuitive for our contract administration staff to use, and in addition to that, something that we can use during design, in terms of sharing information back and forth. And so we're really looking at it from a holistic standpoint in terms of both what are those needs for designers, as they're working with these models and sharing information. And then what's the needs of our customers, both the contract administration staff and the contractors. And then just trying to develop some ideas around which maybe software developers can run with, trying to develop tools that are better suited to meeting the needs. The other thing that we are looking at is, and this was one that we just started. There's been a lot of great work done, no question about it, across the U.S. And there are, we have a number of lead states that are out there doing great things that we're all learning from and that we're all benefiting from. But there are a number of states that are still in that early adoption, process. They're still trying to figure out how to move from 2D to 3D, from 3D, to trying to develop models, that they can give to the contractor. There's still a number of states that are still trying to figure this out. And while we have done great things with ADCMS and a number of other initiatives, that are really taking advantage of the enthusiasm some of those lead states have shown, and some of the initiative those lead states have shown in helping us figure out how to get there, and being on that bleeding edge, we still have a work to do, in terms of helping others get started, and so one of the things that we developed a couple of years ago was, kind of a, for lack of a better way to put it, a maturity model or implementation guide, that showed you, or at least walked you through each of the steps in development, moving from 2D to 3D, 3D to models to contract deliverables, and the things that you needed to consider, along the way, some of the things that you needed to incorporate. And we were looking at it broader than just models, because, like Trisha showed, in her last presentation, this is about asset management. And so as you're developing all this, what are those other pieces, what are those other parts and components that you need to, consider? You heard Will talk about the importance of data standards and data governance, and that's something that often gets, left out of the conversation. but it's a critical component to making this successful. And so looking at this from, a broader perspective, in terms of, okay, if you're going to go down this path, here are the things that you need to consider, including, software, hardware, training, change management, all of that. Here are the things that you need to consider. Here are some ideas, possibly some best practices that, you can utilize in your efforts, but taking that step back and saying, we need to help some of those other states get to where some of those lead states that you're going to be hearing about at this conference are, and, trying to develop some guidance around that. So, that's the other thing that we're working on. And in terms of what's next, one of the things that, we've talked about is developing some guidance on best practices for change management. The thing that's, with every initiative, and if you've been around as long as I have, or like Will, talking about 37 years, for me, it's 41. But if you've been around this long, you've seen a number of things come and go. And as a result, you start to understand why some of the things that stick and why some of the things don't. And a lot of it has to do with change management and how you handle the implementation of that philosophy and the things that you do to make it, a part of the organization's DNA, as opposed to the flavor of the month. And so taking a step back and looking at, if we're going to go down this path, and if we want to be successful, what are those things from a change management standpoint that we have to do to instill it, in the agencies? And so one of the things that, I would like us to consider taking on is developing guidance and information around that. The other thing that we have to do, as a committee, is we've got to develop guidance on our membership, and we have that, but we just haven't adopted it. And I'm hoping to do that at the meeting in December as part of BIM Week. And then the thing that's not listed, and I think Trisha touched on as well, is we have to come up with a way to figure out how we're going to adopt standards. The typical process for AASHTO may not work for digital delivery, not because the AASHTO model is broken, it's because digital delivery changes so fast. And we need a model that is something that we can, adopt and change quickly as things in the industry change. And so one of the things that we're hoping to do at BIM Week is have that conversation, with some of the AASHTO staff about, okay, we know what the model is. We know that it may not necessarily fit digital delivery. So where's that sweet spot in between that we can work around so that we can get standards out there, both for the states and for, some of the software vendors who are looking for the states to make a decision as to what direction they're going to go and what are the things they need. And so, that's one of the other things that we're working on in the background as well. So that's kind of a quick and dirty in terms of, our committee and where we're going and what we're trying to do.
Thanks a lot. Why don't we move to our next presentation? There's two major transportation pool funds. Go ahead, Bill. Major transportation pool funds that are ongoing. These are efforts that involve a large number of states and really looking at driving things at the national level. So the first one of those is the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pool Fund. And here to talk about that is Julie Rivera with HDR. She's the PM on this project. And then Jim Hauber with Iowa DOT. He's the client PM on this. So go ahead, guys.
Thank you, Will. All right, well, we're happy to be here. And since Will already introduced us, we'll just go ahead and get started. We're here to talk about the BIM for Bridges and Structures pooled fund effort, specifically the phase 2 project that started this year as a continuation of earlier work. And I'll hand it off to Jim for an overview.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the sponsors for hosting. Thanks for the invite. You're talking about BIM Week. I want to throw a shout out to Kyle Kloop, who's helped a tremendous amount of planning for that. That mostly is AASHTO organizations, Cobb's Technology, along with the other ones. I guess I'll just I am co-lead of the BIM for Bridge Pool Fund with Annette Jeffers, also with the Iowa DOT. So I'll just give a brief highlight of what we did in phase one, phase two, kind of our objectives and goals, and go from there. Since we only have 15 minutes, I'm gonna let Julie do most of the speaking. She's gonna go into the details of this stuff. Project vision. So when we developed this pooled fund, the vision was consistent, reliable, repeatable digital transportation exchanges for information agencies for bridge design, construction, and asset management. So with this focus, we were looking at basically ISO adopted standards, buildingSMART data dictionaries, IDMs, IDSs, using the AASHTO standards. This is information that's defined by the owners. So that would be the state DOTs. In this case, we have developed an ADM that was published by AASHTO about 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, that kind of defines the design to construction handoff exchange utilizing IFC. The users, this is meant for designers, contractors, fabricators, the full life cycle exchange once we get to that.
And that's the ultimate vision, the full life cycle.
And in alignment with AR 119, which was part of the result of the first BIM for Bridge pool fund phase one, we settled on the IFC as the exchange format for that file. Project vision. So this just kind of outlines our standard project vision. The way we go, you have the engineer or the consultant who designs it, export the IFC, goes to the owner. If they weren't the designer, you can open that for letting as the completion of the phase one BIM for Bridge pooled fund was a construction contract model. That information is available online at the pool fund website. You can go to contractor, you can go to their suppliers. The contractor will import that IFC file. Contractor can export the as-builts. Digital as-builts are the focus of the second BIM for Bridge phase two pooled fund. Julie will go into that more details later in her presentation. And then that leads to the whole asset lifecycle management. So project goals, phase one. We had a lot of legwork to do. BSI was still developing their standards for alignment-based reference view, the IDSs, the IDMs, and all that type of work. We did publish an IDM in the ISO format. We developed an IDS, a data dictionary along with that IDS. We had some unit test suites we developed. In phase two, we plan to complete 3 to 4 of those contracting models for the asset management lifecycle, which include, the fabrication, construction to get to that asset. Like we're going to be doing 3 of them. It's going to be more robust and a lot more engagement with stakeholders.
There's a little background
noise. You might use the mic. Yeah.
Oh, no, people hear me. It traumatizes me. So this will all be an alignment-based reference view. We will have more. Where was I? Oh yeah, one of the key focuses is going to be coordination. We really need to get that coordination effort. We have all these, we heard this great presentation on all the ADCMSs. They had data exchange in there, common and data environments. We really need to coordinate, to get this complete in a format that meets everyone's needs. Am I going too long?
Okay.
Oh, good. Journey, resources. BIM for Bridge USA has a website. You can find I'll go over the roadmap in a couple of pages. We had a publication, Aspire magazine, 2 months ago or so, mostly written by Julie. Nice job. We have a couple other, there's 2 ADCMS grants that are working on utilizing the deliverables from the BIM for Bridge phase one pooled fund. Iowa is one, it's our task 3 in our deliverables for that ADCMS grant. PennDOT is also working heavily with IFC and utilizing the BIM for Bridge pooled fund deliverables from that. And then we have some coordination meetings to make sure everything's working and proceeding and we get the deliverables we need. We also have a stick grant that's working with the BIM for Bridge deliverables, working on an asset management project that's a little bit smaller, but stick grants are very nimble and a fast way to get something done. Oops. Did I go? I'm almost there. Roadmap. So if you go to BIM for Bridge USA, you'll see the roadmap. We update this annually. It was first developed in about 2020, but it kind of highlights all the major advances in open data interoperability and BIM efforts throughout the history of a project. It has key updates. It's currently on the BIM for Bridge USA website. That highlights when we develop our IDM, our Bridge Data Dictionary, the IDS, and our unit test suites. It's all defined on there, and going forward in phase 2, we'll be updating this roadmap as we move forward.
And I'll just add on that roadmap, just one more thing. This was updated at the end of the phase 1 effort, which was earlier this year. So really it's more of a reference as to what happened in the past 5 years and before that got us to this point with BIM for Bridges and the pool fund program. So we're sitting in 2024 at the end of the timeline. So some of those things in the red bullets under 2024 is what we're working on now under the phase 2 project. So it's not so much forward looking a roadmap into the future. At this point, it's more of a historic record of the past several years and how we got there. And I will talk a little bit more about our exact progress update. Jim and I could talk for hours about the project. There's been a lot that's been going on over the last 5 years and a lot forthcoming in the next 5 years, but we have just a few minutes to cover a few highlights. So first wanted to highlight some of the phase 1 outcomes. We completed phase 1 earlier this year, and the final report is published and is available on the TPF study page. When these slides become available, you'll have a link. But that is the Transportation Pooled Fund Program for all the TPF studies that are out there. And at the bottom of the page, you can navigate down to the final report. And in the report, we outline all the different outcomes of the project. And the direct outcomes include the technical solutions that I'll speak about in a moment, as well as various memos, white papers, and reports. So these are our physical work products or our deliverables. But we also highlighted the indirect outcomes, and several of these outcomes have been highlighted by others this morning. Trisha mentioned the 2019 AASHTO resolution that adopted IFC for basically the U.S. Transportation industry. And the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund influenced that major event. Also, the establishment of the JSTAN committee, which came out of that resolution. The BIM for Bridges group and the partners that have been sponsoring this effort have been very excited about that group, and we've been envisioning what they'll be doing for the industry, and now it's finally happening. So it's an exciting time from the bridge perspective. And AASHTO membership in buildingSMART International occurred in 2023, also a very important milestone. And then in general, what happened in phase 1 established a framework for developing national open standards. So it's a precedent for future work. So we had these technical solutions. That's a name that I'm giving to these various things that Jim mentioned: information delivery manual, IDM, information delivery specification, IDS, and the US Bridge Data Dictionary, as well as a unit test suite. So these are the collective technical solutions that were developed in phase 1 for one data exchange. And that data exchange is the design to construction data exchange. So that was the focus of the first 5-year effort. And now we're moving on to similar work, but focusing on other data exchanges. But before we get into that, I was reflecting a little bit when I was putting these slides together about the importance and the remarkable achievement it is to develop a national standard for the first time. So these standards that we developed under phase 1 are the first of its kind for the US bridge industry. And it reminded me of what happened back in 1931. I had to look this up, but the first bridge design code for the United States was the standard specifications for highway bridges and incidental structures adopted by the American Association of State Highway Officials, which is the predecessor to AASHTO. It's just missing the T. I guess it was AASHTO. But, I'm sure it was an exciting time. It was before we were all working in the industry, obviously, but, the industry at that time got to use this code for the first time. 5 minutes, okay. And it's evolved since then, right? But it was the first of its kind, and it was a tool for bridge designers to have a standard at the national level. And I'm sure it was developed in collaboration with many different states. So we've been doing a similar effort here, but in a very new realm. And we are sort of like in 1931 for open data standards. We're trying out the work products for the first time and looking to refine and improve upon those very first standards. So now jumping back to phase 2, what are we doing? So we're continuing a lot of the same work, but we had a couple of key tasks in 2024 that have been completed. And the first one is methodology for open data standard development. I'll talk more about that in a moment. And then also an evaluation process and final selection of those data exchanges that that the pooled fund partners want to focus on in phase 2. So those steps are complete. And then from now through the next 4 years, we'll be focusing on that technical work, that open data standard development. So just briefly, the purpose of this methodology task was to refine the methodology that we used in phase 1. And we held a series of workshops with buildingSMART International, their technical leadership. And we wanted to really verify our sequence of work. The work that we've done is very complicated, and we wanted to make sure we're in alignment with some of the national standards and international standards that are out there. And we wanted to leverage the latest tools and technologies available. And really, we wanted to document that methodology. So we have our own roadmap for the tasks that we're going to carry out throughout the course of the next 5 years. When we thought about the different work products and these technical solutions that we created in phase 1, the IDM, the IDS, et cetera, we quickly realized that it's not a linear process. So our team developed a flow chart that really captures the full process of what we're doing, developing these open data standards. Now, you won't be able to read this flow chart, and that's fine, but I just wanted to highlight that there's 3 major components of this flow chart. The development of the open data standards is that part in the middle, that exchange development activities. That is the core of our technical work. But before we could get there, we had that exchange prioritization activity, which I'll expand upon in a moment. And then on the far right is the adopting and publishing process. Mike Kennerly and Trisha Stefanski both referred to this very important process of governing these standards, adopting them, and looking more closely at the AASHTO processes that are available and working with AASHTO to create new processes to develop or to endorse things that are no longer just published documents or manuals. We have new types of files and other things that may not fit within the current adoption and publication process. So a quick recap of this task that we did complete this year for phase 2, evaluation and final selection of exchanges. We love our process maps and flowcharts. So here's another one. This has been around for a while and was refined in phase 1, came from some earlier FHWA work. But this is a process map showing all the different data exchanges that can occur from preliminary design through operations and maintenance. And 19 different data exchanges were identified. And in phase 1, we tackled one, the number 11 construction contract model with the black check mark. And we, the pooled fund partners evaluated all those 19 or 18 remaining exchanges and prioritized what they wanted to focus on for phase 2. So this is the grouping of data exchanges that we plan to focus on, all leading into the as-built model. So again, the construction contract model at the bottom was the focus of phase 1, and that effort is complete. And the remaining data exchanges is what we're going to focus on in phase 2. So lastly, just to bring it back to the goals for the project. So again, emphasizing that our major goals for phase 2 from here on out for the next 4 years, we'll be focused on creating and publishing an IDM, developing an IDS, as well as data dictionary content for those prioritized exchanges that I showed on the previous slide. And this is my last slide. And so how do we tackle this complicated task of developing these open data standards? Well, we're going to go back to that methodology flowchart that I showed. Our team is going to follow that as a guide for our own work and also as a communication tool as things may evolve or different dependencies may affect our work. We have something to point to explain to our clients and the DOTs of how the different tasks are progressing. And then also very important for the next 4 years is engaging with various stakeholders. So I believe was it Trisha or Mike? I forget now who, or maybe it was James Gray. I don't remember who mentioned the digital delivery stakeholder group. I think it was James, yes. So James referred to this digital delivery stakeholder group, and we are looking forward to coordinating with FHWA in this, learning more about this effort. I understand it's just getting started, but that may be a resource for our team to leverage to get input from some key stakeholders. And then there may be some gaps. So when there's discipline-specific needs, there may be some other stakeholders, perhaps bridge steel fabricators or precast girder fabricators. We may need their input. And so we would also be engaging with those other stakeholders and also coordinating with BIM for infrastructure. As we can move forward collectively between the two pooled funds, we want to make sure we're reaching out to various industry groups on the contractor side, et cetera, in a unified way. So that is going to be a big part of our work moving forward. And I know we don't have time for questions, so we will move on.
Well, thanks, Julie and Jim, and we might have time for a few questions later in this session, but want to keep us moving and keep us on schedule. Janice, I wonder if we did pull together a number of Menti questions so we can get input from the folks in the room as well as our virtual audience. So Janice, would you have an opportunity to put those up?
Yep, coming up.
Okay, so if you could use your phone and pick that QR code, that should get you into the Menti poll. And we just wanted to get an idea, you know, who's here today, both online and in person. So if you could scan that code and answer that question, that would be great. And we'll give you a minute to do that. All right. So no, I appreciate your input on that. It looks like it's still coming in, but looks like we have a great mix today of public agency, DOT and FHWA folks, engineering companies, technology providers, academia. We'll have to dig into the other too. So we'll have to get a handle on contractors. Kiewit called me out. Okay. Next time we'll have contractors on the list. And of course, Roger Grant with NIBS or national standards. So, but no, appreciate that input. So why don't we go ahead to the next question, Janice? Who are you representing? And this is just, you can just type in who you're representing. I know we have a lot of DOTs virtually online today, a lot of different consulting firms, a lot of technology providers. So it's great to see all the, you know, we've got a really diverse group here, which is great. And this is really what we wanted for this event. You know, we really wanted to have this collaboration with a number of DOTs and engineering firms and technology providers and contractors. So you can kind of see all the different folks that are involved here, but no, this looks great. And we will share the answers to these questions after the event as well, just to give you an idea. So what are you most interested in learning about today? So if you could type in your response there. Oh, Trisha, asset management.
Didn't even do it. I didn't even say it. That was you. Thank you.
So that's Trisha's favorite topic. So IFC is great. National standards, that's great. Yeah, a lot about IFC and where that's at. A model is a legal document. You'll hear MALD a lot. That's what that stands for. So that's great. I draw a strong parallel with models, legal document, and open data standards. BIM and GIS, that's great. Let's see. Okay. Where JTCEES and JSTAN are headed. So that's good. All right. Now this is in good alignment with the agenda. So that's really good news. So, but that works well with the agenda. Okay. So I think that was the questions. Was that the last question, Janice?
Yep, that was it.
Great, great. Now, we really appreciate your input on that. So now I'm going to turn it over to John Wilkerson and Mike Kennerly to talk about the BIM for Infrastructure Pooled Fund. This is the other major pooled fund that's going on. So I'll turn it over to you, John. And John is another one. I worked with John when you were at Michigan DOT. John is another long-term member of JTCEES, and a number of us have worked together at least 7 years, I think even longer.
It's been a
So
while.
great to have you here, John.
Yeah, thanks, Will, and it's great to be here. I'm gonna kind of try to cover this with 15 minutes. Before I get into it, I wanted to address Chris's question about BIM Week a little bit more directly and acknowledge what Jim said about Kyle Clutie helping plan it all. Originally had this grand plan to have a lot of people engaged, but we kind of pared that down. Wanted to make sure we had the pooled funds in the room and collaborate on the key things. What the outcome of that is when you have a bunch of states that are already in pooled funds, they have their AASHTO committees, and so they're going to be meeting during the week. So it's really kind of what it's about. We wanted to get vendors there. We wanted to bring more people in, but we really figured we had to do a lot of collaboration between the pooled funds to really have a common way to really engage with the rest of the industry. So Julie, excuse me, Ian, that's been doing a lot of good planning with me. So like we could have a collaboration session in the middle of the week to kind of do that. So anyway, with that, I'll get into my presentation or where we're at with the infrastructure pooled fund. Really go over an overview, summary of what we did in year one, and really where we're going in at year two and beyond. Man.
That's I don't know why it's like a mouse too, sorry.
Yeah. Should I click on the arrow
Might be
keys?
easier to click on the computer.
Yeah, okay. All right. So this is the collection of states. There's I believe 21 states now involved. So a lot of people collaborating. You saw the slides earlier on the overlap between the pooled funds. With WSP, we formed this BIM Launch Alliance team. We have several subs that are kind of helping us out, especially now that we get into facilitation. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I have my water over there. I just didn't bring it up with me. So that's really kind of the consultant team. Really what we started doing, this revolving cycle of guidance and guidebook activities with a yearly submittal. This year got delayed. We talked earlier about how we need to really look at the AASHTO process and how we ballot or endorse or whatever these types of things. So we're really working through that to try to get that first round out and decided it needed to be a web book instead of a PDF. So we're working on really creating more of a knowledge platform. And then we have these BIM deployment tools, technology artifacts, technology tools, the data standards, et cetera, that will kind of roll into that, and we'll update those things throughout the course of the project. But the living draft and evidence-based draft, living draft, right, that gets back to digital delivery is constantly moving. So some of these things we know we're going to be changing. So it's really just state of practice is what we're trying to capture. So year one summary, these are the guidance documents that you should be able to find on the website. So there's quite a few of those. I won't get into those. This is the clearinghouse. The structures there, the quote unquote QR code, the Q code, kind of like I'm thinking about a library, right? All the information about the different guidance that's going to go in there. We kind of have that structure built out, but we need to work on the curation process. But in the clearinghouse today has our deliverables, has some of the process map that you see there on the right that we're using for everything else. We've done a lot of liaison activities. We're trying to, collaborate to kind of build this into a stakeholder engagement group, pointing back to the same things we already pointed about today with digital delivery, et cetera. And then collaboration, right? These are things that we're working on tying down in the middle. We're gonna have a lot of discussion during BIM week on data governance, data dictionaries, what do we call them? How many are there? That type of thing as we go through that week. Work plan summary, this is where we're going. Year one, a lot of this guidance we put together really brought the states together, leaning into a lot of the work that's already been done with the bridge pooled fund and other things that have been going on in the industry so that we set a foundation of knowledge. So we're all starting from the same point when we collaborate on where we're going with data standardization. So now in year two, we're starting to get into that design to construction is a focus, but we're also looking at digital as-built as far as building out the data dictionary. And as is already mentioned, kind of working on these things kind of together as you look at data standardization. Year 2, we're going to focus more on year 3, digital as-built, and really starting to get that into the IDS structure. And then year 4 and 5, you start getting into some of that implementation strategy and pushing out there, getting to that right side of the process map that Julie had out there. So really, what is the workhorse project? That's what this slide's meant to convey. Really, I think of it as a urban state route, right? So you have a lot of the different infrastructure in that environment. We're trying to work on limiting that based off of the different things that are there. But we are touching things like signals, et cetera. So really looking at that 80% rule that what do you do most of the time, right? These are the TAC members that are in that work area that's working on building out that information architecture. What are the information requirements? What are the definitions? This is kind of the different ways we've broken it out. We got roadway and geometric features. Robert's in the room. He's helping us facilitate that group, as well as the survey and existing features and earthwork and grading. Then we have drainage and utilities, and then traffic, which is really covers a lot of things. We've learned, talking about where's the limitation, traffic management systems, really we've learned in that group. We're going to kind of touch on that just enough to know where it is and how we interact with it. But we can't really go down in the weeds too far on that. And then geotechnical aspects. You'll notice some things are missing in here, but the goal is to kind of really touch on some of those other aspects to the point that we know how to map it into, let's say, an IFC and a data dictionary. So really what it looks like, the roadway earthwork group is an example. This is kind of an update status slide from our monthly meetings, where we've put out some of the level 1, level 2 definitions, and we're really working on references and roles and responsibilities next. So we kind of left it at level 1, level 2, level 3, not necessarily to name those things because that can get confusing, especially if you're not as attuned to what's going on. So we want to try to get everybody's input. That's kind of what that looks like with the definitions and getting some of the review feedback from the tech members. So that's kind of where we're at on that. And then the next step is to get into really that IDM development and the testing framework later this year. Our cycle is, I believe, July now. Just so everybody knows, when I talk about a year, that's when it ends. So then we get into the program engagement work group. That's really our stakeholder outreach and our BIM deployment enablers. That's kind of what we've called them. Really starting to look at planning the mid-year meeting and really look at a more specific roadmap for where we're going, and put out some short videos on really what is BIM for infrastructure and what does data standardization mean. So we're working on getting those topics to put those out throughout the year. These are the tech members involved with that. Looking at BIM Week, it'll be our first in-person business meeting. These are some of the things in the BIM for infrastructure group, some of the topics that we're going to cover, and some of the things kind of under those: data standardization, really looking at what we've developed, and then really getting, we've gotten some tech review, but really kind of making sure we come together and come to consensus on where we're at. Look at the use case process steps, and then building out that knowledge platform, align on how we're engaging with industry groups. One of the key outcomes of the collaboration session was having one voice between the pooled funds, and then aligning with ADCMS. What are the things that impact in the ADCMS? There's a lot of, as was already noted, there's a lot of engagement on data and standardization, and we're doing the same thing. So making sure that we're aligned on the ins and outs between the different projects, et cetera.
Well, our next topic is Roger Grant with the National Institute of Building Sciences. NIBS is one of the partners for buildingSMART, so we work a lot with Roger, and he's updating us on the buildingSMART USA and NIBS partnering to advance digital transformation. So I'll turn it over to you, Roger.
Thank you, Will. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me to share a little bit about my organization and what we're doing. That's me. So this is NIBS on one slide, National Institute of Building Sciences. You might ask yourself, why is the National Institute of Building Sciences even here? Building is a verb. It is a process that takes place. It cuts across all sectors. In fact, the problems that we really need to address, safety, security, performance, climate change, resilience, risk, permeate the built environment. And it's important to look at things together. And as we move more and more to digital twins, we can see that trying to use the virtual world to help us optimize, manage, address the many challenges we face in the physical world. So these are things that we work on at NIBS. We were created by the Congress 50 years ago to actually address building codes in housing at the time, which was a big issue. But we've continued to work across all sectors. Our work is done by doing projects for federal agencies and taking that work and bringing it to the public and bringing the public and private sector together to work on those projects. In fact, Federal Highway is up there. We did a project that actually led to IFC being selected as the standard for modeling bridges based on the work we had been doing with buildingSMART over the years on modeling buildings. So this work was done through our Digital Technology Council. Now, at the time was the buildingSMART Alliance actually originally was at NIBS and then moved to be an international organization. So we've had a long history of working together with buildingSMART on different projects and through bringing things to the public sector. Here, I was going to just give a quick overview of some of those things. Will mentioned that we work together with buildingSMART a lot. NIBS has an MOU with buildingSMART International and with buildingSMART US. On the international front, we really look to highlight our joint efforts to develop standards and processes and procedures to help the building industry. buildingSMART International and IFC and IDM and IDS are really focused on information exchange. And in our standards work, we focus more on process management, the things that you have to do to create the project and that you would exchange information on. And in that way, we work with buildingSMART to do that complementary promotion and development of standards. And here in the US, we've worked closely with the US chapter and share membership on our councils and committees and programs to advance those things jointly. And I think it's important for us to keep that focus of what we can share between the whole sector for the benefit of our, of our nation. Somewhat to that point, we've been working recently with the Canadian National Research Council, buildingSMART Canada, and UK Digital Construction International. To advance the use of ISO 19650. ISO 19650 is a standard, a process management standard that establishes a framework for owners to organize their projects, to identify and collect the information that they need and want across the project lifecycle and set up ways to do that. And we recognize that there's a need for that here in the US, but we really don't have it in place. The UK sort of started this all with their UK mandate and Center for Digital Built Britain, and they created ISO 19650 from a British Standards Institute standards development. So they've been guiding us. We're working together with Canada on this and looking to develop what would be a forward and an annex for the US that would identify how we would modify ISO 19650 to work here in the US. And then there's an international standards process that goes through ANSI here in the US, American National Standards Institute, to develop that and have it promoted to ISO. ANSI is our ISO representative here in the US. And in fact, in kind of a unusual twist, AASHTO, the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, is the US Technical Advisory Group member for the technology focused committee in ISO that has ISO 19650, ISO 16739, the the IFC standard. So we're working closely with AASHTO to actually that tag has been a little bit in remission. So we're trying to get that reformed and working again, and then use that to develop the foundation for ISO 19650. But then we have to do the hard work of getting it used on projects. But I think you can see on some major projects that big organizations, HDR, WSP have done, they're using ISO 19650, and it provides benefits in both the vertical and horizontal building world and fills in some gaps of things that we need. It also closely complements the National BIM Standard US that my organization's developed, because where ISO 19650 will tell you you need a BIM execution plan on your project, the National BIM Standard tells you actually how to write one that's compliant with practice here in the US. So we think there's a lot to be done with that. We use it a lot more in the vertical sector than we do in the horizontal sector at this point. So there's a lot to be done there. There's also some general aspects in the project BIM requirements and information exchange aspects within COBE that have application to practice here in the transportation sector. And when we did the version 4 update, we attempted to add the transportation focus to it. In fact, we've got one of our leads of one of our work groups here in the room, if he doesn't mind me mentioning it. Connor was on the project BIM requirements work group. So we look to get people that operate in both sectors to help with this effort. And that's something we want to keep pushing, is what can be done on the process side. You know, a lot of the pool fund work, especially the bridge pool fund, is focused on information exchange, but there's a lot to be done to standardize process. And I think there's a lot we can do to leverage this. One thing I didn't put on here that's on the standards level that I want to mention that we're doing is one of the things that was on Jim's Gray's slide was Central BIM Transportation Library. We're working on that project with Federal Highway to look at a way to standardize on a transportation library. What I didn't mention about NIBS and our work with buildingSMART is that I worked on the buildingSMART data dictionary for maybe 20 years. So I've got a long history in trying to look at how to deal with terminology and centralized exchange of information. NIBS has done a lot of that as well with our whole building design guide website. I don't know if anybody is familiar with that site, but Department of Defense uses it to exchange all their criteria and all of their specifications in one place and manage them. So that's another project we're working on that is relevant to the transportation sector, and where we're trying to, again, bring this leverage of what we've learned and done in the vertical building sector to the transportation sector, and vice versa. There's a lot going on with practice and procedures in transportation that I think will ultimately help us in the vertical sector. We had a session at IE where we got the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to present with us on their program. And believe it or not, they build a lot of roads and bridges on their many military installations around the world. So there's a lot to be done to bring our industry together. And I think it's an important objective to keep at. And finally, I just wanted to point out that, we're really looking at digital twins as the place where we're starting to bring things together. And I know, those of us in the BIM world say, well, digital twin is just another term. And really all it is adding real-time data to a good model. So, I'm from the BIM world, but this is how we really operationalize and actualize the modeling of things to be able to use them to improve the built environment by better virtualization, better analysis, and better optimization of the things that we do before we do them. Last week, I was at a little event with Steve Jones, who works for Dodge, and I was reminded how, 30, 40 years ago, Engineering News Record had this tagline, build it first digitally. We're still trying to get there, but so join us in Washington, D.C., December 9th through 11th, if you'd like to participate in a discussion on digital twins. Here's a few QR codes you can snag if you want. There's one there on the Digital Twin Conference, one on the National BIM Standard, and one on our national program for trying to bring together efforts around BIM in all sectors and with all kinds of organizations to advance the use of technology. So that's my little share from the National Institute of Building Sciences, an update on the things that we're working on. Very pleased to have a role here in the transportation sector. I'm fortunate to work with the BIM for Bridges Pooled Fund Executive Committee and continue to carry forward that work we did on developing the IFC for bridges and process map. So look forward to keeping that going. Thank you all. And Will.
Well, thanks, Roger, for that presentation. Appreciate that. And while Julie's flipping the slide deck around, the last session on the national updates is on the AASHTO, the American Road Transportation Builders Association. That's a group that I've worked very closely with. So,
That's right.
yes.
Okay.
No, that's not
I
right.
didn't, that's not what you were saying.
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the AD80 update. I'm sorry. You're right.
The
You're right.
slide is right.
ARP
Okay.
is later. So, no, one of the groups that actually was, this event was done in collaboration with is the Transportation Research Board AD80 group. So I wanted to give you an update on that. Unfortunately, the co-chairs of this group, Jennifer Steen and Sean Blazing, weren't able to attend today. And give you a little bit of idea of how this group works. This is under the Standing Committee on Visualization at the Transportation Research Board. That's the AD80 group. So as you can see in this chart, this is one of the subcommittees under that group, AD80-1, which is BIM for infrastructure. And there's also a number of subgroups under that subcommittee. So I'm going to talk about those subgroups in a minute, but just wanted to give you a visual on this because there are a lot of different pieces and parts to this. So the different subgroups that are involved with AD80-1, one of those is digital delivery and open data standards. This is a group that I co-chair with Mark Counts with Caltrans. And we've had a lot of discussion about what's going on in the industry with open standards. How can we accelerate the adoption of open standards? So this has been a great group to work with. I can tell you this group is a variety of folks, a lot of university folks, engineering companies, some contractors, DOT folks. So that's one of the groups. We also have two other subgroups that are part of AD80-1. That's BIM performance data, analytics, and artificial intelligence that Phil Bell and Forrest Peterson lead. And then BIM asset management and O&M, that's Simon Lewis and Magdi lead. So those are the three subgroups that are under AD80-1. What Jennifer said, some of the key focus areas of AD80-1, definitely a big focus on data exchange standards. We all understand how that cuts across all these groups, how that ties to AI, how it ties to data analytics. So a lot of discussion on that issue. A lot of discussion on digital twins. You know, you've heard that term a lot today, but really digitalizing that physical infrastructure. And then also coordinating with the other committees within the Transportation Research Board. There's a tremendous amount of effort going on with the different committees. We've really tried with AD80 to tie into those other committees, but on construction, on asset management, on data analytics, you know, there's just a lot of work in this area and really trying to tie that together. So one of the upcoming meetings that we have for this AD80-1 meeting, this is an open meeting. It's a hybrid meeting. If you're at TRB, definitely attend in person. It's on January 7th. If you're not going to TRB, if you scan this QR code, you could sign up for this meeting. But this is, I've been involved with this group for many years. Many of the folks that are actually speaking today are involved in this group, but this is a great way to get tied in what this, what AD80-1 is doing, where we're going. You know, this group writes a lot of research need statements. It's really driving a lot of the research that we're doing moving ahead. So if you're interested, definitely sign up for that meeting. And then the last thing that Jennifer asked me to present is that it's very easy to get involved with this group too. This is on the Transportation Research Board website. So you can see the link below in the arrow there, but it's very easy. If you're interested in more information, be a friend of AAD80. That gets you on a mailing list where you get invites to meetings and really the occurrences. And this AD80, I can tell you, we meet multiple times a year virtually. We always meet in person at TRB, but it's a great group to be involved with. And I appreciate them being a collaborator on this conference.
Okay. All right, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the second half of our morning session. And we wanted to make sure that we weren't just all talking about things in theory, right? And that we weren't just giving updates from committees, although committees are super important. So this is an exciting part of our day today, and it's called openBIM in Action. And PennDOT, which Alan and I, we get to travel a lot together and hang out. It's the best when I have a glass of wine at the end of the day. In Iowa, we're going to highlight Iowa, and then Todd Bergland from PennDOT, thank you, Todd, is going to present on AASHTOWare OpenAPI. And then we will do a Menti poll because we know how much you like Menti polls, but we will use the data, okay? So I'll turn it over. Oh, thank you. I'll turn it over to you guys. Alan and Marcia Yockey from HDR, welcome.
Let's go the way. There we go.
All right, appreciate the opportunity to speak today on PennDOT's ADCMS grant and open data standards. So let's see here. All right. There we go.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So PennDOT started the, I guess, journey into digital delivery back in 2019. And we set out with that vision of by 2025, construction projects will have the ability to be bid using 3D technology and no longer be in that traditional construction plan format. So along that journey, to get to that point, we have hit that goal of being able to deliver that complete digital project by 2025. We actually just let that project here just the other month. But that doesn't end our digital delivery journey. That's really where it starts, is first having that ability to be able to deliver these projects digitally. And then, one of our core values and what we were really looking at as the department is to be that data agnostic, software agnostic, not setting forth what our contractors or our consultants had to ultimately utilize to achieve this vision. We may have one path internally, but we did not want to lock down what our partners and our contractors, our customers really wanted to utilize and what they've invested in over the years. So when the ADCMS grants came out, we decided to go after one for open data standards and to put that into practice. So with our grant, we are working on developing two different structures, concrete structure and a steel structure. We will deliver those as an IFC file format as the contractual document. So with that, we will then move that into construction, work not only with our internal teams to design and set this up on the design side of it, but work with our contractors and our contracting community to be able to ingest that information, making sure they're getting the correct information that we're providing to them. So as we're working with them, keep the designers on board through construction to help develop that digital as-built, that as-constructed model. Then what we're going to do is deliver that as-constructed model from construction back to the department in the IFC file format. So it's a big undertaking. So we have, brought together a lot of different partners to be able to help us in that direction. So ultimately, we want to, enhance that interoperability of bridge design. So as we're looking on the left-hand side, there is a view from, our OBM, ProjectWise 365 at the time. But ultimately, we want to be able to utilize that same information in an open viewer that can get the same metadata that you can get out of that one. So being able to interoperable
with all of that data. It doesn't matter what the product line is. So our overall objectives of this project are really to improve that data interoperability. Support the transition to model as the legal document, improve the export and quality of the IFC models, test that validation service, making sure what is coming out of that product is correct, and make sure what is ingested is correct. And then a real big aspect is educate and train that workforce, because this is a big change in our industry. And this all digital delivery and IFC in general is a big educational undertaking. The more you talk about it, the more you explain it to people, it takes multiple times before it starts to really sink into a lot of individuals. So our core tasks, again, webinars, workshops on openBIM standards. This is something that we're not sharing just internally. This is externally as well. Marcia's going to talk about some of the webinars and so forth that we've put together and already have delivered. Looking at those model information requirements. Bringing all of that information out of OBM with item types for IFC. So working with our vendors to get that information out in a organized manner. We'll actually talk. Eddie will talk here from Baker, who's developing a lot of these the one project for us, and how we're working to gather that information and bring that forward. Design phase workflows. Contract advertisements. So how do we advertise these projects? Is it any different than how we're delivering our projects today? So going through our engineering construction management system, we do not use the AASHTOWare at PennDOT. So we have a different system that we utilize. So we have to make sure it is being able to be utilized through that product. So mock lettings, again, making sure we're getting out the information that we need. The construction phase workflows, engagement with our contractors. Working with them has been crucial the whole way through this process already. This is just another application or another avenue that we need to make sure we are working with them hand in hand to be able to get that information. Make sure they're on the same page that we are. And then, other outreach, so other industry engagements. So not only working with our contractors, but our partners such as utilities and environmental agencies and so forth that still have to ingest all of this information. So like I said before, it is a large team. We have procured the services of the HDR team to help us move in this direction. Under them, there's buildingSMART that is also a member of our team, Penn State University, Daring Consulting, Gannett Fleming, and others. So it is a large team to move this forth, along with my digital delivery team internally. And we also working with our industry partners, Bentley, Autodesk, Trimble, our contractors association, our consultant, ACECPA. So working with them and then working with, our pilot project teams. So we have JMT and Michael Baker developing both of these different projects. So working with them hand in hand to get through this process. So those roles and responsibilities of the digital delivery team. So really facilitating those webinars, collaborating with other ADCMS grant agencies. So working hand in hand with the Iowa DOT on moving this forward. This is a very collaborative effort. This is not something that just Pennsylvania is working on moving forward. This is something that multiple DOTs are working on, and we're working together. So bringing in Iowa and going to Iowa as far as talking about this and working with the consultant teams to make sure we're all on the same page, moving in that same direction. That way, as we're conveying this information to our software vendors, they know that there's a common voice that we're moving in this direction, setting that stage for where we're moving. So identifying, our PennDOT requirements. And then the pilot project teams are really the ones that are really responsible for, putting all of this into practice. Really developing those models, creating those IFC files and so forth, validating those files. So, and then we have our PennDOT district teams. So They are all part of this. This is a wide group that is not just dedicated to digital delivery. So they're, brought into the workflows and providing that subject matter expertise. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marcia to get into our ADCMS scope and what we've done.
All right, thank you very much, Alan. Our overall scope is actually a 4-year project. So at the end of this, we intend to have an IFC as-built that comes back from construction that goes to asset management, but that we don't start doing that until years 3 and years 4. So a big part of this, and I think a question that everybody has with IFC, is what does that asset management piece look like? But we have 4 years to sort of work toward that. But what I'm mainly going to talk about now is what we're doing in years 1 and 2, which is to create that model as a legal document that is an IFC file that we're sharing back. So the way it started out was with an accelerated program led by buildingSMART International. So we have this mix of groups, right? We have the consultant teams, we have PennDOT digital delivery team, as well as the consultant pilot teams. Many of them are not familiar with IFC, open data standards, what the purpose of it is, why they're trying to do it. So we began with a 3-part webinar series where buildingSMART International came in and gave background on IFC, the IFC validation service, what is an IDS, and then we utilized their expertise to sort of do a kind of a discovery phase with all of us. So it's a bit of education, the webinars, the workshop, getting an understanding of where our knowledge gaps were going into the process. What was it that we would kind of need to do to plan out so that we could implement IFC as the file deliverable and get that into construction by middle of next year. So we started out with this workshop, then went into the delivery phase where we created an openBIM implementation plan. So what our approach is in terms of outreach activities, workshops, and so forth. So that's what we're working on right now. It also includes the development of project information requirements that need to go into these IFC files. And then we will get to the summary phase. So once we've figured out entirely what that workflow looks like in terms of adding the information requirements to the files, we'll have educational sessions. We currently have them with the pilot teams, but we'll have sort of final educational sessions that lead to developing that final package so that we can hand it over to construction. So we had the openBIM webinar series to get started, and then we had the consultant groups, the PennDOT and the pilot teams get together for a 1.5 day in-person workshop in Pittsburgh. And this was more hands-on training. So those webinars were sort of like 1-hour sessions where, hey, here's some background on this, here's some background on that. In this 1.5 days, we actually had people opening up IFC files, getting into BSI's validation service, using an IDS application called ACA in order to create IDS files and also verify project information that was in the IDS files that they were working on. And so this was, I think we had good opportunities where we had some people who had more of an overview project management background, but we also had some doers in there. And we had people from different software vendors. So people from Trimble were there, people from Bentley were there, people from the pilot teams were there. And so they were really kind of able to open up files and be like, all right, this is where I'm stuck. This is where this didn't work. This is where if you just change this text line right here in your IFC file, it'll display that you have the correct data schema. All sorts of kind of like initial steps of like, what is it that we're not seeing in our process? And I think for a lot of people, giving them a hands-on opportunity that they never had before. We talk a lot about IFC in sort of theoretical overview terms, but we don't necessarily get into the files all that often. And so I think even people who had been in a lot of the development and pushing forward of IFC learned a lot by actually jumping into the IDS, like actually verifying information, actually seeing what that process was like. And then out of that workshop, that purpose was, it's discovery. It's kind of giving everybody a chance to get into these files
see what's working, and then give their perspective on where they think the issues are gonna be and what we should prioritize going forward. So a big ask out of this was additional workshops that were between design and construction software vendors. So we'll continue to have, we have working sessions with the teams, but we'll also have additional get-togethers where we bring Bentley, Trimble, and Autodesk together to talk about what we're seeing with the IFC files that they create and how that comes into construction applications. We have to actually develop what that openBIM workflow is from design to construction, or how your modeling changes, how when you're doing the as-built, you're able to model those changes to content. So people really need workflows. They really need their hands held. And that's not to undersell anyone's intelligence. It's just that people don't know what they're doing. This is new. They don't have a whole team of people that they can go back to around for a process and be like, oh, do you know how to do this? There's no one to go to. So we have to create those workflows that people are able to work off of. So having training plans and guidance for sharing out those workflows is also going to be a really big part of that sort of change management piece, being able to use this beyond the pilot projects. And this was a huge request from people over and over again, establishing what those standards are and the means of enforcement. Yay, you put some standards together. Okay, how are you actually going to make sure that I comply with those standards? And we all know how this works with DOTs. You have multiple districts, regions that are kind of their own city states. Yet headquarters will have what they want to implement down to everybody. And then the people working on the actual projects, they say, well, that's nice, but I'm going to go off and do it this way. And then you end up in that situation where your data is not high quality because it failed to comply with the standards. So when you're trying to run some check on it or utilize it in some downstream application or for asset management, it's not going to have the value that it did because you don't have that, because you didn't enforce the standards that you were trying to push out there. And then, just making sure that we're continuing to engage with other organizations, specifically with the pooled funds, looking at the IDS the first time. There's things that, it takes a lot to put those together. There's certainly different things that you start to see as you're working on it with like a specific project, making sure we have a good back and forth about why information is in there and for what purpose and how we should reformat things that are specific to PennDOT. So the main focus of what we're doing in year 1 and 2 is the design to construction use case, which is what the transportation pooled fund has provided for us. And so this is, you are packaging up your design information as an IFC file. People really want to talk to you, Julie. So the core thing here is, are we able to hand off an IFC file that a contractor can use in order to make their cost estimate, the specifications are available, that it's easy to follow. No one's going to come back and sue us on down the line, that it's sufficient for contractors to understand the project. And I apologize, there's a slide that's hidden in here. And so we have 2 pilot teams who are going to be testing this out for us. And so and I want to make sure they get credit for that. So that's Michael Baker. And so Eddie's going to present after us. They're doing the steel structure. And then there's JMT, they're doing the concrete structure. And the Michael Baker project is like from beginning to end. It starts out as a model, whereas the JMT team, they actually have final plans and they're converting it to a model deliverable. So they get the fun part of implementing the design process, the openBIM workflow. So there's 2 different things, right? There's the openBIM data standards, the open data standards that are created by buildingSMART International. But then there are the technical solutions, and then there is the design process that were developed by the pooled fund, which is what we're actually applying. And so it's basically these 6 steps here. Some of them are easier than others. So 1, design development. PennDOT has already been doing that with their move to digital delivery by 2025. People, they have been delivering DGNs as the contractual model. So now the difference is that they'll deliver that DGN, they'll publish it to IFC, but their development of the model and its information itself and those elements within it is the same as it has been. So what then becomes more complicated is step 2, where we have to figure out how to get the IFC information requirements into the file, right? Publishing to IFC is not enough to give your elements the classifications that they need to be understood in downstream applications. So how do we make sure that every element that is in this open bridge model is classified correctly for IFC? How many different levels are we attaching to it? What additional information requirements or property sets need to be attached to it? So the consultant team, and they've been working with Iowa DOT as well, are working on figuring out how to do the IFC item types that can be used in Open Bridge Modeler. And then those will be attached to the files. And so then we get into step 3, where we're coaching the pilot teams how to bring in those information requirements, attach them to the elements within their file, and then be able to publish that IFC file correctly for export. So steps 4 and 5 are confirming that these files are, that they're successful. So IFC file validation, that's buildingSMART International has the validation service. And so basically with that, you're confirming that your file has the correct data schema. So you pass or you don't pass. And so once you've confirmed that you actually have the correct data schema in that file, then you move on to information requirement verification. And so this is where your IDS comes in. The specific information that's supposed to be tied to those elements within your file, have you attached those correctly? And so this is that IDS checker where you're going through to confirm that what PennDOT wants to see or what Iowa DOT wants to see in their files on their modeled elements is actually in there. And so pass, fail. And once you pass through all of that, then you can share this file to the bridge owner in order to advertise. So that's your file delivery. So that's the first huge lift is, of course, helping those design teams, get to the point where they can attach that IFC information. And Eddie will talk, I think, in more detail about like what it means to do that. But once we get beyond that, it's still a big part of, this initial phase. You have to do design, contract advertisement, and construction workflows in order for this to be able to let in summer of next year. So we're doing engagements with the contract advertisement team. So that's the PennDOT contracts group, the ADCMS team. And so it's a mix of engagements in order to figure out what that data exchange workflow needs to look like for them. What are the data exchange protocols that they need? And to conduct mock lettings to ensure that when this file is actually published for advertisement, it's showing up the way it's supposed to. And the data that we expect to be in there for our contractors is in there. And then additionally, construction phase workflow. So like that difficult piece of change management is making sure that our contractors don't want to throw the file out the window and immediately go out and pay some consultant $100,000 to make a plan set of the file. Like we're trying to keep them in the model. We want them to use that data. So making sure that we're engaging with them regularly and early, both the Association of Pennsylvania Contractors as well as additional software vendor engagements, bringing those people together so that contractors can see what the potential is for using that data, as well as just making sure that nothing catches them off guard, that nobody feels like they're on the back foot or unable to bid on this because they weren't properly included in the process. And then agency and peer engagement. So a big part of this, and James Gray was talking about this earlier, is we're not trying to hold on to any information just for ourselves. The purpose of this is to move everybody forward. So if we have overlap between other ADCMS projects, then we need to make sure that we're working with them. So because there's really similar goals in terms of IFC item types, we're working with Iowa DOT on that. In terms of doing engagements, where we're really trying to see like what kind of IFC file we're getting from the different design applications. We're planning to bring multiple state DOTs together who do their design in a variety of applications. So PennDOT is a Bentley state, but we're going to work with Montana DOT because they're using Autodesk to create their IFC files, and working with Caltrans, who is using Tekla to create IFC files. And that way we're able to get a concept of, okay, what's working? Why is it working? Why would we like, from PennDOT's perspective, maybe want Bentley to do it slightly differently? What is it that the different software does really well? And what do we like about that data structure, or how we map IFC information within those applications? What works well? So, making sure that we're not just stuck in our own little silo. The point is to be open data, software agnostic, working with other states so that we're utilizing what advancements they've made without going back to square one with everything that we do. And then we'll additionally have just conferences and webinars that share out the information that we've been learning in the process. And I think that takes me to the end, and I think there's a few minutes for questions. It disappears.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Eddie Leisio. I am a bridge engineer with Michael Baker International, and I'm going to be telling you about our PennDOT ADCMS bridge design IFC project that we're going to be designing and modeling. So just jumping right in, what we're kind of doing and the actual project that we're going to be doing. So this is a 1930s bridge in Northwest Pennsylvania carrying US 6 over French Creek. This is an old truss bridge, steel truss bridge that is in poor condition based on ratings and inventory and things like that. So this is what's going to be taken out, and we're going to be replacing it with a new bridge. And it's a little hard to see, but I got better views kind of coming forward. This is the TSNL for the bridge. We're going to be replacing it in kind with a 2-span continuous steel girder bridge, 5 steel girders over the French Creek there. A little bit zoomed in view just to get project specifics. 72-degree skew. We got 158-foot spans on the bridge over the river, or over the creek. It's a relatively big creek, as you can see in the previous picture. And kind of the elevation here, you can kind of see the grayed out view. This kind of big substructure is basically for the steel truss that's in place that's going to be taken out. And then this actually wasn't developed originally with TSNL from the 3D model. This was a classic 2D plan set. And they kind of converted it over, and this was the one that's going to be chosen for this ADCMS grant for the 3D modeling project for IFC. Okay, so we're actually getting into the modeling now. We have a basic model created, 3D bridge modeling software. We're using OpenBridge Modeler 2023, specific version there, 23.0000200. And we're using the current PennDOT workspace 2023 that's tailored to ORD and OBM there. And then inside the tool, Bentley does have an export to IFC tool. It's technically in technology preview right now, which means that it's not like officially part of the software. It's a plugin that you can attach to OBM and then get it, and then you can get some outputs into IFC from a DGM. And also down there, we're going to be using the Pro Structures plugin. So Bentley has a tool called Pro Structures. It basically is a more complicated detailing software that allows you to do some concrete and steel kind of detailing. We're actually going to be using the one they have. You have to use the license, but you can actually get these tools inside OpenBridge Modeler under the single software, basically. And then that gives you the ability to use the Pro Concrete tools. And those tools are going to give us the ability to do reinforcement marking. So each individual rebar, there will be 3D rebar in each of these projects. And each individual rebar is going to need a specific, unique code, as everyone knows, for rebar scheduling, basically, for these projects. And then that Pro Concrete underneath the Pro Structures plugin and the license and everything like that, it allows us to do reinforcement scheduling. So once the bend diagrams are applied to each of the 3D rebar and then it has a unique code, the reinforcement scheduling tool inside Pro Structures allows you to actually get this data out. And you can copy and paste this data out into Excel and actually do some slight tweaks, because usually there's a couple errors that you need to essentially undo and make sure it's fully checked in the Excel format. So, and then down there, Pro Steel as well. It's a relatively straightforward bridge, 5 girders, whatever it is. We'll be using some of the steel detailing tools inside Pro Structures. I got some exciting 3D graphics, which is the best thing about 3D projects. So this is actually our open bridge model. We have the survey data kind of in place. It's going to be integral abutments down there, a little bit of a skew, and then here in the middle of the creek. What I'm turning on here is we actually did do a terrestrial drone scan and a point cloud for the truss model that's on top of it in place. So another nice kind of integration thing. We were thinking of actually modeling the truss, but then we thought it was a little bit too much work, and it'd be a little bit easier, lighter lift, basically just get a 3D point cloud in place to help with constructability and how we're going to get the old bridge out and get the new bridge in. So we have that kind of a bit, information at our fingertips without having to do a complicated modeling process. So, okay, so next thing we are doing is we're actually getting an IFC file, and we're starting to actually get down to the brass tacks of it. So we're using the IFC, OBM IFC exporter tool. It exports to 4.3, 4x3. And what we're getting out of there is a little bit clunky right now. So we're working with Bentley to get some updates in place and then kind of how that's going to work. But I'll kind of get into that in the next couple slides. And a good thing to note on this whole thing, it actually needs a Bentley infrastructure cloud connection for this to work. So your DGN is housed on ProjectWise. It's on this cloud server. What it actually does is it takes this DGN model and then it puts it out to the cloud, and then it publishes it to an iTwin model. An iTwin model is a model that's kind of native to their online cloud things, BIM 365, Synchro, things like that. And it basically converts it to an iTwin model, converts it to an IFC file there, and then it downloads it back to your machine locally, basically through OBM. And that's how you're getting your IFC export. But you do need the connection in place for the software to be able to send it there and then get it back to this tool. And then down there as well, we are kind of exploring other IFC options as backups, depending on how the update of the software goes. And we actually do need to get a workable IFC file at the end. So we are exploring other IFC export options. Another video here. So US BIM, ACA. This is actually what gets exported without a lot of extra work inside the OBM DGN. This is the actual IFC export that comes out. So very similar. You see the integral abutments there, 5 steel girders, pile supported abutments. And then in the middle of the creek, you have a pier down there. And this is all generated by originally the OBM templates in the background, but then it's just exporting to IFC and then drilled shafts in the middle there. And then the main problem we're running into is what we've talked about a lot here today is standardization and how the data format needs to be exactly right in IFC. And I'm kind of digging into one piece there, the web. And all of the data is unfortunately in this IFC building element proxy class type right now, which isn't correct. And what we're going to be doing kind of going forward is making sure that the data is properly essentially housed inside IFC to make sure it has the proper hierarchy. So, and that's what we need to fix kind of going into the future. So IFC data structure. Spatial containment of data is like a big deal. We need to make sure the hierarchy is right and it matches up with everything on the IFC file format, basically. So what we're going to be having is IFC class data, and this is going to be attached via the TPF, that is what we're calling them, TPF bridge item types. And under the little red box under there, you can kind of see how these are all going to come together. But it will be applied as a very complicated item type library inside OBM, attached to the data, and then it's going to need to properly talk to the OBM or the OBM IFC exporter to get it into the right spot into the XML file, into the IFC file. Now on top of that, that's kind of the general bridge data and the general bridge hierarchy. On top of that, we're going to need extra pieces of information. That's where the PSET data comes in, property sets. This is going to be attached by TPF bridge PSET item types, and then also we're going to have PennDOT specific PSET item types. So this is Pennsylvania specific pieces of data that we need attached inside the model to make sure it's constructible and fabricatable, basically. So, and the nice thing about that is because Pennsylvania has been doing pilot projects already, a lot of this information and what information we need to attach to each 3D model and each part of the 3D bridge model is already determined from these pilot projects that we've done in the past. These bridges have been, let, fabricated, constructed, all with this information in the background, so we know it needs to be there. Now we just essentially need to make the connection from the OBM item types through the IFC exporter into the right spot in IFC, so everyone can view it as from the open file format. And then last bullet point down there, the AASHTO IDS. So that's a big deal, making sure that the file is correct and it works with, and everyone's on the same page with the export for the IFC. So we're definitely going to need some further refinement for this project for the IDS and making sure it lines up with whatever we're outputting from this IFC exporter. Then we're actually thinking about doing a specific PennDOT IDS to make sure that this PSET data is the same for every project. Again, you just kind of need a guide to make sure that all the files are the same. And then this guy here, spatial containment and mapping. So this is something that was developed, I think Transportation Pooled Fund developed this. And it's a really big spreadsheet actually, and it's an Excel spreadsheet. But what we have here, mouse here. So this is a very large hierarchy of data and how everything's exactly going to work. So if we kind of get into here into this IFC reinforcing bar, this is like the most drilled down view you can have. You're going to have a single rebar modeled in 3D, and that's going to be underneath the slab. So this IFC reinforcing bar is actually going to be underneath the hierarchy for this IFC slab.floor, and that's kind of the overall slab tag. And above that, we're going to skip this wearing surface because it's kind of under its own thing. But then above that, you're going to have the deck. So the IFC slab.floor is going to be part of the IFC bridge.deck, and then it's pretty easy to see where it goes beyond that. IFC bridge part.superstructure bridge site project. And that's kind of how the overall hierarchy works with the IFC file. What we're kind of working through now is if we could have multiple bridges under a single file, or if they need to be separate files, multiple units of bridges, just complicated data mapping things and how all this is going to work basically. Actually, when the rubber meets the road, you need to construct these projects. So this is a nice document that we have, and it's definitely going to be a real guiding light with how we're going to be getting this data in the right spot in the IFC file. And then item types and attributes. This is similar to one of the other slides, but this is kind of how we're going to kind of go about it. And we're deciding how far up that chain we need to go with attaching this data. So hopefully we can just basically go up to the bridge level and don't need the site and everything beyond that. Because if you need to input 8 pieces of data for each individual rebar into the entire project, it's going to be very time consuming, and we want to make this as fast as possible. So there are automation things that you can do inside the item types that make these faster and faster. If you know it's a reinforcement, it's under this, and then it trims down the lists and basically has hopefully a hierarchy basically to get it in the exact right spot. But again, it's a lot of work with Melley to making sure that these item types get into the right spot into the IFC file, because they're going to be doing the coding basically on the back end. So Quadri IFC sample model. This is something that we came across basically in the workshop. I think it was developed by Trimble. This is something that we sent over to Bentley. That was essentially a guiding light again. Be like, this is roughly what we want it to look like. This is a little bit better data schema. Here is an IFC file that will help you on your way into getting a proper IFC file. Okay, future coordination items. So really fancy picture on the right there. That was a project that was done in Pennsylvania, 3D reinforcement. So we're definitely going to be updating the OBM model, getting all the reinforcement in place and properly tagged and everything like that. We're also going to be updating steel details. So we're going to be putting splice plates in, shear studs on the top, anything else that basically the design kind of comes across. And then updating the OBM IFC exporter. That's actually not us. That's going to be Bentley, but it's going to be working with them. Then the next bullet point there is this creation of this item type library. So we need to basically, inside OBM, creating all these item types and this huge hierarchy of item types to make sure that they line up with the exporter and everything works together. So it's going to be a lot of testing and a lot of working through the data. First bullet point there, yeah, OBM export, and then class item types is kind of how the overall bridge works. And then PSET item types are individual things, like standards that Pennsylvania has, certain concrete styles for Pennsylvania, how the rebar works, everything like that. And then last bullet point down there, investigation into other IFC exporting and editing options. So we're definitely, depending on how it comes out and how the IFC comes out of OBM, we're probably going to need to do some editing after the fact, and we're looking into tools to basically be able to open up the IFC file and then tweak the data afterward, basically in something outside of OBM, because we're not sure if we're going to be able to get the exact right data with that, and mainly because it's going to be hard to have the Bentley people will be updating this exporter, and it's just a relatively slow process. So, that's what I have. So, quick, brief introduction. That's me. If you couldn't tell, I'm Grant Schmitz with HDR. I'm a bridge engineer in our Des Moines, Iowa office. Been involved with openBIM for probably the last 4 or 5 years, mostly on the peripheral of the phase 1 pooled fund project. Getting a little more in the weeds in phase 2. Looking forward to that. I think we're at a great time with where the IFC standards from buildingSMART are at. So I'm really excited to put what we've gotten from phase 1 into action through some of these projects. So I am going to start with a very high level overview of what the Iowa ADCMS project is. It's much bigger than Bridge. Will is actually the PM of that, but I do want to just highlight kind of what the overall goals of that are. So much like we've talked about throughout the day, the goal of this project is really to share information seamlessly throughout the enterprise, and not just the Iowa DOT enterprise, but external to stakeholders, to the construction contractors, with a particular focus on taking that data-rich environment that we get in design and taking that all the way to asset management. That's where the focus on the contractors and getting the information back from the contractors, shop drawings, photos, any other data-rich information that can be useful in future life cycles. Now we're focused on 3 key assets: state-owned utilities, bridges, as well as pavements. Now I know this is a bit of a wordy slide, but I think it's important to cover really what the project deliverables are. So first off, we have a written strategy to establish a digital asset data lifecycle thread. We also want to update the architecture diagram that clearly illustrates the relationship between lifecycle asset data and the Iowa DOT systems that are currently in place. Now, based on some of these pilots, we want to create a set of model-based standards, list of procedures to enable the transfer of this data through design to support bidding, construction, administration, as well as that handover to asset management. We'll also focus on training materials, how to produce, share, collect, and validate the information. And lastly, and this is a big one in regards to what the ADCMS objectives are, we really want to document those lessons learned and our best practices. How does it get used in industry, and share that information with other DOTs, other clients, as well as other stakeholders involved. Now, this is kind of the overall schedule, at least a preliminary schedule. I'm not going to speak to it too much, but at least it gives you a flavor of where we're at in a timeline with this project. So you can see it's distributed over 4 years. The bridge component of this will be towards the front end with this ADCMS pilot, which I'll be talking about on a majority of my slides going forward here. So what I thought I'd do, so Iowa DOT ADCMS pilot project is very similar to the PennDOT project. So a lot of what Eddie talked about is similar to what we're doing here at Iowa, at least in terms of producing the IFC models. So I wanted to step back because I thought it'd be useful for this group to explain the journey to openBIM for bridges, because we talk a lot about it. Well, how did we get here? And I'm speaking as a consultant HDR for Iowa DOT, but this is my opinion on how we or Iowa DOT arrived at openBIM standards. So we started back in 2017 with a large, complex bridge project with the goals of evaluating BIM software, exploring alternatives to 2D plan deliverables, and really understanding advantages during design and construction. Now, with the model success of that project, it was determined that creating a model as a legal document would be the best path forward. We chose one of those 3 bridges as the model as a legal document. It's the lower complexity of the 3. And the goal really was to enhance that use during construction. So we took that model through advertisement. We hosted a few different meetings with the contractor, pre-advertisement, post-letting meetings, really to bring them up to speed with the model. But it was really focused on the Bentley environment. So the contractor was was using the software or different versions of software that we used to author, which was OpenBridge Modeler. So I would say at that point is really where we learned the most about BIM and the need for an open BIM platform. So some of the challenges experienced during construction, we had limited exposure to CAD, particularly Bentley with the contractor community, at least in Iowa. There was some incorrect information that was pulled, which created some delays in the project. There were details pulled from some neighboring projects, which would think was a huge no-no, but it was done just due to their inexperience with the model. There's software cost aspects, as well as, you know, other less obvious advantages over 2D plan delivery, at least in a bridge environment. And then we've got some technology in the field challenges as well for this project. So what are the lessons learned? This is again bringing us back to those open BIM workflows. We need better awareness, you know, just with the contractor, other stakeholders on what the possibilities are with these open BIM workflows and BIM models in general. Increased training, again, across the board. We need that motivated workforce, and I think that comes from giving them a file that they can use in an environment that they're used to. And again, the big one coming out of this on the right side is improving those open BIM workflows. So from the end of that project, you know, creating this path forward, there's been a number of other implementation pilot projects that cover model development, construction management, and e-ticketing, as well as builds. There's been development of BIM standards and practices and the integration of those into the typical design process, standard design process for Iowa DOT. There's been a big focus on stakeholder engagement, annual BIM forums, peer exchanges, and Iowa DOT has really played a lead role in, as you heard earlier, the phase 1 transportation pooled fund, as well as that focused on design to construction handoff. And this all kind of builds up to the ADCMS program funded. So, you know, in my mind, it kind of came to a head where Iowa DOT realized the benefit of open BIM. There was an opportunity with the ADCMS grant funding to really put phase 1 products to the test. So now I'll jump into, you know, the bridge pilot for ADCMS. This is a 3-span pre-stressed beam bridge, multi-column piers, integral abutments, no skew, no special aesthetics. So really a simplistic bridge in terms of, you know, traditional bridge design. So you may think, well, you know, maybe that's a step back from what was done on 8380 back in 2018. Well, we really want to focus on the testing and the implementation of IFC exchange from, again, the transportation pool fund phase 1. So this is just kind of where we're at in the world with this project. Potawatomi County in Iowa, which is that way, and just a preliminary model that was created for this project. So we'll take this model. This is really just shell elements and refine it for final design, integrate reinforcing, integrate a lot of other the finer details that'll achieve the LOD 400 that we're looking for a lot of these objects. So you can see it's probably fairly small up there, but you can see our schedule of level of detail that we'll be targeting. We'll also be creating those supplemental details as needed to support the model. Not everything can be modeled. Not everything, in my opinion, should be modeled, and we really need to focus on the information that is valuable, you know, in future phases of the project. You've heard it before. There's also stakeholder outreach that goes along with these projects. So we have some planned AGC coordination coming up, as well as work with software vendors. You know, Eddie mentioned it that we're working with Bentley currently on, you know, the process to get the IFC file out of OBM. So we'll continue to work with those, and I would imagine that we plan on expanding that as well to other vendors. But right now, because our product, our authoring software is Bentley, that's where our focus is, just to make sure we can meet our schedule. So this is where, you know, Eddie's process and what we're doing in Iowa really kind of are fairly similar. And we
we've been collaborating on a lot of things so far, the Bentley, on the Bentley side of it, as well as just, general discussions between, Eddie, Joe Brenner, myself, which has been really good. So I'm not going to speak too much to the process because it is very similar, but keep in mind that that's what we're going through as well. In terms of validation, we'll go through the BSI validation service. We'll really focus on this IDS, design to construction IDS that was created to validate the IFC model. And then we'll do more of a manual review right now of model geometry. I don't think there's really a great tool to verify the geometry within the IFC file. I think there's some just general trust that geometry will come through. But when you're signing and sealing the project, you really want to make sure, or at least, from a comfort level, I want to make sure that geometry is what it was in my authoring software. So again, that's a little bit more of a manual process at this point. So current activities, we're currently working with the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund to enhance Phase 1 IDS. You heard Jeff speaking in the cloud somewhere. I'm working closely with him on enhancing what was produced from Phase 1. There's been a lot of updates. IDS 1.0 was officially released, I believe, this summer. So we're making those enhancements. So the previous deliverable for the IDS was really just the foundation. Now that I think we have a good opportunity working with these pilots directly, we can refine what was done in Phase 2 and also inform, what was done in Phase 1 and also inform what's going to be done in Phase 2. We'll also check against the IDS audit tool. It's another buildingSMART tool that really just checks some of the technical aspects of the IDS to make sure it's compliant. We talked about the Bentley collaboration on spatial containment, on piece sets, on property organization. So we're hopeful that Bentley can deliver for us an IFC file that will contain that spatial containment. And one other thing with the IDS is I believe there's a component in there that allows you to check spatial containment. We're just getting into that component of the IDS, and I'm hopeful that we can build that into our IDS to verify what that spatial containment is, what it should be from the model. Lastly, I have in here initiate final design calculations. That's really just our first step in this process to try to mitigate our risk of changes after we get into the details of the model. So a quick schedule now through December, working on establishing those workflows, building out those tools and libraries that through item types will allow us to create the properties, the piece sets that we need to work on those final design calculations. We'll really get into the modeling towards the beginning of next year with a final model deliverable in July and then a project letting in October. And then we do have some planned hours as well for continued construction coordination. This is, again, a lesson learned from the 8380 project. We really want to support the contractor where we can in terms of their use of the model, understand the benefits, and just make sure that they have everything they need to fully leverage the model that we're providing. One other project I want to mention, unrelated to the ADCMS, but similar in terms of what we're trying to produce here. This is another program that James mentioned. This is a STIC grant, and this is related to the Lansing Bridge up in Lansing, Iowa, over the Mississippi River. This project is currently under construction, and we're working with HNTB on this project, which HNTB's task is really to create an environment in which they can house the asset or the information from construction that can be easily accessed for this project. As you can imagine, it's a very complex project. There's a lot of information coming from construction. And in my opinion, this is a great opportunity to try to capture that information. HDR's task, update the model. Both was the original creator or author of the model. We're taking basically where they left off, which was in a pretty good condition, but we want to make some enhancements and then get that out to IFC 4.3. So we're hoping that we can run that in parallel with the ADCMS pilot project a little bit in terms of how we're collaborating with Bentley, and building out the spatial containment and just, creating those P sets and properties. So we're targeting an end of January timeline for those model updates.
Thank you.
Looks good. All right.
Yes.
Well, thanks, everyone. I'm here to talk about the AASHTOWare Open API. Very excited to be with you. Thanks, Trish, and thanks, Will, for this opportunity to present. Just a little bit of background on the Open API. This has been in really kind of a phase of development since roughly about 2019. It really originated from the technical application and architecture group of the AASHTOWare subcommittee, and in conjunction with WSP, we have brought it to fruition. And in 2023, we went into production with the AASHTOWare Open API. We talked about our relationships, and right now we have many state agencies using the AASHTOWare Open API in conjunction with many of our contractors, Bentley, Autodesk, Trimble, Hull Hub. So it really has been a exciting process in how we coordinate with our vendors and how DOTs work together to come up with really good solutions. So you already know me. Just going to give you a little background. The API stands obviously for Application Programming Interface. APIs have been around for forever, since the 1950s, and really an API is how you communicate between different systems. And as time has progressed, we've went through things like COBRA and SOAP and protocols that allowed us to connect to different systems and interface with systems. And, we used to have flat file integration, CSVs, XML, and we're really at an exciting point of where we can reuse code and connect with systems. And now going into a web cloud-based environments, this allows for a tremendous amount of flexibility in how we connect our systems. We talked about interoperability. Well, this is really interoperability 101. And excited to certainly show you what we've done and where we're progressing with this effort. Again, we talk about data silos and how you connect your data silos at DOTs. When we first started down this path of developing the Open API, WSP visited 5 Department of Transportations, and we went through a number of use cases and developed use cases for how we would eventually connect systems within DOTs. A lot of the DOTs out there obviously are using Bentley, Autodesk, similar, GIS, Esri, financial systems, pretty consistent across DOTs from SAP to PeopleSoft to, we developed a number of use cases for how we would connect and move data between systems and AASHTO, AASHTOWare. And as time progressed, we developed the use cases, and then it was a matter of getting these use cases into production. And so the Open API was developed. It really, as we progress down the path of developing the Open API, one of the basic frameworks that we developed in this process was ensuring that our data was secure when it moved from point A to point B. We came up with a list of what we knew were going to be integrations that DOTs were asking for. And one of the things that this framework allows for is the reuse of code, the ability to run on modern technology, and it funnels through a secure interface. The Open API is really a pass-through, and as we went through the development of the Open API, there were many benefits. It eliminated many barriers that we had through traditional interfaces. Not to get too much into the IT world of things, but it presented the option for the no code, low code type of scenarios. The APIs allow for us really to, for developers not to even have to write code. It's just simple calls from one application to another. And it allows for a very streamlined process for how we connect the applications. The data is easily accessible. It really brings AASHTOWare into allows for many more integrations, and it allows us to really enhance AASHTOWare as we move forward. Right now, the Open API is being used by 18 transportation departments. It's been in production for 2 years. We've had numerous meetings, the AASHTO Data Summit, which we've had, which the most recent one was in Chattanooga, where we talked about potential interfaces for how we move data from applications, AASHTOWare to enterprise applications, or AASHTOWare to AASHTOWare applications. And coming out of those meetings, we really came up with some wonderful ideas, and I will talk about those shortly. Some of you may or not heard of the AASHTOWare Alliance program, which really allows for AASHTOWare to work with additional software vendors such as HaulHub for e-ticketing, which has an Open API alliance that we have worked on, and many more as we funnel our data integrations through the Alliance program. So let's talk about some of the things that we have done to this point. Our very first API application was with PavementME, which is an AASHTOWare application for the pavement software. And what they needed is climate data from MERA, which is a data provider that provides a tremendous amount of data as it relates to climate across the US. And our first Open API was that interface with PavementME and MERA, and that's been in existence since 2023. In addition, now there's obviously a lot of efforts going on in the e-ticketing world. Nebraska was the first one to spin up HaulHub and e-ticketing, and Virginia is now ready to go live with that. And the beauty of that is Virginia is just able to take the calls that Nebraska has done and easily put it into production. The other effort that we've been working on is with census data in our construction, AASHTOWare construction module. Minnesota and Wisconsin first brought this into production, is where construction projects have to provide information on payments to the U.S. Census Bureau. And that used to be a very manual process. It is now, we have an API developed for that. Minnesota and Nebraska are now ready to take what Wisconsin's done and put it into production based on those efforts. And it's a very seamless interface with very little code rewrite or changes in code. The other ones that we have worked on is the Ohio and Kentucky bridge projects. And that one has was a successful project that we completed in 2024. The one that I am very involved in is the Quantimet project, which is we prototyped at IHEAP this fall. There are 14 other DOTs involved in this project. I've heard a lot about item types in your discussions there. It really, what that is taking quantity information from ORD using item types and then bringing it into AASHTOWare pre-construction, AASHTOWare construction, AASHTOWare estimation, and then moving data back from AASHTOWare into the Bentley ORD product, and then item types. And in addition to that, Autodesk has a working prototype that they developed for Montana using a similar functionality. So we are excited to move that Quantimet effort forward. We have a lot of DOTs that really are interested in getting that data moved from item types into AASHTOWare project. And I'll do a little demonstration on that shortly. And then another one that takes ordering, sampling, and testing information from materials and provides it to construction material sources. This is the Metro Plan Inspection, which was developed by MnDOT and is now being prototyped by Ohio and other DOTs. So we're really excited about the OpenAPI. You know, you guys talk a lot about standards and data and interfacing, and it's all really so exciting. We're so excited for IFC to mature and how eventually we move into that IFC schema. And we're anxious to see the maturity of IFC as it moves forward. Some additional use cases that we're looking at. A lot of DOTs are looking at, as I said, at connecting financial systems and SAP and PeopleSoft with Oracle. They want to get that, push that financial information over from their construction modules into the financial systems to track payments and payments to contractors. And project management systems, this is kind of the front end where you have your STIP and your CHIP and contractors, AASHTOWare is looking to get early project information from those front-end project management systems. So that's another one that we're looking at. And again, the material data sources. This is another one that was discussed quite a bit in Chattanooga, where we could identify pit locations and then pass information from our materials office into AASHTOWare data analytics for determining where our pit sources were and what it could easily drop an Esri map and provide that information back to AASHTOWare project. And then document management systems. I know there's a lot of different document management systems out there, from ProjectWise to EDMS to all different systems that exist across the many DOTs. So these are 4 that are on a horizon, and we're certainly excited to move these forward. I do want to, this slide will give you everything and anything about the AASHTOWare OpenAPI. And the big, I encourage you to go out, take a look at it. It does get very techy, but again, WSP has been our contractor. Jag Malella, which I saw on a previous screen, has been one of the lead PMs on that, along with Cedric Bodrick. And Cedric is without a question the most knowledgeable in the OpenAPI. So if there are really techie questions, Cedric will get you going. And but mainly, I really want to say that we have been having webinars. We just had one in November, just actually this week, talking about the specific use cases. Nebraska demoed the e-ticketing OpenAPI, and then at the AASHTOWare Connect meeting in Providence, Rhode Island, which is coming up in April 25, we will be discussing additional interfaces that we want to move forward within AASHTOWare and work very closely with our software partners and contractors to move further efforts ahead. So just quick, in the interest of time here, I got a quick video which is going to show you moving item types to AASHTOWare project. And this on the left is kind of the high level technical architecture. But quick video here. Hopefully we're seeing this. Sorry, I do have this one screen in the way, but this is using the Bentley Infrastructure Cloud. And what it is doing is pulling pay item information from AASHTOWare project, and it brings in costing information into the Bentley Infrastructure Cloud. And again, it was just a quick snippet of what the Quantumit project does. And we're really excited to get that into production because a lot of DOTs are certainly looking to get that pay item information from ORD and Autodesk into AASHTOWare project and then ultimately into construction. So I know I sent a lot at you there in a little bit of time. Will and Trisha, thank you so much for allowing me to present, and look forward to continue to move the API forward.
Todd, thank you. Again, we need to be in the same place at the same time one of these days. Well, Minnesota we are, but thank you. So any questions for Todd? Yes, we have one, Todd, so stick with us.
Okay.
Yes, hello. Any plans to add these for bridge projects?
For bridge projects I heard the tail end of that. The first
Yeah.
part.
Any plans to add this for bridge projects?
Yes. And that's a great question. I think Eddie was presenting on the OBM software and just about fell over when I saw those contours, as I remember doing that. a long time ago, but we plan to integrate with the OBM software bridge through the QuantumIt effort, and they will pass their item types over into AASHTOWare project pre-construction. And so that is one of our phases, and that's one we will actually be discussing extensively on Thursday. So and we are working with the bridge experts from Bentley to move that data over as it relates to item types.
We have another question for you, Todd.
Yep.
Todd, thanks so much. I see that we're all here really trying to chip away at the mountain to make it more effective, make it more down the line of where we're going. I would love to hear what your aspirational vision would be for the sector with the work that you're driving, say in the next 5 years. What drives you? What's the passion? Where do you hope that we get to?
Oh, that's a great question. I hope that as it relates to the OpenAPI, interfacing and is certainly something that is very critical within DOTs. Having a secure environment, I think security is extremely important as we move forward. I would like to see futuristically IFC schemas incorporated into the OpenAPI as we move forward and we move data between the systems. That's always been a vision to have a standard. As we move forward with digital delivery across all these agencies, standards are so important, and the only way digital delivery is going to work is through standards. I can't, Will, I think he said he's been doing this for 37 years, and I'm so excited to see it get to this point finally. And we're starting to realize at DOTs that data is our most important asset. And at one point, all these systems will be integrated using a standard schema and using standard APIs that will be secure. And people will be getting real-time data and not moving flat files around like we used to. I envision that world happening, and we're getting close.
So what I'm seeing and hearing is a lot of motivated people, which is so cool, right? And we have the DOTs that are ready to do things. They just don't know how exactly, some of them. And then we have funding. Thank you, FHWA. It's always good to start out with funding talk, right? In the morning.
100%.
How can I do it?
100%.
Thank you.
All right, so if we go to your Menti, and then I think it'll switch you ahead, right? Skip ahead. Okay, question number 4. Which initiatives have your organization undertaken to integrate OpenBIM workflows, software, and standards into your projects? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can we pick more than one?
And
Oh, shoot. Can only pick one. Can you go back if you picked the wrong one? All right, what do we have? Pilot project and case studies. Wow, that's huge. 12. Research and innovation, also important. I know we talked about TRB. Our friends there doing a lot of research, writing NCHRP is what's needed. I've been a part of that program for a long time. Lots of research and lots of people that, again, are willing to try things, you guys, and not always succeed. It's okay to fail. We're going to fail in certain parts of this. Then we have collaborative industry partnerships tied with standards development and as well as industry workshops and training. I think if we could pick more than one, it would have been a lot more numbers here, but thank you. How about the next question? I think, do we have 3 questions, Janice?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a Mentimeter. Okay, yep, got it. So which OpenBIM USA use cases are you most interested in? So this one should be select all that apply. So we should be able to do that. So use cases. I've heard the word like data exchanges. I've heard use cases. What else do we call? Yeah, there's just, and I've heard like Todd just talked about kind of priorities. You know, what are some priorities? But take a look at these. Oh gosh, they're hard to read. You can see them on your screen better than I can. Is there a way to make them bigger, Janice, or no? You're trying. So my notes, design to construction, that is part of the infrastructure bridge pooled fund. Is that what was focused on phase 1? Is that correct? Yeah, okay. And then in the infrastructure pooled fund, is there a focus on an exchange? And then digital as built? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So it looks like the winner is design to construction, 40 votes, as well as MALD. I think that is a huge one that I've been hearing at PennDOT. Like, how do we get there? How do we get to MALD? And what does it mean for engineers? So that's a big one. 37.
How about the others? What others? What other use cases are we thinking?
Sure. Which OpenBIM USA use cases are you most in? Oh, other. So you can put other here. Janice, please jump in. Question 6. Okay, are we on the next question?
Yeah, these are the
I think
others,
so.
if anyone would like to
Okay,
add
all
other.
right. We jumped ahead. How many others were there in the last slide? Did you see?
Quite a few.
Ooh, resiliency planning, yes. And a lot of that's happening. A lot of metrics around resiliency. I always say resiliency is a verb, right? How is resiliency? How are we changing when it comes to resiliency? What are we doing? Estimating project controls, fabrication. I think we heard a little bit about fabrication today. Capturing existing conditions, asset management, put it on there, please. Integration of materials and project. I'm sorry, Janice, please.
Yay.
Jump in. Did you want to say anything? Okay.
No.
All right. Another one, Mentimeter. I'm telling you, this is really helpful. I think it'll be helpful for Will and myself to kind of get how has this shifted from the last time that everybody was here together, that we were doing this, as well as what do we need to look to do to prioritize. So number 7, which of the following are the most important to prioritize in the next couple of years? Here we go. Select all that apply. Looks like there could be about, 15 choices or so. Some of the things that were mentioned in other I'm seeing here. Again, what I saw today is a lot of focus areas, maybe in a little bit different way, but everyone trying to collaborate to come back together to really say, let's move this. I like to talk about the tilt-a-whirl. People that listen to me, they go, you always have the same thing. I'm like, I don't know, I can't help it. We're moving around in the big tilt-a-whirl, and we're also moving in our small little cars. Okay, so which of the following most important to prioritize? It looks like MALD made it as the first, model as legal document, and then industry training, really important. Oh, some more, sorry, more numbers coming in, just like the polls. Hold on. Can't call the election. Tracking and is that, oh shoot, you guys, I can't see that. Testing.
Testing and piloting.
Thank you. And then IFC technical development support, training. This is why I wore my glasses today. BIM to GIS, so I could take them off. Standards validation. Oh my gosh, so many good things. What got 0 or what got 1? Repository of example projects. Is that what that says? Okay. Thank you so much for doing this.
Okay.
Janice, do we have one more or is that it?
Yeah, that's it. We don't have any others, so.
Okay. Okay.
All right, sounds good. So let's continue for the third session of the day. We cannot run this event without sponsorship, so we are very thankful to have a number of sponsors today. Joining us here, it's Autodesk. So Andrew, please take it away.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, my name's Andrew Milford. It's great to be speaking here today. So I've only got 5 minutes. You're going to hear more of me later this afternoon. But I'm the Senior Product Manager for Civil Infrastructure. I focus on roads and highways and our digital project delivery initiative. I'm just here to give you a little bit of an update around where Autodesk is around our openBIM initiatives, particularly focusing on IFC for roads, rail, and bridges. A little bit of a delay there, but yeah, I'm just going to really start with focusing on, what is openBIM at Autodesk. So I mentioned later today, I'm going to be talking more about the tools, focusing more on the Civil 3D, Revit, Bridge, roadway workflows, but just to give a bit of a high level overview. So Autodesk is currently supporting IFC throughout pretty much our entire product line. So it's not just limited to Revit and Civil 3D, but we're talking about desktop and cloud products such as our BIM 360 and our Autodesk Construction Cloud, even through to tools like Inventor and other tools in the manufacturing space. So what we're seeing though is IFC 2.3 is still very much the most popular version we're seeing throughout industry, but we are seeing a big shift towards IFC 4 and IFC 4.3. And so we are going to be continuing to focus, and the presentation this afternoon is going to focus more on the IFC 4.3 initiatives that we're currently working on. And obviously, as future updates arrive and more specifications come down, we're going to evaluate them so that you, our customers, are always going to have access to the latest and most up-to-date BIM standards available. So when we talk about our guiding principles, so what guides us in supporting openBIM? So our mission statement is really around these three pillars here, what you see. The first is it has to be performant and you have to be able to get your IFC data in a timely fashion. It can't be slow. It doesn't block your collaboration. We just released a new update to our Revit IFC model that is approximately 50% faster and uses 20% less CPU usage. So some big performance gains we're seeing there. Secondly, you need the ability to customize your IFC information based on your project specifications. And lastly, you need consistency. We expect you to be able to trust that the data that you receive and create is going to be consistently correct, first of all. And these are all Autodesk-wide goals. And because they're Autodesk-wide goals, we actually need Autodesk-wide tools to actually build these out as efficiently as we can. Particularly when we talk around performance and consistency, we look at our internal platforms, a system we have called the Autodesk Translation Framework, as well as looking at external ones, such as the Open Design Alliance. And this gives us access to a lot of optimized common engines so that we don't have to really build everything. It really minimizes the amount of bespoke applications we can build. So we're really leveraging ODA heavily as part of our design and development process. And with the ODA, it actually lets us scale our IFC support to files of practically any size. So we found that one to be really beneficial. We intend to continue and expand the use of all of these tools across Autodesk as we move forward into our IFC development. Mentioned before, customers need to have access to independent verification of the data that you receive, and you need to ensure that it is consistently correct. And so a major pillar of that is the buildingSMART certification program. So we take certifications very seriously at Autodesk. We want you to have trust in the data that we are reading and creating throughout our tools. So at the moment, Revit is the only existing AEC software that supports every available buildingSMART certification, and that is for 2x3 and IFC 4. But we are currently actively working towards getting some more certifications. We are committed to making the necessary improvements to the tools, specifically around Revit to get Japanese certification, maybe not as applicable to this audience here, but specifically around Civil 3D, where we're looking to work with the Civil 3D 4.3 pilot certification programs moving forward. This really is kind of a chicken and egg scenario where, we have buildingSMART continually updating the certification program and the checks, and we're continually following along, trying to update our tools and processes to meet those requirements. And that is my 5 minutes.
Some of you don't know LeapThought, and so I want to give you a little bit of background about us because I think it'll help connect to the aspirational component, which is why I asked the question to our colleague from Minnesota, Dot. We're a company that got started in New Zealand, okay? And we're quite large in Asia, and we've only been in the States for a couple of years now. The reason I say that is because I had a really interesting lunch with a couple of the colleagues here, and we were talking about this continuum of life cycle evolution here in the United States and the dots. We know some of the dots that are way in the leadership. I won't mention them, but many of them are in this room. And then we know the ones that are trailing. I want to add to that a global perspective of how this is being managed, openBIM, et cetera, open standards. And suddenly we find the United States quite a ways back on this overall paradigm. You see some of the leaders coming from countries like Norway, Italy, Singapore, Dubai, and the US is somewhere back on that train. So it's important for us to know that there are good examples of what's possible to do beyond the limits of our country. Of course, there's serious limitations about how to make those things apply here. LeapThought as a company started with a group of systems analysts, systems engineers who basically like to look at big problems and come up with solutions using IT. So we didn't start from the basis of being architects or engineers. We started from the base, looking at it from the enterprise perspective. What does an enterprise require to get something done? And then from there, figuring out how to make things work better. What does that mean? Well, when we look at this industry particularly, which is where we put our focus, there's a lot of great tools out there. But as was stated by our friend from Minnesota, Todd, and as I've listened to everyone this morning, the problem is interconnectivity. We have fragmented data. And now we're beginning to learn that data is what it's all about. It's not about the project, it's about the portfolio. It's not about just managing it, it's about the repeatability. It's about reusing information and data sets. So functionally, a couple of things I want to say very quickly is we're trying to come up with, and actually we have come up with, and it's operational, what we consider an enterprise scale integrated intelligence system. And it's based on intelligent connected data. There's a lot of IDDs out there, but they don't communicate either. What we've done is developed a system which enables a communication across different systems. We'd like to say that we want to keep it simple, which means for the actual user, you can just keep using what you're using. But the system in and of itself, which is powered by AI and machine learning, is able to actually do the transference, provide the data, and provide an enterprise management layer of visibility that enables repeatability. It enables standards. It enables the use of data throughout the entire life cycle, which is very important because we're also looking at the sustainability question. We love BSI because in essence, we've been open standards since we got started in 2012. We love ISO 19650 because that is the basis of what makes this all possible. If you don't have it, then you just can't move forward. Someone's going to make sure that I hit the right slide. I only have one. So there. Thank you. This is a slide that I'm going to talk to really quickly, and then I'm going to walk out of here in my remaining minute. This is a slide that can take an hour. But basically, what we've done and what we do is we go to places, we listen to the vision, and then we try to construct, which is different than coming as I used to work for Microsoft for 10 years, which is you come in, you say, we're Microsoft, you use our system, you don't like it, get lost. We do the opposite. What are your challenges? This is where we've gotten to so far. How can we partner with you? PennDOT was talking earlier about how they're working with the universities. We do the same in the places that we work, working with public sector, working to municipalities, working with who's ever involved. What this shows is a machine learning, AI-empowered model, which exists and is operational. We use the example of one of our projects in Singapore, which is a $160 million project, which is light rail construction, 160 different contracts, all in the same system. Mala's contract, one of the reasons I love Will so much, is because the notion is that you can actually start from the basis of your pre-design and carry through the entire concept all the way through. You know this, we've talked about it, but we're actually doing it. Now, there are different challenges in the States. We understand there's jurisdictional questions which make it more complex than, say, in New Zealand or Singapore. But we're working with our colleagues like Will, with WSP to kind of try to tackle these and get ourselves feet on the ground here. We also developed in the same context a regulatory checking mechanism, the first one in the world, operative in Singapore already, 8 agencies all online, which means you can do your model checking as you're going through the system. I'm not trying to explain it because I've got 30 seconds left, but by the time you finish this process iteratively, you have a digital twin. It's not gone back and made, it's made in the process because every part of your communication correspondence is captured in this model. You never have to step out of the line, which is why ISO 19650 is very important to us because you've set the standards in place for this. We know, I was talking to Mike at lunch, that the challenge is getting the right standards in place. That's the work of this group. But I just wanted to tell you that aspirationally, there is an organization which already has the software, which connects to Autodesk very well, to Trimble, Procore, et cetera, which can already begin this process with you and for you, and we tailor. So that's why LeapThought likes to be with BSI. That's why we're going to continue to be pushing towards the US market. We have some very interesting conversations going on now. Hopefully some of you will go to the BSI conference in Singapore, because 90% of all construction in Singapore, new construction, is on our platform, which is their platform, but we power it. So open standards, open to all. Data belongs to the government. Information is king, but you've got to get it to the right people. And Mike, we were talking at lunch, we were talking about how hard it is to get people to understand the importance of that and actually take it on and be able to drive it and utilize it. So that's 5 minutes, probably plus 25 seconds. I can talk more about this on another day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. All right. So I think next up, we have Trisha to tell us more about asset management and OpenBIM.
Thank you, everybody. I'm back. Asset management, it never goes away. So I'm really excited to be here today. Talk about more of the benefits, kind of what we're seeing, how we're using the data. So I wanted to show you this picture, which is, I didn't really figure out what I was going to say, but looks like Minnesota. I'm sure it's not. But here are my kids playing in the snow, and they wouldn't want to play in the snow without the dog. So they're here with me, right? They're promoting, they're saying, we want open standards too. So that's my funny slide. So I am an asset owner. I need comprehensive, accurate, and timely information to make critical agency decisions. And we always talk about this. It's not always easy to do, but begin with the end in mind. I even heard it at lunch today. So let's go. Let's go to my last slide. Let's see what it says, and then we'll go back. But nobody can sleep, okay? So what is the perfect world here? Oh no, Julie. Nobody talk to Julie if you're out there, okay? She's busy. So here is the perfect solution. And we keep talking about the circle of life. But really all project stakeholders, did you see the number of stakeholders going through that bridge in that presentation that was happening earlier today? Right? Hundreds of stakeholders, basically partners, suppliers, they're communicating seamlessly and reliably with each other across the life cycle. The workflows, they're all interoperable and interpretable. Those are good words. Automated and efficient. Decision-making is optimized. Again, that's what I always say. You always want to have an asset management person in the room because you want to make optimized, good decisions with data. Productivity, profitability, sustainability is maximized, and different software can be used. We're seeing some new softwares. I get contacted a couple times a week, you guys, to say, hey, can we show you a new software? Which is great, but we want them to be able to be used across the supply chain, and the team can change softwares. I would love to be able to plug and play a software. Now, is that real? Not very real for your DOT. Once you become invested in something, right, you kind of have to use it. So instead, help us out. Make our data interoperable. Okay, so I don't want to go back, but we need to. So take me back. You can see my PowerPoint presentation. Things are amazing. I put buttons in there. So again, this is my bailiwick. This is what I've been doing for a long time, 15 years. And I want to show you the value in asset management. So much value. The AASHTO Transportation Asset Management Guide is a great tool. The TAM Guide, just look it up. Lots of information there, but there's so much benefit. And I'm just going to tell you some of what they're saying the benefit is, and then talk about some of the ways in Minnesota we're using the data. So improved asset condition, performance, resilience, and longevity, increased efficiency and effectiveness. And these are no lie. This is happening. This is what we need. I don't want to have 4 student workers going out and collecting data at the end of the summer. I don't want to get 5 spreadsheets of as-built data that we can't even make GIS friendly, and we can't tell if it's correct. These are real things happening at DOTs. Greater benefit for each dollar invested, reduce risk exposure, enhance coordination and accountability. And then you can kind of see on the right-hand side, these are some of the ways that we're using data. And we've been at PennDOT, we have been investing in an enterprise transportation system since 2016. We have over 16 data classes, data types. We don't really have a standard what to call that either, but in the system, we're implementing a pavement module. We're implementing a fleet module. Somebody said to me, you can't fleet and asset management, fleet and infrastructure goes together. It does. It really does. Managing fleet is a lot like managing transportation assets. So we use it to meet regulations. Stormwater MS4 regulations. We have our locate system. It's called Go for State One Call, because that's what and I just made a video for them, and I feel like I want to see it and then not give it to anybody. So that's our 811 system. We're actually taking asset data, putting it into the Go for State One Call system and saying, hey, locators, you can verify if this is right, you can use it, and then you can locate with it. So that's been really huge in saying we need this underground data, right? State statute, we have Minnesota State Statute 17403 that says we have to inventory assets. Emergency relief, we have pesticide, herbicide application requirements. And then of course we have our long-term planning. So this is not different at Minnesota. People have 20-year capital plans. We have our 10-year TAMPs that are required. Our STIP and CHIP, total cost of ownership, this is a really good one. Again, I'm going through these things really quickly, and at the end, you're just going to go, wow, that's a lot of good uses of data. Because we're looking at what does it cost to put in storm sewer? What does it cost to put in, you name it, a culvert over the whole life of the culvert? So this is what I would consider to be the iceberg. You can see the capital costs on the top. You see below that iceberg, there's a ton of maintenance costs, a ton of needs there. So we want to look at what is that total cost. Another good one, my boss is asking for this on our ops division, capital impacts on maintenance. So we're seeing over the next 20 years, our pavements are degrading. We're going to have more pavements in poor condition. So what does that mean to our pavement or to our maintenance forces? And so we're actually able to calculate that, show that impact. We're also doing maintenance distribution across districts. We're saying, okay, let's look at the assets that we have, the condition of the assets or the performance of the assets, and then let's start to divide our budget by district based on that information. That's a Mott McDonald project. That's going to be a really cool project based on level of service, based on risks. How do we, so again, you guys, I would just say to you, there's so many uses of this data, really, really a lot of uses. Short-term planning, you can see those, and then you can see risk analysis and mitigation. I'm going to go back to resiliency as a verb. We're actually trying to create a risk score for all of our assets, individual asset risk scores, if we can, to bring that along to make better decisions. What does the next generation asset management look like? Again, I would say this resiliency, part is big. Sorry, I'm trying to. Sometimes I get up here and I'm like, how come I have to swallow so much? Asset owners are facing higher expectations from stakeholders and shareholders. We need to do more with less. And they kind of tease about that because they say, well, we're already doing more with less. But we keep saying do more, do more, do more. So this is real. Increasing awareness of the impacts of assets, here it is, on the ever-warming planet and social outcomes. And then, sorry. Okay, I got to have more water. Future living spaces and smart cities that are sustainable for a growing population, increased urbanization. So hard to find data, too many silos, and undocumented data. But what if asset data was connected? Okay, what if we looked at that supply chain and we said, owner, designer, builder, manufacturer, we dispose, we operate, replace, we maintain that asset life cycle. And then the scope of the product system, facility, and portfolio was all connected. I'm going to grab a drink. Yeah. Oh, there. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, they're so sweet. Thank you. I tell you. All right. So let's look at the buildingSMART International White Paper. That's a really good white paper. You can see the link to it. And it basically says that we need to adopt digital asset information management and has the potential to unlock tremendous value for organizations. So I think I've already talked about this several times, but these are the positive impacts. Okay. All right, this is another good one. So when we look at the benefits to this, we're looking at so many. And again, I've already talked about this from a PennDOT standpoint. What are we doing with the data? But let's look at this across kind of this business use case situation for asset management. So we have improved design quality, increased proactive maintenance, increased access to data, reduced data entry, more accurate digital records, improved sustainability management, quicker data retrieval for maintenance, improved maintenance inventory management, improved client satisfaction, reduction in design conflicts. There's just so many, you guys. It just keeps going on and on. Enhanced inspection QA, quicker operational response times, improved change management. Let's not be content with the status quo. Why are we saying it's okay right now to do this? It's not. We want to continue to move the agency, move the organizations. So at Minnesota, I did this presentation, I think it was 2 years ago, TRB workshop 2023, and basically said, what are our challenges? How come we're not doing this in Minnesota? Because, and there's a lot of challenges. I think Iowa was with me, maybe Sean Blazing was with me too. And I think some of these challenges, I'm just gonna come out here. One thing is, and you all know this, it impacts most of the agency. It's not just asset management, it's design construction, it's the key experts, it's a lot of people. So to bring all those people together and say, hey, let's figure this out, it takes time, it takes energy. And then organizational culture, what's in it for me? How come it's not helping me in design or construction? We really need to get the message out that it is. It's helping you. It's helping you as an agency. We can do this together. And then it's also hard to do concurrent development. So if you have two software companies that are saying, hey, if you do this, for example, you do snow and ice implementation, and we have two companies. We have a telematics company, and we also have an enterprise asset management company. You need to come together and kind of do this work together if you can. That can be challenging. And then we also have a phased, highly technical approach. So there's people that don't understand, what are you doing? How are you doing it? And then we also need clear construction specifications. So this is where we're talking about terminology. We're talking about standardization. And then, of course, people decide they want to retire around here. I don't know why. There's a lot of retirements going on. And then there's competing priorities, IIJA state statute. So I really like this slide because at the bottom it says what my grandma used to say, oofta. Does anybody know what that means? She used to say it to express dismay, typically upon hearing bad news. So I think that's so funny, oofta. Well, there's no oofta. We have it all figured out, and we'll continue to do that. So why are we going to do digital as-built? Why do we do BIM, OpenBIM? So I just put up a slide here again. I did this presentation at the Florida Regional Workshop in April. Alan might have been there, and some other folks might have been there. But this is a calculation of, if you look at our 200 capital project changes, we have 500,000 signs, we have 400,000 pipes in our system. You can see if we just do 4% of the assets removed or replaced annually, we have 100,000 record changes, okay? 100,000 record changes. How do we keep that up? And that is part of my job at MnDOT, is to get as-built, keep those records up to date so that we can use the data for all the things I talked about already. So historical as-builts, 1,500 tables, 8 hours of process. If Michael Kremen's on, he helped me with this calculation. 10 FTE, we would need 10 people to process these capital changes. We can't do it. We can't ask for 10 people. They gave me some. I got some district asset management specialists, but this is too many people to ask for. We need to make it more efficient. So what does everybody, can everyone repeat after me? So I'm convinced. How do I get started? So one thing that we've done at MnDOT, again, I'm going back to our wonderful leadership. We talked about this, we've talked about this, we've talked about this, and they've come to IHEAP. They've seen what we can do. We have a well-established asset management, but we say, executive leadership, will you come on board with us and be on board with us? Adopt digital workflows, as we've talked about. Develop a strategic plan for the built asset information, do whole life asset maturity, look at whole life management, asset management maturity. And then of course we need to be, that's why we're here, evolving open digital exchange standards with open data workflows. So I think those are some of the keys. And I got some information here from an NCHRP, which is really great. HDR, I think, was part of this. Alexa Mitchell did a lot of work here to say, if you're an agency and you're looking at this from a levels of BIM adoption, this was figure 4 or 5. I have the link there if it goes out. But look at this from a fixed starting point as you're moving through and you're saying, we just want to get BIM more and more adopted as an agency, keeping that end in mind. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about this. I'm not going to bring up the ADCMS grants because I think, James, you did a great job showing those. But basically, it's two categories of models that we're talking about. And I think this is really important. It's going to be the PIM, which is developed by project team members, and then the AIM model. So the asset information model might be different than the project information model. And those project information models are going to come up organizationally to the top of your asset information, or sorry, your organization model to asset information to project. So we're going to go project, asset to organization. I think this is another important thing to understand. We made it. We made it to the end. Don't take me back. Let's stay here. I just want to close by saying thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, sometimes I get like, what? But I'm good. And I wanted to just, again, say from a DOT perspective as an asset owner, we really, really, really are using this data. And it's really important to become more efficient and to support open data standards. That's it for me. Any questions? I don't know if we have time. 1:33. How's our time?
We do have a question.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah. I bet it's a hard one.
If the mouse has a cord that's going to a wrench, why does the mouse need a cord?
What? Oh, it's like, what are you talking about? Is that a joke? This is HDR.
Everybody's paying attention to your graphic.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, that's our circle of life. And it includes a couple more things besides, I think, just operation and maintenance planning, detailed design, conceptual design, procurement was on this one, which I like.
Any other questions? How about those joining us remotely? I wonder if Tony, Janice, any questions?
Yep.
Trisha?
Have one from Sherrod. Go ahead, Sherrod.
You can read it if that's okay with you.
Oh, sure. So Gen AI can play a transformative role in asset management, especially in sectors like transportation infrastructure, such as predictive maintenance, life cycle modeling, risk assessment, automated data analysis, and other benefits. Does your organization have a strategic plan on this?
Like we were just talking about this at lunch. That's so funny. About AI, right? Asking about AI and strategic plan. We do not have one, but we're trying to work on that. We're looking at next steps. So our chief counsel is kind of taking that on, and then we have some data governance groups that they're going to be bringing that to. But that's a great question and a great use of AI.
Thank you, Trisha. That's all so far, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Trisha. And then next we have Terry joining us from Infotech, talking about the integration of online bidding and OpenBIM digital delivery models.
Yes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Will, Janice, Trisha, all the people who made it possible for us to be here today. Thank you for that. I'm going to talk about, as he said, the integration of online bidding with OpenBIM digital delivery models. This is my agenda for today, to talk about our role within the asset lifecycle. What is BidX? How many DOTs are using it? What have we done to integrate the two together? Existing capabilities and future capabilities. So who is Infotech? I think I know about half the people in the room. I am the guy at Infotech who has the enviable position of filling the shoes of Ron Gant as he brings his remarkable 50-year career to an end. And Infotech is the company that creates AASHTOWare project for AASHTO. We are what they call the contractor to AASHTO for AASHTOWare project. Well, I had a lot of conversations this morning. I didn't plan on talking about this, but I want to take 1 minute just to clarify it as simply as I can. There's some confusion about what is AASHTOWare, what is AASHTOWare project, and even what is ProjectWise. So in a nutshell, AASHTO is an organization made up of committees, dozens of committees. One of those committees is the Special Committee on AASHTOWare, also known as SCOA. It's a volunteer committee who's responsible for overseeing the development of technologies and methodologies that will benefit the AASHTO membership. But not just AASHTOWare project. There's actually 5 different categories of AASHTOWare out there. There's AASHTOWare bridge, pavement, safety, permit routing. If you go to AASHTOWare.org, you'll be able to see the overall vision of AASHTOWare and all the modules. Infotech is the contractor to AASHTO for AASHTOWare project, which is the construction contract administration technology in use at the DOTs. We're also the developer of bidx.com. And why is that important? 44 of the 50 US DOTs use AASHTOWare project and bidx to publish solicitations for their bid letting. So roughly 88% of all of the DOTs are using our online bidding system to make their proposals and their lettings available. Of those 44, there's a feature of bidx called the plan room, and roughly half of the DOTs are currently making use of that plan room to be able to upload PDF or TIFF files so that people subscribing to bidx will be able to grab those plan sets and download them. Our role, as we see it, as it relates to digital project delivery, is to stay in our lane. Our expertise is on the construction and letting part of the asset life cycle. We are very involved in understanding and adhering to open standards, but we also see our role not to try to reinvent the wheel. We want to partner with those technology providers that are in essence the leaders of the design world, Autodesk and Bentley. We want to partner with Esri and the GIS technology leaders that are out there. We're partnering with survey technology firms like Trimble and Leica and so on. Another one of our partnerships is to actively engage and listen to our over 50 transportation agencies, hundreds of local public agencies and private CEI firms that use our products to do construction management. But we also keep people involved in the various organizations that you've heard about this morning. I am a member of NIBS. I have been participating in for a while now the Digital Technology Council and a subcommittee on the DTC known as the Digital Twin Integration Subcommittee in a peripheral way, but getting deeper and deeper involved now that I've taken over from Ron. But it's really, really exciting to see Roger in the room and to see NIBS and all of the transportation pooled fund people, JSTAN, JTCEES, AED80, all of the various groups that are trying to solve this problem coming together. And I'm thrilled to hear about BIM Week and the Transportation Pool Fund people coming together. As you probably heard but may have overlooked, there's a new pooled fund for UAS data that is being headed up by Caltrans in Alaska. I believe they're going to be critical to collecting data and solving this problem. And you may not have heard about Asset Tracker. It's another pooled fund, but it's different. It's not a FHWA or TRB pooled fund. It's an AASHTO effort to create and improve AASHTOWare project to be able to support asset management needs as it moves forward. And they did a solicitation and 7 US DOTs came together to fund that activity, and that is actively underway now. The results of the asset tracker effort are expected to be done by July of 2025. So if you're into asset management and you're an AASHTOWare project state, you should definitely be keeping an eye out for information on asset tracker. So what have we done to integrate the two together? Well, we created a OpenBIM compliant viewer. We've gone through 2 of the 3 phases that we need to do to make this viewer usable. Our first phase was to create a mobile device friendly, easy to use IFC 4.3 based viewer for both geometry and, more importantly, the data associated with that geometry. We've done that. phase 2 was to take that viewer and integrate it with the BidX online bidding system, and we've done that as well. It is not on the production server yet. It is on the demonstration server, and it is available for beta testing, and I'll cover that as we get to the back of these slides. We are not interested in just creating a viewer. Ultimately, the next phase of this development is to use what we've done and use it as a data-centric platform to create some applications that will make use of that data to be able to organize it and utilize it in a more productive way than simply choosing a single object and looking at the data associated with a single object inside of a file. The viewer is integrated with BidX, and what it allows an agency to do, previously an agency would upload PDF or TIFF files. They can still do that, but in addition to that, they can now upload as part of their letting any number of IFC files that are relevant to that particular letting, and it will keep those models associated with that proposal of that letting and be able to keep separate models relevant to different lettings and proposals apart from each other. I have a video of this, so I'm not going to go through the details of this slide, but these are the current capabilities of it. The thing I like most about it from a personal perspective is it supports multiple models open simultaneously so that I can see the models I've got open and control their display and be able to manipulate them from it's very rare in my expectation that you're going to have a single model associated with a particular letting. And that was one of the mission critical parts of getting this minimum viable product out for beta testing. All right, this is a 4-minute video. I'm just going to walk through it. This is the current BidX. You log in, you choose your agency, you choose the particular letting date you're interested in. There could be multiple proposals associated with a single letting. You choose that, and then you choose your plan sheets button, and that gives you access to all the 2D plan sets that are out there. When you add the IFC viewer to BidX, what it does is it still has all of the 2D file manipulation capabilities that were there before. You simply just access them through a different way. If you want to get access to the 3D models, you simply hit that tab. You'll be able to selectively choose from the uploaded IFC files which ones you want to view and access at any given time. So you can selectively mix and match those, or you can just go to the upper left and there's a single button up there that says select all. And then once you've got your selection choices made, you go to the bottom of the screen and you simply hit open. Now, this recording has not been sped up in any way. This is a 1x playback. So this is it going to the server and accessing these 5 different IFC models and loading them into the viewer for manipulation. As soon as it loads all 5, it'll do a fit so that you can see that the models are ready. And now we'll talk about some of the feature capabilities. You can rotate around, select an object. If you select an object, then it will, under the Properties tab, display all of the metadata that's associated with that. If you go to Models, you can selectively see all the combination of models that are open, and with that little eyeball icon, you can turn displays on and off. And with the trash can, you can simply turn them off, or actually remove them from your current use. If you go to IFC, you're able to see the IFC hierarchy of the files themselves, all of the files. And then if you scroll through that and choose an object, it will highlight that object. And then again, the metadata for that object is displayed if you go back to the Properties tab. You heard earlier about users being intimidated, having to learn CAD-related technologies. We try to make this as simple as possible. There's a settings button that sets the units to either metric or imperial. There's a fit view. There's the ability to toggle between a wireframe view or to selectively choose an object and hit isolate, and everything else in every other file goes away. You can toggle between a perspective or orthogonal view. There are, I didn't bother showing it in the video, but there are standard views like top, bottom, left, right, and so on. It also has the ability to do cut cross sections. You simply identify an object that you'd like to cut, and then it creates an axis that you can spin directly up and down on that little blue arrow. And here it also has measurement capabilities, either doing point-to-point polylinear measurements, or in this case, I'm choosing an edge measurement. And when I move my mouse near an edge, it will simply highlight that and allow me to selectively choose the edge and add those values together. And then if I no longer want to see that information, I can simply stop counting and turn off the measure display. Bless you. This is the same exact system being accessed through the iOS interface, and it has the exact same capabilities. The only difference is you're using a tap or a finger pinch to zoom in and out and use your finger to rotate around, including the cross-section and measure capabilities that are there. Okay, I think I have 2 slides left. Its current availability, it is available for beta testing on our demonstration server, and we expect it to be available on the BidX production server, possibly as early as Q1 of 2025. But again, what you're seeing are anticipated plans, no commitments to any of the dates that I've displayed. Last slide is future capabilities. We obviously want to increase this to be able to have geospatial awareness so that you can overlay your model onto a location map, markup capabilities, again, to have it become a data-centric application platform for doing things like, okay, I've got this data. Now, how can I make use of that through obvious things like quantity takeoffs and creating estimation concepts and things of that nature. And lastly, we've been talking about these transportation pooled funds. It's no secret that the bridges and structures TPF is further along than the infrastructure one as far as an IDM and various things like that. So until there is a national or international model as a legal deliverable standard, we're doing a lot of testing with models that we've received from various agencies. And what we're seeing is a common use of IFC cost items and cost values, element quantities, and the property set of construction occurrence. And we're seeing very good results with the testing that we've done so far. We wanted to make it clear with that little asterisk that we intend no IFC editing capabilities. We simply want to maintain what you published, access the data, make use of the data, and stay out of the way. And that's it. If anyone is interested in joining the beta program or experimenting with us, providing us with some models for testing, that's my contact information, and I invite you to give me a call. Right on, Todd.
All right. Next, we have Jenny Fu, and also Connor Christian from Kiewit, telling us more about BIM projects and BIM for Bridge initiatives. So let's welcome Jenny.
Good afternoon. My name's Jenny, and Connor and I will co-present, but I'll give a quick overview, but Connor's gonna give you all the fun stuff, right? So somebody, I remember asking what's everybody's passion. I am passionate about bridge, BIM for Bridge, because my background, I started with Jacobs about 30 years ago. My last job at Jacob was a BIM project for a chemical plant expansion. So I've seen the benefit of BIM projects. And also, so 20 some years ago, I joined DOTD. I wanted to do bridge, and it was shocking to see we're still working on the papers. So after 20 years, we're still making some progress. So when I retired last year as the state bridge engineer, I talked to Kiewit, and I said, I'm interested in BIM for Bridge initiative. They were very supportive, and I happened to working with Connor, our talented digital delivery group. So it's been fun. So that's my little background. So I'm gonna go through quick overview. I'm talking about the BIM for Bridge, and Connor gonna take over after that. So this is the flow chart from the pool fund study. When I was with DOT, I follow up with that. So really our focus at Kiewit is now we adopted IFC 4.3 and we published information delivery manual. So our focus is really just to implement it, right? So this is our pilot project. Mobile River Bridge is an ALDOT, Alabama DOT project. They do not have a requirement for BIM or 3D at all, but Kiewit decided to do it. So this bridge has many components. Cable stay bridge, lots of concrete girder bridges, and steel girder bridges, steel girder spans, and the pylon, all different kind of foundations. So we are working with openBIM, and Sean, the owner, couldn't be here. He's been very supportive of our efforts. I want to give him the credit. So it's not openBIM. So it's openBIM. It's a software vendor. So the process we're going to go is to test openBIM's modeling, design, analysis capabilities, identify gaps. So this is a good platform because we can do modeling, design, analysis within the platform. And we've evaluating for over a year now. We're very happy with it. So we also challenge openBIM, say, hey, you got to implement IFC 4.3. You got to implement the IDM and identify some challenges. So angle one is we try to export the IFC 4.3 with IDM information. And then we hope to bring in this IFC to various CDE, like everybody was talking about earlier. So progress. We already received a more like a template IFC 4.3 export from openBIM. On the left, you can see they put in the IDM template into their software already. And on the right shows all the properties that from the IDM. So this is just another two views for girder and the columns. But Connor's going to give you a lot more information on the openBIM work process as well.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through, some of the details. Like she said, we're doing some experiments, trying to figure out how this workflow is gonna function for us. So I'm gonna highlight some areas that are working, some areas that are not working, and here we go. All right, so this workflow that we're testing, Jenny went through most of it. I'm gonna step through it again. We're going openBIM to IFC. And here's a video, which, is that going to play? Does not appear it's going to play.
We have a backup of the video files if we need to.
Okay. Sure. So this is going to be a video of openBIM. It's basically going to take you through.
I'm sorry, that's going crazy and I can't use my mouse.
It's going to take you through the process of what goes on in openBIM. It's something our engineers are excited about because it does all the design and analysis all within the program, and then gets to a point where it's going to include all of the IFC data attributes and then export an IFC 4.3 file. And so it's exciting because it's something that the designers can use to do all their analysis, and it results in a model that we can use downstream.
I might need to circle back to the video. I hear it's a YouTube link.
Okay.
Can we do that?
We can absolutely do that.
Yeah,
So-
we can skip, and towards the end, we can show that.
So I just covered the basics there.
Yeah.
And I will move on to the next slide. So that's the idea there. We go to openBIM, our designers work in that, they do all their analysis, they export an IFC. And I know that some folks start to get interested in, as a contractor, what is it that we want to do with the IFCs? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring them into ProjectWise, which would be typically our CDE. And from ProjectWise, we end up syncing our files there into iTwin, whether it's IFC. This also works if we're doing, open roads or open bridge, but we would really much like to do IFC, and I'll explain why in a moment. But we bring them into iTwin, because it federates them into one common format. And we link that to an internal software that Kiewit has created called Land. So it's a Kiewit-only software. It actually rolled out live just last week. So I'm very excited about that. And I'm going to go through some of the things that we use that for. So one is quantities. We're going to want to bring all of our models in so that we can start getting quantities. So this is a video too, but it should be embedded. Can I just make that one work by chance? Oh, yep, it's working. Okay. So you can see there, this is just something, this is that same bridge, it has a report. It went, has all the elements of that. I went down and I clicked on the footings just to take a look at those. I isolated everything in the report, so it's interactive, report back to model, so that if you are doing some estimating, you can see what it is that's included in your report. And then you can take those quantities, you can export them, and they're already going to be ready for them to bring into our estimating software. So that's a huge piece of what we're focusing on, is taking our models, bringing them into a product. And what you don't see is that we're actually doing a whole lot to get it there. We've got these things that are called data operations. It actually cleans the data up, adds account codes, does all that stuff automatically as files come in. And in this way, because everything is syncing on a regular basis, so like project-wide syncs to iTwin, when iTwin updates, it syncs to Land. That database is getting that information as much as that synchronization happens, which could be as much as, every 4 hours or every day or every week. You can change that. And what that means for our teams is that they can literally go in and get a new set of quantities that are already classified with all of their account codes, or all of their, work breakdown structure or cost breakdown structure. All of those things get added to these objects, and they could go get those on a daily basis if they need to, or a weekly basis, whatever helps them move things along. And that helps them build reports kind of like this one. This one, I just go through this particular thing. I select on footings. And it's interesting because what you see here, all these different bars are different dates where that data was pulled off. So if I did an export on a bunch of different dates, I can trend those in something like this. And I can start to see exactly how quantities change over time. And I can compare those back to a forecast. And this is what we want to do as contractors. We want more of that information on a regular basis so we can see how things change more often. We don't want to have to wait until a 60 or a 90% deliverable and then do a whole takeoff. If I can do this every week, then when things go weird or quantities go past what was forecasted, I can know very quickly. Another thing we want to do is construction planning. So in this one, this is a pretty simple thing, but we're actually able to go in here and add pretty much any data we want to our objects. In this case, it is just construction progress. And by running a quick search, I can quickly change the colors of the models and show exactly where things are going on. And while this seems pretty simple, it's amazing how many things don't actually allow people to do it. But this is something that'll be in the hands, or actually is currently in the hands of all Kiewit employees, so that they can start to take a look at their models with honestly any information they want to add, whether it's tracking installation or tracking inspections or, tracking, anything that they have associated with projects. So what's next? I'll talk about these and then I'll give kind of the deeper idea. But the next thing we have actually that we're going to build into Land, besides the fact that we can pull off our quantities on a regular basis and the fact that we can do some sort of, construction planning, is we plan on incorporating a model review. This is mostly to standardize the process within Kiewit. And we also plan on doing an IFC export. Not only are we trying to bring IFCs in, but when we go through and we add all this data, we're enriching it. And there's a big portion of that data that has to go back to the owners. And for us, this is an ideal location to collect all that information because it is so accessible and easy to interface with the data, so that we'll be able to create a new IFC export and continue moving on the models. I'd say the other bigger idea, if you're asking what it is that contractors are looking for. I always kind of say that construction has always been the same game since the beginning of time. You try to understand what you did before so you can predict what you're going to do in the future. And that's exactly what this is about, because in land, every single model element from every single model in every single project gets stored in the same database. And every one of those is going to be classified in a way that we can identify what those objects are. And all that goes back to our data analysis people, where it's going to be compared against estimating, and it's going to be compared against productivity. This is the starting source for all of the clean data that we need to start doing the advanced analytics and AI that everybody's trying to get to. But if you don't have good data, you can't do it. And I think that leads us to.
All right. Next up, I think we have our SV team, Mark and David, joining us. Mark and Michael joining us remotely.
Good
so
afternoon.
Let's do a video. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Calvin. Hopefully you're seeing my screen right now.
Yes, we do see a screen.
Great. Okay, well, let me just jump right in here and get started. I know we're a couple of minutes behind schedule, and we'll try to get you back on track, at least not any further off track. I'm Mark Goldman. I'm the Director of AEC Industry Solutions at Esri, and it's my role and my pleasure and honor to be able to spread the word about GIS and its importance in the AEC industry and act as maybe ears and eyes of the industry and bring that back into Esri to make sure that we're doing the right things as it pertains to the important topics that are taking place in the built world. I've been involved with buildingSMART since its very first days and inception, and continue to be active with it. And what I want to share with you is the work that I'm co-leading with a fairly broad group. Leader of the group is actually Jag Malala from WSP. He and I have been organizing this type of content to give an update on the progress of this work across two organizations, at least, maybe more than that in some regards, but GIS and the OGC, which we'll talk about a little bit, and OpenBIM, obviously IFC, and the importance of bringing the two together and the effort that is taking place to make that happen. I'm going to refer to some images and documents, and I'll throw a QR code up on the screen with a URL of a document that these came from. What you're looking at is a roadmap, a multi-year roadmap that was put together across buildingSMART and OGC to develop awareness, use cases, requirements from those use cases, pilot projects, on, to eventually get to a point where software vendors are supporting the open standards that have been defined across two, related to the detailed information that BIM tends to collect in various authoring tools and GIS tends to aggregate and present in various other applications. Very logical, very obvious, very important set of workflows. And we are putting out this roadmap, communicating it, and making progress on it as we speak. We're probably somewhere in the end of the first year of this effort, still promoting awareness and importance of the integrations. Like I said, developing use cases, and I'll get into some of those that we have developed for conversation, and also the efforts that buildingSMART, OGC, and ISO, for that matter, are taking on to push this rather significant rock forward. As I mentioned, there is a paper not so recently published, it might be about 4 months now, that between BSI and OGC, describing the importance of information continuity across these two domains. Within that paper, there were specific recommendations, and one of them that we're at right now and have made great progress on recently is the idea of developing a steering committee for these roadmap activities across the two organizations, primary buildingSMART and OGC, and to facilitate regular meetings leading to those pilots, leading to the standards that the software vendors can make sure the technologies are supporting. Within buildingSMART, the domains, there's several, there's many. A handful of them really strongly benefit from GIS and BIM interoperability. I work on the infrastructure domain. I'm one of the steering committee members of that buildingSMART International domain, and I'm specifically leading the GIS and BIM efforts within infrastructure. Since the last summit in Morocco back just a month ago, I guess, railway, airports, maritime digital twin working group, I believe also the technology domain, all have an appointed person who within that domain will work towards collecting GIS and BIM requirements and then bringing them together as a cross-domain working group. OGC has 4 different working groups that are already focused on and looking at existing standards within the organization and assigning individuals and companies to move forward on pilot projects as soon as they get defined. And then ISO as well. There's 4 working groups within ISO technical committees that are quite active, and another handful that are also affecting the standards that would eventually exist when we talk about BIM and GIS integration eventually becoming ISO certified, because it's part of the buildingSMART IFC ISO certifications. We, about 6 months ago, Valencia, the summit, got in front of about 150 people, presented a session, 90-minute session on GIS and BIM, some of the same content that I already showed you, a little bit more groundwork and foundational, because we had a lot more time. But we talked about sort of 3 main areas where GIS and BIM come together, and used a handful of case studies to solicit input and conversation and thoughts and feedback from this large audience, both sort of qualitatively. We asked people to hold up Uno cards with the colors of the buildingSMART logos, indicating their interest and the overall industry interest in various workflows, and also used Menti to gather some quantitative feedback. And that's becoming the basis of use cases. So I'm just going to scroll through these rather quickly here, but you'll see these 9 different scenarios that we kept up on the screen. We used as conversation. I know, Roger Grant, you're in the room. You were at the summit. You actually were one of those, hard people in the audience who had to hold up 2 cards. He couldn't be easy. But we went through these 9 uses, zeroed in on 3, one within each of the categories of GIS into BIM, BIM into GIS, and sort of the blurring the lines. And for these ones that you actually see with the 3 asterisks around it, were the ones the audience really gravitated towards. We had really good conversation, and we decided to gather some quantitative feedback on that. So these 3 GIS into BIM workflows, like I said, were all discussed. 3 BIM going into GIS context were also discussed and batted around for some context. The audience was very participatory in this 90-minute session. And eventually, we got to the end. We reviewed all of these different types of examples, had conversations around them in a large room, and ended up collecting feedback in the form from Menti that allowed one of the co-leaders of this effort, who is a professor at ETS in Montreal, to have his PhD students evaluate the feedback, help gather it into some buckets that made the most sense for us to potentially act on. And so from this 90-minute session, we ended up getting about 200 bits of feedback, 200 bits of information that product managers within the vendor community can use to help prioritize the work that we do as a software vendor to enable IFC import, IFC exchange, various workflows that might be more important to us than others. Getting this kind of feedback from an audience is really a treasure chest of data. So we gathered all this great feedback. We've since had another summit in Morocco, and where we're at now with all of this effort to understand how GIS and BIM will work together, to work with the various domains of buildingSMART, we're actually using the buildingSMART use case management tool to document these. So we've entered all 9 of those use cases into the use case management tool. In some cases, we've got lots of information. We've got the summary, the description, the purpose, the objective, the limits of the particular workflow. But in most cases, we really don't have everything that's needed to flesh out the use cases so that software developers can really act on them. So where we're at right now, and I'm going to hand this over to Michael in just a second, is a call to action. So for the buildingSMART US domains, I know we've got some representatives of those domains in the room from buildingSMART US, certainly of the leadership of buildingSMART US. I'm going to make a call to action, seeking you to create working groups within the domains to develop some user stories, to submit them to the international working group so that we can just have more use cases, more scenarios described. More is better in this situation of trying to understand priority of these use cases. And then Building Smart International, we're going to be meeting on a regular basis to generate these use cases, to prioritize the ones and add details that apply to as many of the domains as possible. And then in Singapore, the intent is to make a call for pilots. So the next summit coming up in March in Singapore, the intent there is to have these use cases fleshed out enough, with enough detail, with enough understanding of the challenges and the value of implementing them, so that by Singapore, we can start to get some pilot projects implemented by the implementers. So with that, at right about 9 minutes, I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Michael Davidson, who is a little bit closer to the products than I am. Mike, I'll let you introduce yourself, and look forward to taking the time after our session to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. So hey, everybody, I'm Michael Davidson. I'm Esri's product manager for CAD and BIM integrations. And what I'm excited to share with you today is a transportation project example where we bring together BIM and GIS with a lot of other different types of project information. But to set the stage before we go into that project example, I do want to give some high level. And from the Esri side, when we talk about connecting BIM and GIS for the built environment, information from BIM processes gets expressed as feature classes. And that allows for BIM to be federated together, BIM information to be federated together with a lot of different types of other project information, opening it up for analysis, for visualization, for making project insights. And this approach we find is amenable to connections from other common data environments like those that specialize and are used to store design and engineering files or design and engineering information in the cloud. So as an open exchange, IFC files within those CDEs, they fuel that model federation effort because they allow these built components from all these different types of facilities, number one, to be imbued with location information, but also represented in that standard way. So we know what we're expecting when we're dealing with those IFC files. And representing these broad collections of project data in context as spatial information, it allows the creation of these rich, immersive 3D and maybe as time goes on, higher dimensional scenes that can be shared out to a GIS CDE. And this goes further to make all of that project information that's been federated together, that's been spatially enabled, available to lots of different project stakeholders. Now that includes those that are working in specialized GIS tools, those working in specialized design and engineering tools, but also those project stakeholders that maybe just want a simple web interface so that they can view their facilities for their projects of interest in context. So an important part here is linking those CDEs together. That's what really starts to result in those connected data environments. And what we see is that by interconnecting the federated spatial information to the source engineering and design data, opens up avenues for supporting countless workflows and use cases across industries, AEC, transportation, other industries. But it allows you to, that linked environment or those linked environments allows you to do it in a way that you don't get bogged down in keeping up with, for example, the federated spatial information, keeping that up to date when those design and engineering assets change over in the design CDE. You instead can focus on making use of the federated data rather than spending all that time trying to keep the federated data up to date. So let's see some of those high-level concepts in action for just one example project for the day. So what I want to do is in the next few slides, just share some of the upfront, some of the value, but also some of the behind the scenes development for an example digital twin project that's serving public transportation needs. And this one just happens to be based out of or pertain to Zurich in Switzerland. Before I go into it, please do note that the data was very kindly provided by various organizations in Zurich as attributed here. And a lot of the work that was done to build up this digital twin was contributed to by a lot of different Esri folks. So there are countless conceivable ways that a digital twin could serve a given purpose. And what we see is that you can't develop a holistic, city level digital twin all at once. It's got to be driven by a specific problem that you're needing to solve, and ideally a problem that you're needing to solve that's sufficiently important to a vast collection of stakeholders. And for this example project that we'll get into, the need arose as part of implementing what's called the Disability Discrimination Act. That act in Zurich, it requires that public organizations ensure that those with disabilities are not disadvantaged. And an important aspect of this implementation is that accessibility throughout the city. So whether you're in an internal space in buildings, whether you're on public transport, whether you're crossing roadways and bridges, you need to have that capability to kind of know where you're going and have that accessibility information on hand. So an Esri team set out to create a digital twin and illustrate one way to address this problem or serve this need. So let's see how we combine various data types to form the digital twin. And what I'm showing here to start is a 3D base map. That just gives us a canvas to build upon. And for areas such as this lake or any other surfaces of interest, what you can use is site-specific information or location-specific information like bathymetry here. And you can merge that surface information as a custom elevation layer so that you get that more specific information for your area of interest relative to the base map itself. Now, for any facilities or features of interest throughout the base map, we just replace them with more detailed models or symbology. For example, the trees I was showing there, they could be visualized as 3D symbolized point features. And what we did next was added a tile-based reality mesh to our entire scene here, and that was added to bring more realism to it. Now, the digital twin really starts to come alive once you begin to drape operational GIS data on top of that reality mesh, on top of that overall canvas. And that could be as simple as, say, adding point features that are styled with descriptive 3D icons to highlight destinations of interest. But it can also be a little bit more complex, like what I'm showing here is swapping in a detailed BIM representation of transportation facilities like this train station. And what that does is that opens up the digital twin to both those indoors and outdoors type spaces with the geometry and the underlying property sets, the underlying attribution. So what I haven't talked about too much yet is roads and bridges. But underpinning this Zurich transportation digital twin are connections to CDEs, such as those like Autodesk Construction Cloud, tailored to these design and engineering assets. And what I'm showing here is just that connection and how we're bringing in and federating as spatial information several hundred transportation structures, including bridges that are expressed as IFC files. And because of that link to the design engineering CDE, we can increasingly automate away the propagation of changes that may occur at those source engineering files, at those source IFC files, and deal with that in a overnight or maybe every couple days type of way to keep everything in the federated space up to date and authoritative without getting bogged down in that aspect of it, rather focusing on how can we make use of all this data that we brought together. So by federating everything together as spatial data, the digital twin was able to provide 3D wayfinding through both indoor and outdoor spaces. And you could say, well, maybe there's a lot of tools that could do that now that are just widely available, but this has a very specific purpose that's it's addressing. You can now navigate between points of interest, including passing along outdoor spaces, along bridges, roadways, but also through buildings. And sure, you can find you can have this digital twin produce for you the shortest or the fastest route, but recalling that original specific problem that we set out to solve, the routes that can be displayed are very much routes that ensure that you have that handicap accessibility all along your way, whether you're going through a combination of indoor or outdoor spaces. So what I'm showing here is just an example, is just one of those routes. It's that red line that would navigate you from the Zurich train station across one of these bridges, along these roadways, and into the university, or ETH Zurich's Lee campus building. So that example transportation project for Zurich, it's drawing upon analytics to generate those accessibility routes. And we're excited for those types of analytics to become richer and richer over time. And one of the things that I see from the product management standpoint is that as IFC evolves to encompass broader and broader swaths of the built environment, we see the potential for things like, well, we can increasingly bring about site-specific surface information, subsurface information, for example, for say, geotechnical analysis and application. So interpolating spatial variability of soil and rock across the site, getting that analysis output in a standard open exchange way to those engineers that need it, so that they can infer locations where more geotechnical data needs to be gathered, for example, or identify weak zones to avoid for a bridge pier footprint, as another example. So we see that opportunity for this to get these analytics in these things like digital twins for transportation to get richer and richer over time. And a big part of that is coming from that open exchange from IFC. So pulling it all together, just 3 takeaways from this one example project of this digital twin. So first of all, digital twins, especially those involving horizontal infrastructure, you got to have location. That's a real key to getting all of this information federated. So you need GIS to provide that context to all of your BIM content. And then second, we see IFC as a standard open exchange. It boosts that model federation because we don't have to spend all this time and effort on the software vendor side trying to bring about really strong, robust interoperability specific to each BIM authoring tool. We can route a lot of that effort towards making sure we're rich and right on the cutting edge of the IFC standard. And then third, that connected data environment. I saw that theme throughout many presentations already today. It is a necessity. Without that, as I've said a couple times, you're going to end up spending all of your time translating data that ends up being out of date soon after translating it anyway. So you don't have all that time to focus on how do you actually use the data for whatever use case or business problem you're trying to solve. So as a wrap up, I'm showing just 2 resources here. If anybody wants to learn more about the benefits of combining GIS and BIM with a lot of other project information. So on the left is a resource for creating and managing and sharing 3D content across your organization. And then highlighted on the right is an article or a resource that focuses quite a bit on combining ArcGIS and IFC, as well as some of that role that Mark spoke to about Esri's activities with buildingSMART International. So with that, thanks everyone for listening today, and yeah, open it up for questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark and Michael, for showing us what buildingSMART International is doing. Mark, for your call to action in terms of any use cases that this community can submit, and also for showing, inspiring us what in Switzerland you are putting some of those in practice. Any questions, comments, or any experiences that you want to share? Either in person or online?
There's a couple questions online. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yep.
Yes, please.
One from Sean. Is there any planned integrations with Esri for BIM and roads and highways?
So can you help me understand what we mean by roads and highways? So thanks for your patience, because for example, with Esri, we have a solution called roads and highways. So are we speaking to concepts? Are we speaking to a particular solution here, or no worries, Sean. How about I'll do a quick high level. So yeah, for ArcGIS, that's all the solutions and products and capabilities that Esri makes with BIM. Yeah, we definitely have support for roads and highways already. For example, alignments or corridors coming from Civil 3D, or all kinds of transportation information that's coming from the IFC standard. We either support that or we're working hard to support that soon. I would say one gap right now is that we don't have full support for alignments from IFC, but that is something that we would aim to have by Q2 of 2025. But yeah, very much we have that capability for you to federate as GIS features any of that transportation information that's coming from those IFC exchanges.
All right, thank you.
That first question, Michael, there was
Any
a
other?
earlier that someone had asked specifically about geotechnical, and I was going to give him your name, and he just threw the question in again, saying, "Hey, can I get the name of the person from Esri?"
Yeah, I think I've interacted with Shreed before. If I got that correct, good to see you again. It's been a couple years, I think, but please reach out to me anytime. Would love to dive in and hear any use cases or any gaps that we have as we are starting to pursue some of those relatively sort of bleeding edge concepts that are coming into the IFC schema that are specific to borehole information and what they're calling the geosciences observations, or all that geotechnical information that's measured across your site, being able to package all that into IFC files and further export out analysis results of that in the form of, say, voxels, for example. So those are directions we're heading in 2025.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you once again for the Esri team. Well, at this point, I think as you can see from the agenda, we want to set up a Menti poll to not only poll those in the room, but also many of you joining us remotely. You may notice that in the after the break, we have a technology providers demonstrating OpenBIM. But before that, we are thinking that can we use Mentimeter to get a sense of what we would like to see from our solution providers. So Janice, what have we set up? Or Tony?
Okay, so the first question is, which of the following open or international standards should be prioritized by solution providers?
And in case you get disconnected with Mentimeter, you can just go to, there you go. You can scan the QR code or go to menti.com and type 18987847 and select all that apply.
Yeah.
So our priorities and our wish list from our solution providers, from our partners. So far seems like supporting IFC 4.3 seems like a winner, but it's only 18. Well, actually, no, wow, suddenly it jumped to 38. Okay, still 29 of you were saying that IFC 4.3. Next up, we have IDS, which is the requirement, information delivery specification. Third will be the support of buildingSMART data dictionary. All right, very good. I think this all will be good for a lot of our upcoming presenters to get a sense, and maybe you can react to some of these requests. What is the 10th question, Tony or Jenny or Janice?
Which of the following use cases should be supported by solution providers and be relatively easy to accomplish?
We did not quite rehearse it with you, Mark, but we happen to also have this exact same question. So let's hear what feedback do we have. And I think for those of you who type other, we'll have a follow-up question that allow you to elaborate that for us. All right, with voting still welcome to come in. So far, we do see that model as legal document. So, and then also model checking or assessing OpenBIM quality, the quality assurance side of things. All right, very interesting. So again, we'll also open up other, in case you type others, have other suggestions, you can also share some of those other suggestions. And again, part of buildingSMART is that not only do we want to activate converge all the forces from buildingSMART USA, as Mark just mentioned. We also have our colleagues, our partners with buildingSMART International that we can team up and explore many of these cases. All right, we'll probably leave this open question. Oh, there we go. We'll let you read materials data, test data, quality assurance data integration, overlay the layers, the attribution for construction and inspection. All right, I think that's it. So why don't we all take a well-deserved break and then be back in 18 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining us both in person and online. Sorry I couldn't be there with you today. I'd like to thank, besides our sponsors, I would also like to thank the companies that have been invited to provide this demonstration. So we have asked Autodesk, Bentley, and Trimble to give us 15-minute presentations to show us their support of the openBIM standards. So I asked them primarily to focus on, hey, how are you doing with the, export and import of IFC 4.3 and how it relates to bridges, but also roads, if you happen to have that functionality available now, even if it's in, sort of a preliminary beta version. As we saw with the ending Mentimeter poll, integration, there's a lot of interest in integration with the BSDD and IDS. So I'm hoping we see some of that. And some of you may not have been aware of it or seen it, but I know many of these projects support it. As also an optional mention is for BCF support, BIM collaboration format. We've talked about it a little bit in the past. I think as we move forward, we'll see more and more use cases for that in infrastructure. We can show you many examples of that from the building side. But I said that was one option too. So we're presenting in reverse alphabetical order. Which means, of course, Bentley goes second anyways. Sorry, guys, but okay. So Trimble first, then Bentley, then Autodesk. So thank you to Joe Posky, Alec Maybrick, and Andrew Milford, who we saw earlier, for joining us and giving these presentations. So with that, I'll kick it off. Go right ahead.
All right. Hopefully everyone will be able to hear me, but holler at me if I need to, and I'll pick up the mic. So I'm Joe Posky. I'm a product director with Trimble. My primary focus at the moment, though, is not really on a product. It's on the space between the products. I'm focused on how we best facilitate data movement between our products, other people's products, various teams, departments, stakeholders, all in the interest of greater collaboration, transparency, and of course, any kind of downstream asset lifecycle operational efficiency. So the real problem that we're going to talk about today is this problem of collaboration. And there's these limitations we have kind of historically faced whenever it comes to the interoperability of our designs and models. Of course, all of our investment, advancement, the adoption of IFC, doing rather great things, rather significant to kind of solve our challenge, move things forward. But when we're dealing with design and model authoring tools, they present us some additional challenges. And the reason is, well, there's lots of tools to choose from. And when you have lots of tools to choose from, even though they all might, generate an IFC file, well, then you have lots of IFC files. And of course, you get to then try to, mitigate that and move them around a bit. So the demo that I'm going to go through today primarily centers around one of Trimble's products called Quadri. I'll touch a little bit on Trimble Connect as well, but I'll focus for the most part on Quadri. And Quadri in itself is not a design authoring tool. It's not a place where you go and make stuff up, right? It's a place where you go and bring stuff together. So it's a tool set that's more about federating design and models together. It takes us from managing lots of files to managing data and our objects in alignment to the openBIM standards. So just as an example, in Quadri, we have different data coming, of course, from different authoring software. We bring it all together, and as we do so, we maintain the data or the integrity of the data from each source. So the source files themselves, well, we find that rather important to the perspective of managing deliverables as it comes from each part of the team. But when you want to actively collaborate in a design session or in design development, what we're finding is that a data stream is far more effective or more conducive to that particular scenario. Now we can use APIs, plugins to import directly into Quadri, but Quadri itself is in itself using an IFC library. It means that each time we stream data from a source into Quadri or from these various authoring products, then the result inside Quadri is presented to us all as IFC entities. So Quadri has direct connections with different authoring software products. The most common ones, of course, are things like Civil 3D, Revit, OpenRoads, Designer, a lot with Tekla, SketchUp, Grasshopper, right? Any of the other tools there as well. So all of these basically have kind of a pre-built connector. They just stream data straight into Quadri and we're off to the races. It doesn't really matter if that other product is actually conforming well to IFC or not. We'll use some rules processing in order to deal with that on the way. So hopefully you get a little bit of an idea of kind of the role Quadri plays in all of this. As I get into the demo, we'll provide some additional detail. All right, so here we have a bridge model that we can kind of click through. We can look at a number of the different objects that are being shown. As we click through it, we'll see properties and other kind of BSDD kind of data all attached and listed there in the lower left-hand panel. There's a spatial breakdown structure kind of right in the middle there. So we can easily see how the product is broken into various parts and pieces. Now, using that breakdown structure, we can choose to show any particular item, or we can just kind of drag and drop elements out of the structure and see them individually or in an aggregate. Then we can turn around and export this to IFC 4.3, a specific file. Now we select the spatial breakdown structure that we want. We'll choose any desired metadata, and then also add our units, a decision on that, which property sets we want to use. So we'll use the general and the BSDD in this example. And of course, once we do that, then we can go ahead and save that particular file, that output to a particular drive. And now we're going to reopen that into a different viewer here. So now you'll see the kind of all the properties on the right-hand side. And as we do that, we can kind of look through, we can see the various elements of the file, the organization that's there, using the same kind of breakdown that we saw before. We can kind of do some flipping around so that we might see this by class. And therefore, when we drill into that, of course, we can click through a link there right to the BSDD pages on the BSI website. Now we can switch to another viewer. That's going to be Trimble Connect. So Trimble Connect also supporting IFC 4.3. And as we navigate here, we'll refer to kind of the same place as we drill into a number of the properties, kind of finding that same kind of link to the BSDD page. And so we can get any of that additional insight as well. Final step here is just to take this file that we have pulled out and validate it. So if we were to go ahead and upload it to the validation service, when that runs, what you're going to see here is that top row that represents this particular file, that'll all turn green, just indicating that this is a valid file and everything about it is perfect, of course. All right, so the next workflow is about actually just consuming BSDD data into a model. And of course, we have lots of stuff in our models, and sometimes that's a little bit terrifying, all the places we could be filling in data. But we have, of course, these placeholders in there for the properties and classifications. And then we went ahead and built up all of the data into a spreadsheet. When we built it up into the spreadsheet, really, we just kind of mapped everything together according to the various object classes. And in this case, we used uniclass in order to bring that together. And of course, the links as you see there for getting to the BSDD. Now, when we take this, we can save it as just a CSV file, and that's going to make it easier to work with. Inside Quadri, we turn around and say, okay, well, we didn't have all this information filled in before. but we'll go ahead and fire up this little automation tool. And the automation tool basically allows us to kind of map the information between the spreadsheet and anything that's already in the model. So you'll see that the Excel columns are kind of in a list there on the left-hand side, and on the right are the various properties inside Quadri. We run the rule, it attaches all the properties, and now we can see that everything that was previously empty is now populated per the various object classifications. And similar as before, you know, if we kind of look through here and scroll down through the properties a bit, we'll find those same links now populated, and we can go ahead and click through that to the pages once again. All right, let's now talk about information delivery specifications, or the IDS. The place that we use these most often, though, is in Trimble Connect, because this is more about the file deliverable as opposed to the collaboration itself. So when we're looking at the file deliverable, Trimble Connect is the more likely place that we'll be passing that around. So we launched this capability. It's still in beta mode for the time being, but as we do, we can go ahead and choose our bridge IFC and these the IDS that we want to go ahead and check any of the fulfillment. You'll see everything turns green because it all passed. Even the model is all shaded green. So that means everything is great, but then we can go ahead and we run another one here. We see that there's a couple of possible problems. If we were to click on one of them, it of course orients and zooms us directly to the problem area, where we can drill into more of the properties and find what might be missing and what might need to be dealt with. So that's all there available in Trimble Connect. All right, finally on to the BCF format support, where again, we have our road and bridge model combined here in Trimble Connect, and we can go ahead and create a new BCF topic inside Connect. We add an assignee, the type, priority, assign some sort of a due date, and then of course we'll set the status. We'll attach that to a particular model, because of course, in Connect, you can have multiple models being combined together. So we choose the model that we care about and go ahead and just write some information that we have a comment about this particular, whatever we're looking at. So we save that, and if we flip over to Quadri, we open up the BCF topics. There we can see the topic again. It orients us to that particular viewport. And of course, we can go ahead and answer. And when we go back to Connect, it's instantly that comment is available back in Connect again, so we can see that these two are working together. And if this went on and on and on, and we had a whole conversation, well, maybe we want to export that and send it off to somebody else that maybe isn't using or isn't involved in this way. So we can go ahead and do that export. We keep track of kind of a whole log of all the different exports that have been done on that. But we can go ahead and do the export. Somebody downloads that, and then of course they can open it up in any other product that supports BCF. That's it for me.
With the microphone. Again, good afternoon. My name is Alex Mavridge. I'm the manager for product management for Bentley Open Bridge and Open Tunnel Group. So what I'm going to present is Jeffrey. See how we support IFC at Bentley, right? In general, we've been writing to IFC from different products in its own development environment, put it that way. So starting, for example, from Open Buildings, we export to IFC from different versions. But as you can see, each product at Bentley was exporting to IFC. Then we export to the iTwin, and then we just generate another IFC. So that was prior to 2023. And what we did now is we have now a dedicated team to say, okay, the products, you do what is best. The open roads, open bridge, open tunnel, etc. And then we will all be writing to the iTwins, to the I model, to the federated model for collaboration. And then after that, the same team will just develop the IFC, right? So we have a consolidated approach that I think it was working better for everybody. So how we handle all of these options. Now, for example, we can import 4.3, IFC 4.3. And when I'm saying that, I'm saying 4.3.2, the addendum 2 is included there. So what we can do is actually, how you go back here, previous thing, video is not playing. Oh, yeah. So we just, as a matter of going back, for example, here in OpenBridge, and just select the option to import to IFC. So that is importing the IFC model into a MicroStation file or a DGN file, and then we can use as a federated model and reference that for collaboration. So if the IFC file is created properly, well, then all the metadata that it was there is brought in into the model itself, right? So we can do that. Maybe not as detailed as we wanted, but again, this is always under development on that part. So we can import information there. Now, export from civil. I call it civil because in general, we can export from our open roads and open bridge and also an open tunnel in different ways. And then that's where we can show you all the different options that we have. Look, we have always said before, export from IFC. This is an example of exporting from Pro Concrete, in which from the product itself, we got the IFC exporting engine, and this is 2.3. So we've been doing this for quite some time. But then again, this is directly from the product, right? So what we did is, look, we got now the civil products, open roads, open rail, open bridge, and then open tunnel. So how are we going to do this? So we did it first, trying to experiment with the corridor to IFC. So the corridor modeling in open roads. So we export the alignment and all the template information that's coming from the corridor. So again, IFC 4.3 includes the corridor, the alignment, and its classification. That export, all the metadata is already included as we develop the templates. Our cross-section templates will have the IFC metadata information there and the classification. So as soon as we create the corridor in open roads, well, the information is there. It's just a matter of exporting that to the actual format. But then, as it says, it has limited at this time for corridors and alignments if you use that option, right? So sometimes, again, bridge roadway projects are long, so it creates a really complex model. And sometimes to export, they are quite large. So we need to manage that. And as I said before, the template classifications, the way we develop our cross-section templates have that information inside already. So I would say it's fairly automatic there. So, and then the simple option is just to go into the icon and say corridor to IFC. So all that information that is included, and that's what I mentioned, the cross-section templates that has this IFC classification already included. So for a regular user, there is not much to do. It's already classified and basically ready to go. And it's just export that, and you can open the corridor into an IFC file with the proper classification. So kind of an automatic process, almost a no-brainer on classifying the items. It's just one-time setup there. But then we say, look, what about the other elements that a roadway or maybe a bridge will have? So we have now export to IFC. That started in the 2023 version of our products, and we just export directly from the desktop. So there is no need to go to the cloud service yet, right? So what we did is all these classifications, all the metadata that you want to include in open roads, open bridge, open rail, we add all these metadata and the IFC classification into what we call item types. So again, one more time, when the user creates a roadway or creates a bridge, that information is already included and classified. So as I said, again, not much to do. Calculated expressions, if you want to include that, are included as well. So then what we did is the same engine that we use in the cloud, we actually downloaded into the desktop. And it exports the IFC in directly in your desktop. So it's not doing anything in the cloud. We just download the engine, it stays in your computer until you want to update it. And it's just a matter of generating that. So no external resources. Actually, that's my product, OpenBridge. And as the bridge is done with, again, all the item types already added, specific item types for IFC, plus others that you want to include, and what we call is the civil connector. So that is the engine that will create that IFC export. The advantage on that this engine could be updated at any time. We don't need to wait for a software release to do it. And if the IFC schema changes, or its additions are added, we just, from the cloud, you will retrieve it. So if something changes mid-year, without waiting for our next release, you can generate the latest IFC available in the market, right? With the latest connector as well that we're always improving. So there is no need to wait, as I said, for a major software release to do that. Right? So different versions are there. And then, as I said, you just export. It generates that using the power of your computer. At this time, this is no connection to the cloud at all, because you got the engine already inside the desktop, and it just creates the IFC file. Right? Then after that, I mean, it's your file in your computer. You can just share it for further collaboration if you want to, or use it for testing purposes because it's quite fast, as I said, to do it in your computer. And all the information, not only the IFC information, but the item types or general metadata that you may have added, like for example, Florida DOT use it for computing quantities, automated quantities, all be there into the IFC file. Right? So this is what we call the option 2. Do it from your desktop as well. Right? Now, again, how we define all these libraries and how we define these IFC classifications, again, it's just a matter of including that into what we call our workspace or our settings for the project itself, in which all the item types, right, and the classification itself are included into the feature that we place. So if we create a deck in OpenBridge, the IFC classification is already added as IFC deck, right? So it's just a matter of adding all these properties of the IFC schema that you want to be included automatically. So there is no need to add anything after the fact. And if anything gets modified, well, then the item type gets updated automatically too. So it's all part of what we call our feature definitions or the bridge elements itself. And if the schema changes or the version changes, well, it's just a matter to update this IFC. And even if, for example, this bridge has no item types at all, right? It's an all open bridge project that it doesn't have any IFC schema attached to it. We just load it, reload the bridge, let's call it update the bridge internally. And since it has a new item type library there, it will update with the new properties included there. Right? And for us, what we did is just a matter of selecting these properties from an Excel spreadsheet, in which all these different versions and IFC elements are there. So it's just a matter of picking that up and create your library for all the projects. So that's the other option, right? Now, if you want more granular elements, what we did as well is that is something that is going to be incorporated later into the software, where we have a Visual Basic application in which it will go to every element of the bridge and automatically attach the metadata or the item types you want. Right? Specifically, you got a very old bridge, even if it's not done with OpenBridge, right? We can go by level symbology in this case to go to every property and to every element of the bridge by level symbology and attach the property that we want. So that is kind of after the fact using a Visual Basic application. The advantage of that, let's call it a disadvantage, is that every element must have its proper level symbology. All old bridges, like maybe developed in 3D, that we encounter some DOTs that only have 2 layers for bridge, concrete and steel. So the whole bridge is either concrete or steel. Well, kind is no way to do that, right? But it has to be desegregated somehow by level symbology. And the third option, it's what we call the Bentley infrastructure. A lot of DOTs are using that already. And that is, I would say, the most automated, because as they host their projects in ProjectWise, they can, all these designs that they do, roadway, bridge, tunnels, rail, they can be automated and create an I model at the end of the day, for example. Every day they can generate a new I model with the old updated information. And then after that, they can export to an IFC the entire project if they need to, with all the proper information. So the cloud will do that. And that's what we call the third option, because as we create the I model with, again, all the item types, extra metadata that you want, so all that information later, it could be sent to or exported to an IFC model. Right? So if you are within the Bentley environment, so I would say maybe there is no need to export to IFC because the I model will be the one federated model doing all the allowing the collaboration. But if you need an export option, well, the export to IFC, one more time, updated in the cloud with the latest IFC schema available, you will get as well an IFC model. And that could be also generated every day if you need to. Place the file into the same folder that you can get access to external contractors, for example, if they want to see that IFC being generated, every day if you know, as it could be as large as you want it to be because of the federation, right? It will send an email when the whole process is done and you will be able to access them. Right? So making sure that, of course, the latest I model that you have generated, it will have as well the latest version of the IFC. And you can program that if you want, as I said, every day at the end of the shift. And more options as well. You can use a JSON file. I have not experienced myself with that, but there is an option to use it as well. Right? We're working on the project validation. As you see, different DOTs like PennDOT, Iowa, they're working with us in how to do the validation process, how to do all the spatial containment that they need and the classification. So that's a work in progress that, again, through the pilot projects, like for example, PennDOT are doing HDR as well. We're working with them on how to generate, the proper schema that suit their specific needs. So other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Alex. And a quick couple of questions for Alex while he's up there.
Yes. Questions?
No questions. Thank you, Alex. I think another great part about his presentation too is I know a lot of you are really overwhelmed when it comes to looking at this and you say, oh my God, IFC, oh my God, the schema, what do I do? All this I got to learn. Well, I think what the presentations are trying to show you is how much of this is work that's already being done behind the scenes by the vendors to put less burden on the end users of the software to make sure this already works. They have the experience of doing this in the vertical world. Now they're trying to apply it to the infra world. So it doesn't mean everybody has to become an IFC expert who has to use IFC, but it does require that everybody has the understanding and the trust in their tools to do what they need it to do, and then understand how to, do things that are customizations or, making changes and doing validation and those types of things. So our final presentation, Andrew, take it away.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, so yeah, I've already introduced myself. I don't need to go through. I've got a few slides to get through, so I'm going to talk pretty fast. That's just the way I usually go. So start. No Autodesk presentation is complete without our safe harbor statement. I don't know if anybody's ever read this. Basically, what it means is don't make any purchasing decisions on what you see because it may or may not end up in the product. I'm going to talk briefly about just some general OpenBIM and Autodesk. And I'm just going to talk really focusing on our roadway IFC workflows, primarily through Civil 3D. I'm going to talk about some of the updated work we've done around our bridge IFC workflows, including products like InfraWorks, Civil 3D, Revit specifically, and the Autodesk Construction Cloud. Some of the work we're doing there around IFC. So again, I showed this slide earlier today. Again, this is just really to highlight, the fact that we support both desktop and cloud products as part of our IFC workflows, as well as other tools like Inventor. But I'm going to be focusing primarily down here on IFC 4.3, focusing on Civil 3D, Revit, and Autodesk Docs and the Autodesk Construction Cloud. Okay, so we'll start with some IFC 4.3 support for Civil 3D. So you can see this is really just giving a very high level overview on the IFC 4.3 plugin for Civil 3D. Now we've been releasing this since about 2022, and we've gotten it to a pretty much I won't say close enough to complete state. We've added some new functionality. We've extended support for AutoCAD blocks and AutoCAD solids, so not just Civil 3D geometric elements. However, you can see on the list here, there's an awful lot of those objects we support as well, whether it's COGO points, feature lines, surfaces, alignments, profiles, corridors, bridges. I'm going to zero in on that one a little bit shortly, as well as our pressure and gravity pipe networks, all fully supported in IFC, all supporting high fidelity, high quality exports. This plugin, again, it's going to give you that flexibility and precision for that multidisciplinary collaboration, ensuring that those complex civil models that you're generating can be efficiently shared and validated throughout the life cycle of the project. Here you can actually see an example of the IFC data exchange between Civil 3D and Revit. So what we've taken here is this interoperability using these openBIM workflows. This model contains just a Civil 3D surface that's been pushed out to IFC, but it also contains a lot of our utility networks underneath as well. So that's pressure pipes, gravity pipes, so whether it's gas lines, it can be stormwater pipes, sewer pipes. You know, all this data is seamlessly imported into IFC using that IFC 4.3 standard. And most importantly, all of that geometric information is preserved as part of that workflow. So we are very careful to make sure we're taking absolutely everything we can from those Civil 3D models. Another thing that we have introduced as part of a Civil 3D workflow is the concept of a base point. So as you bring information from Civil 3D into Revit, they obviously work in two different spaces. You may have a building or a bridge sitting down at origin. You may have your civil model sitting up in real world coordinates. So we introduced the concept of a base point so that these two models will much more easily align with each other as part of that coordination workflow. You see here, we're talking about Civil 3D rail into Revit via IFC. So we're actually looking at very, very large data sets as part of the IFC workflow. So this is specifically focused on a rail project where we can see this complex rail corridor model incorporates all key elements such as, again, pipes, surfaces, manholes, and other infrastructure components. But you can see there's an awful lot of Revit, not Revit, Civil 3D, just general AutoCAD solid information. So you can see this is a very highly detailed model. We've modeled everything from, sleepers, overhead lines, connections, power transmission lines, etc. So there's an awful lot of information in here that can get pushed directly into Revit for use in your station design and detailing workflows. This is probably a little better way to show it, is the video demonstrating that bridge and rail information coming from Civil 3D into Revit. We create an IFC file directly out of Civil 3D. We link that back into Revit, where we can bring in not just the infrastructure geometric data, but also the actual metadata as well. So you can see here, we're linking that model in, and all of that information is preserved as part of that process. We are using IFC unique IDs as part of the workflow, so it will actually flow throughout the life cycle of the project in its entirety. So in addition, we can then use this data to work in a federated environment. We can go and create a rail station in Revit and bring all of that federated data into the viewer. So you can see, because we're retaining that information inside the Revit model, we can actually cut a Civil 3D IFC as well as the Revit model using concepts of Revit tags. We can actually tag and actually leverage all of that metadata as part of our standard notation as part of those workflows. This workflow has been around since about Civil 3D 2022, I believe, but we're continually refining and improving that process to deliver the best performance that we can. All right, changing tack, we're now going to focus on our bridge workflows and how they're going to integrate more with Revit. What we're seeing here is an example of our TPF5 workflow. So again, we're building a very complex bridge using InfraWorks. So we've taken an alignment from Civil 3D, brought it into InfraWorks, and in this particular example, you can see we've got we're cutting all of our sections inside of the InfraWorks environment, and we're modeling detailed components from Inventor and bringing that into that InfraWorks environment. And again, All the inventor components are containing all of that metadata as we bring that across into Civil 3D. The next phase of this project, we take that InfoWorks model and we can import that directly into Civil 3D. See here, there's our bridge model. Civil 3D has classifications, a specific object type set around bridge, and we can identify specific components, whether it's the deck, the girders, headstocks, piers, abutments, etc. So you can see that these are actual first-class components inside of Civil 3D. And as part of that process, you can see there, again, it's all about the data. All of that data is maintained as part of that bridge workflow inside of that 3D environment. And again, as we're exporting that, we're maintaining those unique IDs, so we're not destroying anything as part of that workflow process. Sorry, I think I might have forgot. That's right. And then as we talk about the Autodesk Construction Cloud, we are again supporting IFC 4.3 as part of our workflow. So you can actually review 4.3 files directly inside of the Autodesk viewer, but you can also use them in our model coordination, which is part of our Autodesk BIM Collaborate Pro module, where you can actually start to layer up multiple IFC files in an aggregated environment. And again, metadata is attached, but inside of the model coordination, you can perform things like your clash detection and design review directly inside the cloud environment. You can see in this example here, we're selecting specific items. Here we're selecting a pier in this case, and we can see all those properties that have been brought across as part of that workflow. So there's no additional work done. The way it works inside the construction cloud is you simply load the IFC file in, and that is it. The viewer takes care of absolutely everything else. And then we also support the Revit workflow. So that same IFC file that has been used as part of the Civil 3D export process can also be imported and linked directly into that Revit model for detailed design and documentation workflows. Again, this is where a lot of our customers spend a lot of their time with bridge workflows. So the idea is you start with that conceptual low-level model in InfoWorks. It then goes into Revit for the detailing, for the rebar, for all the rebar work and all of your annotations and documentation. Lastly, because it's built using common IFC schemas, that same IFC file can be viewed across any third-party tools or viewers. Again, what you see here is that same bridge model being leveraged inside of an open IFC viewer. Again, all the metadata, all that rich information is retained. I need you to use your imagination on this. This may not be a bridge, but it's Revit, so it works in the same environment. Actually, this is the Autodesk Construction Cloud. But what we've begun is we do have a BCF import and export initiative underway. We currently support BCF import is currently in beta. BCF export is actually out in production. Essentially, what this will let you do is you can actually go and take your issues that you use inside of the Autodesk Construction Cloud. So for those who aren't familiar, you can go into a model inside the viewer, inside the model coordination. You can assign issues on the model and assign those to other people within your organization. But from there, those issues can then be exported out to BCF format, and they can then be imported into other models throughout the design process. So just getting to the end, just give a quick insight into the roadmap on what we're looking at in the future. So from a Revit IFC standpoint, we do have a public roadmap. There's a link up there, autodesk.com, blogs, AEC roadmap, or you can just Google it. This will give you insight into what we're actually planning. We're looking at things like linked IFC position selection, so you'll be able to actually physically locate your IFC and apply a transform to it. IFC property mapping. We really want to make that property mapping process as simple as possible, so that you can then use that over and over on all of your projects. We're looking at OpenIFC for Revit Home, so you'll be able to open them directly from the Revit Home screen. And lastly, the concept of geolocation, bringing actual coordinate systems into the Revit IFC workflows. And lastly, from the Civil 3D side, we're actually looking at support for linear placement as AutoCAD groups. we're going to be adopting that common user experience for entity and parameter mapping as part of both Civil 3D. So when you open up Civil 3D or Revit, you're going to get that same parameter mapping experience. We're looking, I mentioned before earlier today about we're going for IFC 4.3.2 certification. So we are very confident that, that we have a really solid IFC solution. And lastly, we are looking to support IDS as part of a future workflow. And with that, I'm pretty much on.
Great. Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Dennis Mustafa. I'm the director of the Highway and Transportation Division at AGC of America. So I'm just going to give a quick little overview of what the contractor community has been doing in regards to BIM, or as we call it here right now, digital means and methods. Internally, we're also kind of deciding on what to refer to these technologies, whether BIM, digital means and methods, digital construction, all of that. This is a quick little presentation that we have. I have reused some slides from a presentation we gave to our contractor members. So it's a little bit more focused on, the information is a little bit more focused towards contractors, but obviously this is not going to be new information to you guys, so I'll kind of skim over that. So with that, and also excuse all the flashy animations and everything as well, like, as I said, for a different crowd. All right, so just to begin a little bit, so we have the policy statement that AGC's Board of Directors approved earlier this year, and this is essentially specifically for digital means and methods in construction. Initially, the idea was that we were going to have a policy statement regarding transportation construction, but the board decided that it might be better to have it just in general to all construction. And so, okay, 1 second here. I think I clicked on the wrong button. There we go. Apologies, as I said, about all these transitions. So with that, the policy statement, as we talk about IFC here, there is it advocates for open data standards. The policies are just this sort of thing allows contractors to choose whatever software works for them, and project owners to choose the software that works for them as well. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, essentially elimination of software constraints on stakeholders. The second portion that we talk about here is model as a legal document, very common thing that we talk about as part of these sorts of groups. Again, just having the 3D model be provided to a contractor, it is essentially not just for reference only, but that it has some weight in regards to responsibilities and omissions. So as we say here, this is essentially aimed at the contractors themselves, but so that they are aware that in this scenario, if there is a situation where they see a model as a legal document in a project, that would mean that whether it's engineers or contractors or architects or whoever might be the case, whoever is the one that has the error or omission is the one that is responsible for it in the 3D model. And facilitation of 3D model usage. So this essentially allows, as I mentioned earlier, just to utilize 3D models without the need to verify every single detail or for reference only. So it gives contractors additional confidence in how to use 3D models and, again, what works best for them. And that was passed earlier this year. And since then, we've kind of talked with our members a little bit more about it, kind of propagated the idea, talked with our local chapters on this. And we have had chapters as well as other industry stakeholders reach out to us as far as what the contractor community is doing. And the main group that we have here at AGC that works on this is our Digital Means and Methods work group. For those of you that might have heard from me before on this topic, it used to be called a task force. This is a whole internal language issue, essentially task force versus working group. It just essentially changed its scope now. But this group was established as a standing group focused on digital construction and its implementation in the highway space or the transportation space. And this is essentially full of AGC members that have worked on digital construction. And its main goal as of right now is to support contractors, local chapters, and maybe any other partners that want a contractor perspective on these issues. With our contractors and our local chapters, we've had members give out different sorts of presentations, webinars, best practices, sessions at different conferences, all of that good stuff. So if you guys have at any of your events or any other events need additional contractor input, this would be the group to go to. You might be thinking, well, if that's the group to go to, then why isn't a contractor in here rather than AGC staff? Well, in this case, none of the work group members were available to travel to or even be online for today. So I guess they have a very busy schedule. And so I am the last backup of this work group. I will have to be the one that goes on and shares essentially what AGC is doing. I'm not an expert as to how it is on the field and the use of BIM on the field, but as far as what AGC is doing, I think I'm qualified to talk on that. Moving on, as I mentioned, the group also shares best practices, and this also involves not just the webinars and all of that, but it also involves education as to what AGC offers themselves. So AGC has specific educational offerings that have kind of incorporated horizontal construction into their courses. So AGC's EDGE education program, BIM education program, was essentially completely focused on vertical construction until late last year when we initially started putting in horizontal construction aspects and units to our education program. The initial participation was a little bit lower from horizontal contractors, but interest has definitely picked up. And as of right now, our BIM education courses have about 30 to 40% horizontal contractors. This contrasts with about 10 to 15% prior to us putting any sort of horizontal construction courses in there or units into those education programs. And so with that, and that's within 2 years. So that's quite a big difference. And obviously it could possibly be because we're offering the horizontal construction aspect of it for these BIM education programs, but it's also partially because more state DOTs and other project owners are now requiring or incentivizing the use of digital construction within their projects. So, and in case you're wondering what does EDGE stand for, apparently it doesn't stand for anything. It's just our branding is AGC EDGE for our educational programs. So I had to ask that actually before I presented on this because I didn't even know what it stood for. So once our members finish up, well, they don't actually even have to be members, but whoever, all the students, whenever they finish the BIM education course, they have the opportunity to take the test to get certificate of management for BIM. So they will have the BIM, CM BIM designation at the end of their name. If they want to display that on LinkedIn or emails or whatever you want. In addition to that, we've had a BIM primer on horizontal construction. So this was essentially a how-to guide on how to get started with training your employees, how to onboard specific software, what sorts of questions to ask the project owner, just essentially how to get started for people that are not familiar with the BIM world and what that entails and how to essentially start using it. We had our first course on this, I believe, about 6 months ago. We had some good participation and we are planning additional ones, probably about once or twice a year on this. In addition, we're currently working on a primer for digital twins. Just placing that out there. I know some people will say it's not BIM, it's part of BIM, digital construction, all of that. Just throwing it out there that we also have that. Also, I just want to touch a little bit as to what the course still entails regarding the BIM EDGE program. It's not just training the employees on how to use BIM software. It's also there's specific units within that course that show how to implement these technologies into your workflow, what software to use for what's the best case scenario, what's the best use scenario for all of the sorts of different projects and the types of work that you do as a contractor. And so it goes through a whole approach as to, from the very beginning until the very end, kind of what you need to do. But it does also train the students as to how to use this software. Obviously, each software is a little bit different, but just kind of the general idea of how to manage construction using BIM. So that's kind of what we had as far as the education aspect of it. And so I'll leave just a minute or two here for any questions that there might be.
All right, well, the next session we have up is the AASHTO Innovation and Technology Forum update. And this one, this is a group that I work with very closely. I'm co-chair of this forum, work very closely with Allison Cline. Allison, it works on the national side with the American Road and Transportation Builders Association. So I worked with Allison to develop these slides. And to give you a little bit about the forum, this Innovation and Technology Forum was established in September of 2020, based on AASHTO's strategic plan. It does include members from all the divisions in AASHTO, and that's not only contractors. This is contractors, this is agency owners, this is engineering companies. So really a diverse membership. And really AASHTO forms these policy forums to look where we have consensus, where we can develop, things like policies and white papers. And digital construction was the first initiative of this forum. And this shows you the members that were included in the forum. This had 8 separate contractors. There's 12 from planning and design that would include, DOTs and consultants. We got folks from materials, university, and others. So this is the AASHTO policy statement on digital construction. This was actually published back in May of 21. But this was very helpful to really, for AASHTO to articulate how they define digital construction and also what's important to them. And, I think a key quote on this that's on the right side, in order to accelerate innovation in the U.S. transportation design and construction industry, AASHTO supports the adoption of open data standards, the model as legal document, and modern, commercially proven and competitively acquired digital construction technologies. So it's great to see AASHTO in very good alignment again with what AASHTO is doing, where they're trying to go with these technologies. AASHTO also developed a white paper. This was put out in January of 2023 by the forum. And they wanted to go into a little more detail than the policy statement. And some of the key takeaways from this white paper that I pulled out is they really emphasize the need for funding, to really leverage these proven technologies and advance acceleration of digital construction. We need funding. We need things like ADCMS to really support these efforts and try to broadly implement them. They're also advocating incentivizing the use of digital construction on projects. There's a lot of cost for contractors to implement these new technologies. There's training, there's software, and incentivizing that to get them started is very helpful. Of course, encouraging the investment in open data standards. They see the need of these national open data standards to move ahead as well. And then promoting the model's legal document. Like the digital deliverable needs to be the contractual deliverable. And it gets to that reliability of the digital data. And the last quote on this one, contractors must be able to rely on digital files and realize the benefits, standardization, interoperability are key factors. So I thought that was well said. And a lot of the challenges I can tell you I've seen with the contractors with the early work with models legal document, they simply couldn't read our data. As in proprietary formats, very difficult for them to use with their tools and processes. So the next steps with AASHTO is AASHTO has been very proactive in partnering with the highway, with the state DOTs, with AASHTO and other industry groups. I can think of, I work a lot with Allison and they are very much are willing to provide input and partner there. I know, for example, we had a digital delivery leadership meeting at TRB last year, and Allison attended that in person. Dennis came and attended that in person from AGC, and so they've really been providing great input. They're also doing ongoing education, including webinars, AASHTO conferences, and articles. So they understand the need to get the information out on this. So if you have any other information on this, feel free to contact Allison. But I think AASHTO has been really provided good leadership here. And you can see with both AGC and AASHTO, we have really good alignment from these industry partners. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Reifer with ACEC, and really pleased, Matt, you were able to attend us in person today. It's been great working with you on digital delivery, and lot to share with what's going on with ACEC.
Well, thanks, Will. I appreciate the invitation to be here and to join you. I'm not very technology savvy. Just figured out how to turn the microphone on. I'm not sure what's going on behind the curtain over there. It adds an element of intrigue, right, to this dynamic. Like I said, I really do appreciate the invitation to be here. My name is Matt Reifer. I'm the Vice President for Infrastructure Programs at ACEC. We're the trade association for the engineering industry. I'm a lawyer and a lobbyist. I work in government affairs. I'm not an engineer, and I'm not a software technician. I understood maybe a third, half of what has been said over the course of the day. It's head spinning, candidly, but again, I really appreciate the partnership and the collaboration, not only on behalf of ACC, but more particularly our member companies. We represent over 5,000 engineering and design firms across the country. Some of those are represented here in the room and are deeply embedded in all the efforts that you've heard about, but a lot are not. It's very nascent to them and they're new. So our role as a trade association has been both to educate them as well as our clients on the issues relative to the services that we're providing, and then equip them for the changes and the demands that the clients are bringing to the table as well. Let's see, what's the best way to advance these slides? This way? Oh, there we go. So I want to real briefly just recap a member survey that we conducted earlier this year, which has then, the results of that survey have helped us develop a policy position paper that we are going to be circulating to our members and our stakeholders very, very shortly. But earlier this year, we reached out to the members of our transportation committee, our new technology committee, and our risk management committee to update our understanding of the state of play, the level of experience that our members had, particularly with model as legal document, but other sort of digital deliverable BIM for infrastructure type issues, and make sure that we were adequately representing them and reflecting the views of our members in these engagements that we've had. We circulated the draft questions to the leaders of JTCEES, BIM for Infrastructure Pooled Fund, BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund, as well as folks at AASHTO directly, just to make sure that there was, again, good alignment between what we're asking for and what they're hearing in the field too. And I won't go through all the questions, but I did want to highlight a few of the results that we got back from the member firms. And it did reflect what we sort of understood anecdotally from the leaders and from some of the groups that we've been involved in terms of the state of play. You can see about, or at least half of the firms indicated their clients are pursuing digital delivery in some kind of mechanism, whether that's a pilot or a more aggressive implementation and adoption plans. But only about 30% of the respondents had actually worked on those projects directly, which was really telling to me and those of us who worked on this survey that, again, I think it's a smaller segment of the industry that's really deeply embedded and sort of on the leading edge of this. And it continues to be nascent for a big chunk of the industry, particularly those small and medium-sized firms, where the digital model was the controlling deliverable in that space. So again, just still a new kind of emerging dynamic there. We asked whether there were technological limitations during model development, and you can see that 60% said yes. We've heard about some of that in some of the previous presentations today, so I won't go into the detail, but some of the comments that we got back and follow-up questions on the survey were very much reflective of some of those same issues that you've heard about. And similarly, with respect to the use of the model by the contractors once that handover has taken place. I was candidly happy with the response on this question about conflicts with third parties modifying the model. 50% said no, and another 40% weren't sure. Because one of the questions we had, and you know, there was perception about turning over the model to the contractor and then the contractor making changes to the model that we could be potentially be responsible for after it was turned over. Based on this result, only about 10% sort of identified that as an issue, which was, I was encouraged to see that. And then we presented to the members a range of issues or risks involved with signing and sealing the model as the contractual deliverable, and wanted to kind of rate their perspective on what are those key risk areas. I think this is telling, you know, particularly given what you heard from AGC and ARPA and, you know, the contractor's perspective and our own concerns about liability and risk, and making sure, and Will indicated this earlier today, you know, it is absolutely imperative for the firms and the clients that you've got a very clear delineation about what is the level of accuracy, what is the level of development, what liability risk is the firm taking on and the work that they're doing, and being really, really clearly defined in the professional standard of care with respect to BIM deliverables. And then again, that question about what happens when the model is turned over to the contractor, then what is that quality control process? Those are the two, far and away, those two topics were the most highly ranked for the survey respondents. One of our recommendations early on in our engagement with the JTCEES was that there be a detailed model element breakdown and level of development specifications required. And the survey sort of reinforced that was something that's strongly supported by ACC members. So that was good. It was an affirmation that that recommendation was meritorious and continues to be something that we ought to push forward. And then we also wanted to get affirmation and support for open data standards. We knew at the staff level and at the leadership level, and those who have been doing a lot of deep work in this field, that this is where the clients are going and this is where the industry is going. But we wanted to get, again, that reaffirmation and reinforcement in this survey that open data is the way to go. And far and away, you know, over 80% of the respondents strongly support that. So that's going to be a key component of our policy position going forward, is advocating for open data standards. So we'll be in very clear alignment with AASHTO, AGC, ARPA, and everybody else on that space, which would be very good. And then this question was very telling to me, sort of asking about whether there would be a positive or a negative impact on your firm when looking at digital deliverables and this teaming structure, education needs, and the responses were all over the place, So it's a very mixed bag. There's some trepidation, there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of questions within the ACC membership about what the impact is going to be. I would say long-term, people see this as a very, very good thing, but that transition process is going to be very, very bumpy to get there. So a lot of training, investment is really the key takeaway in terms of the impacts. And that's something that we've been very attentive to in our programming, as well as our engagement with stakeholders. And I see folks taking pictures. These slides are all going to be available, and we've got an even deeper dive on the survey results that I can share with the group if necessary. And we also, and this was good feedback from our stakeholder partners when we were vetting this survey, that we wanted to be sure to articulate and identify the expected benefits, the anticipated benefits that are going to come from this transition. So we asked for feedback on that, which was very helpful. So as I said, all of that survey was very detailed. We got a lot of really good input back, and that has then informed a position paper that we developed with a working group of members from our various committees, that was vetted most recently just a couple weeks ago at our annual fall conference. I'm hoping that we can take the draft watermark off of that and start circulating it far and wide. Some of you may have seen it, but we're pretty near final now with that, and we're going to be able to push that out to you, to our member organizations at the state level for those state level engagements with DOTs and others. But the position paper has 4 provisions in it, or 4 sections. One, again, is articulating those benefits in terms of enhanced collaboration and communication within the project workflows, increased efficiency and productivity, accuracy and quality, and then overall lifecycle performance. So a lot of really good societal benefits, client benefits, and member benefits on project delivery. But there are challenges to adoption that the firms identified, particularly, again, for those small and medium-sized firms, that initial upfront cost, and then the workforce and training to get up to speed and to stay up to speed on these demands is going to be pretty significant. And then that standardization and interoperability question that we're all talking about and working on, cybersecurity, and then change management. I know that's been sort of an underlying conversation in a lot of the sessions today and at lunch on, just that underlying change management as a factor in successful adoption. So considerations for engineering firms, again, that putting an emphasis on that upfront communication between the firm and the client on the level of development and the level of accuracy expectations, the standard of care and risk liability that's going in, communicating to the clients the benefit and then the cost of that has to be represented in the contractual vehicles in the negotiation, that intended uses and accuracy requirements. Again, we reference, don't get into a lot of detail, but we do reference generative AI, generative design and AI. That is a longer term, big picture and very, very scary kind of thing, conversation going on within the engineering industry, but is referenced in the material. And then the need for developing and agreeing to a common terminology. Again, we've heard a lot about that today. So from a policy standpoint, we make 5 key recommendations. Again, for this group, first and foremost, promoting open data standards industry-wide, contractual terms and conditions that support that upfront investment that firms are going to be undertaking, enhancing cybersecurity and data management, that workforce development and training, and then a commitment to continued engagement. This was, again, an opportunity for me to say thank you. We've got a lot of our member companies that are deeply embedded this. A lot of the state DOTs and other clients have liaison and partnering groups at the state level with our folks, which we greatly appreciate. And we hope that this position paper will help provide some commonality and uniformity. We're all singing from the same song sheet in those interactions. So. And then this is the concluding paragraph. This isn't the whole statement, but this is how we sort of wrap it up at the end of that paper, which we hope to be able to disseminate widely very, very soon. So thanks for your attention at the near end of a very long day. Really appreciate it and happy to answer any questions. And my flight back to DC isn't until later tonight, so I'm going to be around and available. Happy to chat further. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Matt. Great presentation on ACEC, and we're all looking forward to that position statement. I know you're really close on that. So next up, we do have an update on buildingSMART International and buildingSMART USA. So Calvin Cam's going to provide that update for us. Calvin's the president of buildingSMART USA. So it's all yours, Calvin.
Thank you. So I'm also going to speak on behalf of Ian Howell, who was hoping to be here with us today, yet he has to work on some key initiative on behalf of buildingSMART International. So I'm Calvin, serving as buildingSMART USA chapter president, teaming up with Janice, with Tony, among many teammates. We are not professional event organizer. We are not professional Zoom organizer. We are volunteering a lot from strategic building innovation, where we are boutique consulting firm focusing on construction innovation, decarbonization, and also openBIM workflow. I'm also an adjunct professor in California at Stanford University, where I've been with Stanford Sci-Fi for 24 years and counting. And we work a lot in the space of robotics, artificial intelligence, sustainability, and professional education. So to say a few words on behalf of Ian about what buildingSMART International is about. So today we have come across many benefits and impacts of open standard. Yet buildingSMART, we are celebrating 3 decades of nonprofit, of being open, neutral, international, working a lot with international standards such as ISO, OGC, SAN, among others, and more importantly, to focus on the impacts of what digital workflows, of what construction innovation through this open global standards is about. And why Ian is so caught up with buildingSMART International is that we are very proud, very exciting to see that we now have more than 36 chapters and growing. We are even seeing presence in Morocco that many of us were in just a month or 2 ago. We do have also presence in South America. And so it's really a global momentum. Right before I flew out from San Francisco, I was contributing to our founding, one of our earlier chairman, buildingSMART International chairman, Patrick McClamey, who along with Ian was those who were founding buildingSMART some 30 years ago. And indeed, I think as many of us were reflecting, when we were working with the Public Building Service in Washington, D.C. of the federal agency some 20 years ago, it was pretty lonely. But now we are glad to see that not only is AASHTO and many of you connecting many of the states and our national initiatives, we do see that globally, as you can see, like in Singapore, like in Dubai, like in Scandinavia, it's actually part of daily practices to be using openBIM for permit approval for National Archive. And so we are very glad and happy to see that it's really being an important, in some cases mandatory, part of the daily practice. With buildingSMART USA, we are thankful that many of you here do represent our supporting members. In many cases, we do have this very special relationship with buildingSMART International and buildingSMART USA. For example, a good almost half of our members are not only supporting the US chapter, but also the international level. Just across the audience, we have AASHTO, we have Bentley, we have HDR, we have LeapThought, we have Federal Highway. and my firm, SBI, we are all contributing to both buildingSMART International and also buildingSMART USA. And you can also see that we have quite a number of important chapter level members. Many of you are in the room today. And also like HEC, like ACEC, like many of us, we also need to work with many organization partners and also events like today, we have lots of chapter sponsors. But then when it comes to bridge and roads, I think why it is so exciting to be in this community is that not only are we sharing common practice among one another, we can also learn, we can also contribute to the international community. So many of you may have served on the buildingSMART International Awards jury over the years. If you are interested and would like to join us in the future, do let us know. And then what we had awarded 3 years ago was this smart bridge in Germany, in which they were integrating not only the digital representation, but with lots of Internet of Things, a lot of sensors about the structural health, about the Internet of Things sensors, to really empower the bridge to focus on predictive maintenance. I think we heard that from Trisha earlier today. So, and beyond that, today we tend to more focus on the design, the engineering, the construction, the successful handover of a lot of the roads and bridge. And about a year ago, we were celebrating what in Norway, it's not only reducing costs, it's also about measuring and reducing carbon emission using openBIM. And more than that, like model as a legal documents, as legal deliverables here, they are also working on reducing drawings by 95%. So again, these are the community that with buildingSMART International, they are our buddies. We can learn from them, not only on what works, but also what needs improvement. So today we tend to more focus on the adoption of IFC 4.3. But it is also many of our global peers, many of you who may be working behind the scene, who may be working hard for years and years in the research, in the development, in the standardization of those standards, so that we can celebrate that ISO has also approved IFC 4.3 earlier this year, such that the solution providers, our partners, can start to adopt that, as we just heard from earlier this afternoon. And at Stanford University, I was one of the research team members working in Finland, working with the Finnish government 22, 23 years ago in the first adoption of IFC. That was IFC 1.5. And even back then, we were able to focus on the business value of how we could increase efficiency, how we could focus on value adds, how we could improve on life cycle assessment, even with the Finnish government, and then later on with 12 peers of US and Finland government agencies over the years. And then IFC 4.3, building upon all these decades of development, really allow us to more focus on what these 2 days are about, which is roads, bridges, and also the rail domain. But sometimes, even working with different states and the buildingSMART US community, we have heard complaints that IFC does not work. IFC is missing something. IFC has gaps. And I think just as we chatted with Patrick McClamey and many leaders just 2 days ago, it's quite a foresight that 30 years ago, we call IFC the F being foundation. Just like right now, we talk about large language model being foundation model, that IFC has always meant to be a foundation model. And indeed, if we care about certain cheek wall or certain about elements that the highway or the bridge or our local community may want to more focus on, we have designed the openBIM workflow, such as buildingSMART data dictionary, that's meant to provide all this specialization. That's meant for us to build upon these foundation layers. So, and that's kind of like what the ecosystem is about. when we start to make requirements, there are use cases with openBIM. There are IDS, information delivery specification. And then we can also build upon all this buildingSMART data dictionary, the specific properties, the specific requirements, the specific terminologies to then build upon the IFC being the foundation model. So my teams has actually started to look into, for example, what we can learn, what we can build upon from the TPF that many of you are developing. With, for example, some specific properties about deck effective thickness, deck sacrificial thickness, pore sequence, that all these are becoming publicly available on the international BSDD. And then we can actually start to pick them up, start to adopt that in an individual modeling, and be able, like what we saw earlier today, be able to also visualize it to manage those properties information across different BIM authoring and BIM visualization tools. And indeed, like we can always say, just keep on waiting, staying on the sideline, waiting for the next and the best kind of like products to come out. But I think that's also the message we want to demystify. Let's not let perfection be the enemy of good. Again, I was one who reported the value of even using IFC 1.5. So there's also tremendous value of even just using IFC 2x3. Yes, we all team up on working on IFC 4.3. Just like a year and a half ago, some of you may have joined us. We were hosting an event at Stanford University, and I look forward to welcoming you all back. Maybe we can organize future events again. But then what we invited was 15 countries to demonstrate to many of us here in the US what can be done. So a good friend of mine, Gili, whom I've been working with for over 15 years, was showing a year ago that they could still operate a bridge in Finland that was using IFC 2x3 10 years later. And more importantly, you are now on the driver's seat to decide whether to upgrade it to IFC 4.3. And I know that we are having an eye examination, but the point is that a lot of the information can carry over. And you can then focus on a couple, say, if you want to focus on a new IFC bridge part, you can focus on those using tools that can update, that can upgrade. And more importantly, we are not in a black box. We are not in any particular opaque environment. All these are both backward and forward compatible. So that came to one of the executive committee meeting that Will Sharp, myself, Jeff Olay, many of us were in almost 2 years ago. We were coming with the idea that could we start to bring more demonstration. I like GSA Chief Architect Chuck Hardy's quote that more demonstration and less memorandum. And so what we were also proposing was that could we accelerate the development of pilots? Could we turn something rather than just forward-looking? Can we just see what worked? So we came up with what we call a Seeing It's Believing initiative. The idea is that focus on our chapter and our ecosystem. We've got a lot of asset owners. We may call you solution seekers. We have lots of experts in this room. We call you the facilitators. We have lots of solution providers in the room. What if we can provide a proving ground? What if we can prove openBIM workflow that works in the US context so that we not only see global examples on the right-hand side, but we can just start to see some of this in the US. A year ago, we are very thankful that I think New York and other states were giving us transportation models that we can demonstrate BIM collaboration format. But why don't we call that, and I'm going to have a Mentimeter in a few minutes' time, that why don't we call for that inputs again? Would this community like to team up with us to look into the openBIM impact value proposition? In June, we were having a buildingSMART International Conference in which the Finland Transportation Infrastructure Authority project leader, program leader, Tarmo, was showcasing that the minister in Finland was visiting them, and they had to articulate the value of why openBIM. And so kind of like huddling for a day or two, they were able to articulate that they were able to save 6 million euros on a 140 million budget projects. That's about 5%. And they were able to get the traffic opening 9 months earlier. Was openBIM the only reason? Absolutely not. But was openBIM part of the recipe? Certainly. So I think these are kind of the business value that we are working. And one of our PhD candidates at Stanford University who came from Norway, working for over a decade in the roads and community, a year ago during our Stanford events was reporting that how the reduction of errors and omissions, the percentage of kind of like the cost impact of change order was able to see so much improvement by really using the integration of openBIM, the integration of VDC, and the whole different methodology. And so these are what we call business value that we want to also put along, whether it may be MALD, whether it may be IFC 4.3 adoption, what its current workflow, what is current metrics, and are we gaining efficiency and impacts doing that? With buildingSMART International, we also try to track all the award-winning projects adopting openBIM around the world. My team and I at both SBI and Stanford were also categorizing them into 8 categories. Are we talking about value? Are we talking about quality? Are we talking about safety or whatnot? And so all these are some amazing stories, amazing metrics that we can build upon. So if number 1 was about business value, another seeing it's believing option that we would love to see any taker that we can team up together. It's about life cycle assessment, sustainability, and managing the carbon footprints. I had the privilege to visit Denmark. So on the upper side, it was a 500-year-old building. And then on the lower side, it was actually a brand new building. But whoever, it may be the Denmark Metro, the Denmark city, it may be different public and private owners, managing the carbon emission of both new building and existing building, it's so much a standard practice. And to a level that they have very clear metrics of what they want to manage, whether it may be a new and existing design or operation. And then earlier this year, I was in Saudi Arabia, in which with a lot of the mega projects, on the one hand, it's committed to be net zero by 2060. On the other hand, certain scholars were also predicting that the carbon emission for one particular project may be 4 times the emission of UK. So in terms of all these metrics, all these targets, how can we use openBIM to better give us the audit trail, to give us the evidence, to give us the prediction? And that's again where we can learn from the openBIM community. Our friends in Finland, in Denmark, in Scandinavia has published a report working with tens and tens of openBIM projects, applying that with carbon calculation for life cycle assessment. This is something that we are also ready to get involved, to team up, to contribute. That could be another seeing what's believing application. Quality management, we can see amazing visualization, but can we leverage openBIM to automatically evaluate whether certain BIM submissions meeting our standards? It may be like globally, my team has been working on a project, turning hundreds of assets, thousands of properties into buildingSMART data dictionary within a couple of months, and also celebrate and provide a feedback back to the buildingSMART international community. This is something that we are ready with the US community. I think earlier we learned from Jeffrey about Singapore. In Singapore, and then I have the privilege to advise Singapore government for the last 15 years as well, and also hosted them at Stanford University and at GSA actually. So actually right now, if you need to get public approval to get permit to start construction or to approve design, you must use openBIM. You must use openBIM for collaboration among the different government agencies, for commenting, and you must use openBIM for model checking. So are we ready to also get more serious about quality management using OpenBIM. I think earlier, was Trisha who talked about resiliency, right? I was with Disney, the Walt Disney Company, in an international session and in different talks, right? And they are also very serious about how to work on improving resiliency. These are some of the global examples that my team has worked on using OpenBIM, using IDS even 4 years ago to demonstrate how we can start to look into societal impacts. Or this is some of what our partners in European Union are doing with Digital Netherlands, with Digital Rotterdam, in which they were able to look into flooding analysis. So are we ready to also build upon GIS, to build upon OpenBIM, and actually to start to look into some of this simulation, to look into, yes, we can do the model virtually once, but can we redeem the benefits, the use cases a lot more than what we may be doing today? So here comes the Mentimeter. I think you can use the same Mentimeter code. We are now in November. What can we do together between now and January, between now and April? Like a year ago, if we can focus on one thing, bring your own BIM, bring your own business cases, bring your own curation. If the buildingSMART USA community can team up, would you like to focus on business value? Should we look into sustainability, quality management, and also societal impacts? So I believe that should be the same Mentimeter. That's actually all that I want to show. And now let's, Janice, let's jump to what we are seeing. So you can scan the QR code or use Mentimeter. And interestingly, I think with, there we go. The top two votes are business value and quality management. So I think we may have a follow-up question to see if you may mind to share your contact information that we can team up with you, whether you may be a solution seeker, facilitator, or provider. Certainly that is something that we can follow up and see among the buildingSMART USA community, we can continue to build up more use cases, more demonstration, so that we all can learn and can grow together. All right. With that, I would like to go back to my final slide, which is just contact information. So if not already, please join us at buildingSMART USA and join this community. Oops, sorry, it's okay. All right, thank you. And back to Will.
Well, thanks, Calvin, for that update. And it's really been interesting working with buildingSMART International, probably the last 4 or 5 years, but it's truly a tight community. And, you know, it's just the information exchange between the countries is pretty amazing, you know, what they're doing. But thanks, Calvin, for that great presentation. Well, we've got one more to go, guys. So we're at the very end. We're almost there. Trisha and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how can you get more involved with buildingSMART. So I think, Trisha, you're going to lead this off, and then I'll chime in.
All right. Will you hit the clicker? Yes. So you've heard a lot today, right? It's all very exciting. So I'm sure you want to get involved, even though you're involved already. Let's get more involved. Let's do more. So you can see we have the Roads and Bridges Industry Committee and how to get involved. So I'm just going to speak to this, not for all 15 minutes, I'm sure.
Great, Trisha, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. We're not seeing the screen.
Oh, okay.
What happened there?
Thank you.
You need to see the screen.
I think Julie's computer is getting tired.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, perfect. I'll go to the next slide, please, Will. So this is something, again, new to me. You can see the wonderful colors here. So this executive committee a buildingSMART USA is represented more than just the transportation sector. So you can see, well, transportation sector more than roads and bridges. So you can see airports, buildings, rail. There's roads and bridges under the industry committee buckets, as well as you can see education and certification, which is huge, right? And spans across those other committees. And then we have our technical folks. Jeff is on today. Also very important as we move to grow and improve in the technical arena. And then we have marketing and bookkeeping and admin, which sometimes I think they're the most important. So that's the executive committee. And of course, Will asked me to be with him on this journey, and I said no at least 3 times, but then he convinced me, and I'm really glad to be here. But again, come up to me. I'm just ready to learn more and be here with you. Thank you, Will, for that.
Now, Trisha, it's been great to have you on this group. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, one of the things we wanted to talk about briefly too is how buildingSMART is supporting AASHTO. And you know, this is really important when AASHTO joined buildingSMART as a principal member. We thought it was very important to get them integrated not only to buildingSMART USA but also to the international community as well. So this is a graphic that we put together with your predecessor, Mike Bosselman and Mike Kennerly, on how buildingSMART USA can more effectively work with AASHTO. And there's a number of ways we're tied in. We're very active within the transportation pool funds, providing support there. I mean, you heard from the BIM for Infrastructure and BIM for Bridges and Structures pool fund earlier. We're also very tied with JTCEES, the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards, that Mike presented on earlier today. And we also see a critical role for Trisha's JSTAN group with this as well. Her group is responsible for really the governance of these standards across all the groups with AASHTO. So they play a very critical role with this as well. And we always, with roads and bridges, when we set up this committee, I always envisioned there would be a co-chair from AASHTO on that committee. I think that's very important, to make sure there's really good collaboration there. And with the principal membership, it's not only on the operations side, that's part of the support that buildingSMART provides, tapping into the different domains, tapping into the different international community. That's definitely part of it. I know, for example, Mike Kennerly is on the Information Domain Steering Committee. So he's really helping set the roadmap for future work there. But it's also on the governance side. This was very important to AASHTO to have voting rights on the IFC schema and where that's going. That's very important to really, you're investing all this money in IFC. You got to make sure, you have a voice there on where the schema is going. And I really think we're in an industry digital transformation. I think about the last 2 to 4 years, think about all the changes that we've seen. Think about where we're going with digital delivery. I mean, I remember I had a slide, Matt Rifer, you probably remember this, like 4 years ago when we first elevated this at ACEC, there were maybe 5 states on the slide that were, looking at models, legal document, and a few pilots. Now, a big chunk of the country is covered. There's a lot of momentum for digital project delivery. There's a large number of states that have either done models, legal document, or moving that way. And also we're seeing a lot more momentum with open data standards with IFC. As you saw earlier today, we've got a lot of these projects that it's moving from the theoretical to actually being implemented on the projects. So it's really great to see that, but we're definitely seeing an industry digital transformation. I think like Matt, you showed in your ACEC slides, the firms see it coming clear as day, right? Their clients are moving to this, and everyone just needs to get prepared for the digital transformation. And we're seeing a lot of industry momentum on this as well. And this is one that I know back in January at TRB, we brought all these groups together, to have a digital delivery leadership meeting. And you heard from a lot of the groups today, from Federal Highway Administration, from the pooled funds, from the industry groups, and we have really good alignment from these groups. I think we have a lot of shared vision, a lot of good alignment, and that that really allows us to move much more quickly. So I'm seeing a lot of industry momentum. I can tell you 4 years ago, would I have thought this year we would have really the three major industry groups, you know, saying, hey, we support open standards and models legal document. You know, I don't know if I could have foreseen that, you know, but it's been great to see that support. And I really think that's because of AASHTO and where the states are moving as well.
Yeah. Calvin already showed this slide. I just want to say thank you again for supporting International, the chapter International, as well as our USA. And we're always looking for more supporters. So you too could have your logo on this slide. I also want to point out the fact that AASHTO is on here. So AASHTO is one of the 24 buildingSMART International members. So that means that AASHTO members can support, be a part of this. It doesn't just have to be me doing this work. It's also FHWA. So do you see FHWA somewhere? It should be, there it is. Yeah, okay. What happens when you change your logo? We'll have to, yeah, it doesn't.
It'll never change.
It'll never change, good. So FHWA is also a part of this. So again, thank you for these folks already joining the openBIM, buildingSMART. I think there might be one more. And this talks to those different types of memberships. So a marketing partner, chapter sponsor, I know it's pretty small, but there are different ways that you can become involved in the membership. And then you can take a photo here and it'll take you right to that site so that you too can get involved. And then this is really exciting. Starting in 2025, we're going to have a Roads and Bridges Industry Committee, and we're going to do quarterly meetings. So hot off the press, this is what the agenda could look like. I want to reinforce the fact that this isn't just going to be updates, but we'll also do demos. Be fun to see what's happening out there with all of these different events, all these different things. So raise your hand if you want to get involved, or just let us know. Send us a note. Did you want to finish? Okay. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Trisha. And we you know, we've been doing these summits. This is the third year that we've met as a group. 2 of those have been summits, and these are very important. We want to continue to do these annually, but we want to definitely have more dialogue. So in talking with Trisha, we thought it was important to really set up quarterly meetings with whoever is interested. As long as you're a member of buildingSMART International or buildingSMART USA, you're welcome to join us. We're absolutely welcome to share what we're seeing. I'm very plugged in on the industry side. I know you're very plugged in on the AASHTO side, Trisha. So we're happy to share what we're hearing, what we see coming up, and get your input. We definitely would like your help. So just wanted to put that out there. And then we're down to just a couple slides, guys. So, you know, we're getting really close. I did want to thank our sponsors one more time. Like I said, we cannot do this without them. So Oracle for this great facility. You know, we've had this 2 years in a row now, and this facility just works perfect for our group. You know, so I really appreciate Oracle and their support for providing the facility and all the technology that we use today. Of course, Autodesk and LeapThought being gold sponsors for this event. You know, we really appreciate their support for open data standards and buildingSMART. Contender, our lunch sponsor, and then Deluxe and Celebri, our coffee sponsors. So appreciate that. And then here's the good news, you know, dinner plans. If you're interested, you know, a group of us are going to go out to dinner tonight. This place is about 10 minutes away, I think, from this location. The Spears Bourbon Burgers Beer. Unfortunately, if you're online, sorry, we'll send you pictures. But if you're in the room, you're definitely welcome to join us. I will be there, and I'm sure a number of you will be. I know, Trisha, you've got a personal conflict, but you're certainly welcome to join us. I did make reservations at 6:15. So like I said, if you're interested in continuing the dialogue and chatting more about open standards, buildingSMART, or anything that you've seen today, feel free to join us. So. Yes. And then the last thing I've got, that is the last slide, but we did, well, 2 things. I also wanted to thank Janice with SBI. Calvin's company, SBI, has just been just critical to putting on events like this. JSTAN is the one who really helped organize this. She's the one who handled all the behind the scenes stuff, the Mentimeter polls, the switching from the virtual folks to the, to the in-person folks. And then she makes it look so easy. So thank you so much, Janice, for all your effort on this too.
Thank you.
The very last, yep, you bet. Thanks, Janice. And the last thing Janice requested, can we get a photo of this group? So if you wouldn't mind, just maybe we can, maybe Trisha, you can find us the right spot, but if we can find a place to take a quick photo of the group that's here in person, we appreciate that.
And have everyone turn on the cameras.
And everyone that's online, thank you so much for your participation. We are going to have all the slides, all the Mentimeter polls, all that information will be put together and put on our website. But thanks a lot for your attention and appreciate all the support. Thanks.
Stand in front of the slide. I'll put the